darkness when there's no more light that you can see. I'll take us back to times when lives were similar and times that all seemed easier. Don't be afraid, I'll be the one to guide you through this endless maze. Don't look so sad, your crying eyes won't dry. You gotta drive with both headlights so we can see the world and we'll run away together like you. Like you. Like come close to me. I'll whisper in your ear the things that we could be. I'll drown us in the purple drapes that you were clothed in. We could live like royalty. I'll sing to you like a radio that's held beneath your window. Don't look so sad, your crying eyes won't dry. You gotta drive with both headlights so we can see the world and we'll run away together like
Darling, I know, you know, I'm a bit tired or more. You want me to stay far away for sure. Every morning, know all of my thoughts. Yet I'm tired, but I'm so tired. But grab me tight, shake me away from here. Baby, I'm tired. I don't want to feel
Okay, good morning, afternoon, evening, everyone's. Finally, DevRelCon Tokyo 2021 is coming up. I'm
Yay!
Hachi, so head organizer of the conference, and please introduce yourself.
Hey, Taji's here.
Hi there, Dyson's here.
Okay, thank you for watching, everyone's. Please enjoy our and your conference today. So, and this year, the year 2020 was hard and tragic year, everyone's. I'm sure that everyone has been big affected in their personal or business life. So vaccination has begun already, but the impact of COVID-19 is still ongoing in many parts of the world. So, and last year, DevRelCon Tokyo 2020 had to cancel 2 weeks before the event. We've been running DevRelCon Tokyo series since 2017, and we saw 2020 will be the biggest yet. So, cancellation was very disappointing memory for me. And in 2020, we couldn't travel anywhere, we couldn't come out to office, and we can't have casual conversation with your friends. A handshake is worse than a handshake is worth more than a click, as Mashu, the organizer of the original DevRelCon series, said. But this handshake has become banned. So many evangelists, advocates, and community managers will have been asked to make big changes. But that doesn't mean the world has stopped. Many developers are fighting these tragic situations. AI technology is being used to develop vaccines and technology and services that support remote work well. Developers are not defeated and still fighting to build a better world. And DevRel should be with them, cheating them on and supporting them and encourage them. We must continue to take the new challenges to keep up with the time we live in. So today, we'll hear a lot about these new challenges at the conference. Of course, there will be also there also been a lot of sessions about timeless and universal DevRel experiences and knowledge. We hope you will take away some insight to help your DevRel activities. Two good things about having the conference online. First, we have participants from all over the world. So we have over 500 registered for this conference. It is more than double the number of previous conferences. Another thing is that there are no restrictions on venues. If the organizer work harder and harder, the number of sessions can be as many as they want. In fact, there are 3 tracks and nearly 50 sessions scheduled on today. Anyway, today is so long, up to 13 hours. Every attendee lives in a different time zones. I live in Japan, and some speakers live in India's, Europe, Americas. It's midnight in Europe right now, and it's morning in Japan. In the New York, it is night. So not many people will be able to see all of the sessions, but I hope you will enjoy it. Thank you.
Right. Thank you, Atsushi. And hi there. My name is Taiji again, and I'm a co-organizer of this conference, and Track Fuji, the main MC. Right. So I'd like to uh, introduce something that for you guys that have to have a fun at this conference. And at first, we'd like to appreciate for all of people, the sponsors, attendees, speakers, and of course our staffs. Right? Thank you very much. This time, we have the lots of sponsors. Then thank you very much. We'd like to introduce the sponsor. The part of the sponsors, the four gold sponsor is the four companies: the Zoom, Hatena, Microsoft, and the Orbit. And of course, we very appreciate for all other sponsors. Thank you very much. And I believe that you guys now on the office as a virtual venue, so you can see the sponsor booth area, the top of the office or virtual venues. Please go to this kind of sponsor area there to visit each sponsor booth. And also, we have the lucky prize on this conference. You can collect the secret digit at each sponsor booth and each sponsor session on this each track. It means that you collect 4 digit numbers all for all of gold sponsors for companies. You can get the chance to have the prize with lottery, right? So please visit sponsor booth and please watch the sponsor session in each track. And about conference venue, it's I think it might be the getting some confusing if you use the always first time. Uh, this is kind of the virtual venue. You can walk through the all of areas on office. We have the sponsor booth, each truck, the Fuji, Sakura, and the Samurai, and other any object on the office virtual venues. Please the walk around the virtual venue, so you can find anything and you get to have fun, right? Okay, so and it's next one of the important things about overview of the session groups. In this conference, it's a very unique style conference. It's just first time try to do it by us. It means that we have the session group with 3 or 4 sessions. You can watch the each session session by session, of course. Yeah, but we have the session group, the kind of the 3 or 4 sessions and in the one slot. So the first of these session groups, we have chatting with MCs and the speakers, and end of the session groups, we have the chatting again and have Q&A time if we have any questions, right? So please just stay the same track for each slot session as session groups, right? Okay, and you can ask speakers anything. Yeah, so how to ask speakers anything, that you can put your questions on, for example, on Twitter was hashtag. Our hashtag is the DevRelCon or DevRel. And of course, also you can put your comments and questions on the Office chat. It's okay to use both Twitter or Office chat. Please feel free to post your questions Twitter or Office, right? Okay. And one more thing, I'd like to job bot introduction. What is job bot? Actually, in this conference, we prepared the job bot, like a physical job bot on the on-site conference. You can access the job board and or via middle of the office. We placed the signboard uh, named job, right? So you can access the job board by the signed job on the office, and you can write job description of your company if you want to do that. Feel free to do that. All right. Okay. And okay. Next, I'd like to introduce the Deborah manga book. We have the swags for all of on the audiences. These are Deborah manga books. You can access the swag on via the obis. Where is the so just second. I I I remember that
Oh,
these are swags.
digital swags URL, right?
Okay. Oh, but how to share the URL for the audiences? And
Oh, I
so
will put on the URL on the Obis.
Obis. Okay, Obis chat.
Mm.
All right, great.
I will do that.
Right. Okay. Thank you, Atsushi. He now he will post the URL for getting the swags, digital swags, on Obis chat. Now post it. Thank you. Thank you. And please mind, please mind. Uh, of course, you can get it, but and please share the getting the Swag's digital manga for Deborah out of DevRelCon Tokyo 2021. But please mind that you can share only the cover page and the first page. Don't share anymore, right? Please keep the copyright. We appreciate you understand it. Thank you. Right. And mm, one more thing is let's tweet about this conference and you feelings you get. Yes. I am having fun, and this session is great. It was blah blah blah. You can tweet anything. Let's tweet with hashtag DevRelCon and Deborah, right? And okay. Oh, yes. And one more thing that we try to do first time. We prepared for group photo web service. It's the same service with the job board. Service name is Miro, and we prepare the worldwide map, and we can, of course, not only organizers, not only speakers, all of the people involved in this conference, speakers, organizers, attendees, all of peoples. You guys can upload your headshot photo on the group photo website. Uh, Atsushi, could you please the
Oh,
URL
okay, sure.
post to on the also the office?
Great. Okay.
Yeah, thank you. Okay, let's upload the selfie on it. Okay, so all of the things that I'd like to introduce the four audiences. Right. So I'm very excited to hold DevRelCon Tokyo 2021 because of the last year. Unfortunately, we under the COVID-19, so. Um, uh, we couldn't hold to the Broken Tokyo to 2020, yeah, but this year we come back again the Broken Tokyo as online event. Yeah, so how do you feel that the Atsushi and the Daizen?
Yeah,
I'm pretty much
Kaizen.
excited. We can invite a lot of these awesome speakers from the worldwide, and also we
Mhm.
have the attendees from across the globe. I see the India participants, or people from England or United Kingdom, or people from USA, of course from Japan. So I'm pretty excited to having everyone to this conference.
Yeah.
Okay. So some people already put on the headshot on the group photo
Wow.
from
Great.
India's, Russia's, and the UK, New York. So it's very excited about that. And Taiji,
Mm-hmm.
someone, CJ Avila,
Mm-hmm.
comment you,
Mm-hmm.
nice Hacker Fest
Yeah.
t-shirt. Yeah,
Yeah.
he
I am one of the open source contributor.
so he put it on the comment on the YouTube.
Yeah. Thank
And
you. Thank you.
Ricardo, coming from San Francisco, he commented too.
Cool.
It's
Yeah,
cool.
thank you, thank you. Yeah, yeah, yeah. It's great to first time try for the 12 hours conference. Therefore, we like to cover the lots of the time zones, the Americas, the EMEA, and the APAC of the world. It's first time to try, but I believe that it's get success. Right. Thank you very much. So the almost time to move to first keynote session by Carol. Okay. So the associate Daisen, thank you very much for the opening talks and good luck for you guys
Mm.
track the Sakura and the Samurai. Right.
Okay, good luck too.
Yep.
Yep.
Yep. Okay. So bye for now.
Okay, see you then.
Right, thank you. In this track is Fuji. Uh, we have first keynote session by Carol, and now already Carol's here, so I'd like to welcome to Carol here. Okay, so coming. Hi,
Hello.
Carol. Yeah, maybe the good evening there for you, right?
Yes, it is evening here.
Yeah, right, right. Here's morning. Okay, so how's it going?
It is going good. It's a lovely evening here in New York City, and I'm really
Mm-hmm.
excited to be a part of this conference.
Mm-hmm. Okay, great, great. So the it's the first keynote session on this event by you. It's so I'm excited to hold this conference and provide you a great session for all of audiences. Yeah, I believe that. Yeah, so uh, please, okay, please prepare your sessions, right?
hmm Yep, I am ready to get started whenever you are.
Okay, okay, let me see. Okay, okay, not yet shared yours, right?
Oh, I haven't started sharing yet. Would you like me to start now?
Okay, so if you already prepared, you are ready to go
hmm
ahead. So please share your slide. And
All right.
yeah, I'd like to announce the four audiences for your session a little bit. So the four audiences. If you have any questions for Carol, please post your questions on Twitter with hashtag or office, right? And
All right.
after Carol's session, if I find any questions, they pick them up to ask to Carol after the session, right? Okay.
Okay.
Okay, Carol, ready to go?
Yep. Let me just get set up. And it looks like you can see the slides okay, right?
Maybe not yet. No,
Let's
yet.
try again. It does show up for me in the bottom,
Mm-hmm.
so I'll just try
Oh,
again.
really?
Just one sec.
Yeah. Okay, got it. Got it.
You got it. All right. The
Okay.
sizing and everything look good?
Okay. No problem. No problem. Okay, please go ahead.
All right. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, everyone. Welcome to DevRelCon Tokyo. I'm honored to be one of the keynotes for this conference, where we're going to talk about DevRel and dev marketing and breaking down silos to better serve your community. This talk has four main sections. First off, we're going to start with just what are we actually talking about with DevRel and dev marketing, since these terms can mean a lot of different things. Then we'll go over why DevRel and dev marketing should even work together. We'll then go into how we can make this happen, and then what this looks like in practice by walking through a real life example of ours. Some housekeeping that I think they just mentioned. This talk is being recorded and will be posted online afterwards by the conference organizers, along with a link to the slides, which I'll provide. If you have any questions along the way, please put them into the live chat box and our MC will take care of them. So before we jump into all of that, I just wanted to introduce myself. My name is Carol Huang. I am a dev marketing manager at Stripe. I grew up in LA, but I live in New York City now, where, as we talked about, is a lovely, actually, was just storming earlier, but now it's a beautiful summer evening. I've been working in developer marketing or community marketing for a while. The exact term that you'll hear for this can actually vary a lot. It's a term that's pretty unique to developer products and developer tools companies. As you'll see, MongoDB, PlanetScale, Vitess, these are all kind of open source database companies. Codacy is an automated code review tool. So it's a little bit out of the ordinary in a very nice way to see that Stripe was focusing on DevRel, which is why this was an exciting opportunity for me to join the company a year ago. In case you don't know about Stripe, just a quick overview of what we do. We are a global technology company. We're headquartered in San Francisco and in Dublin, Ireland, with offices all around the world, including in Tokyo. Our goal is essentially to build the economic infrastructure of the internet with the ultimate goal of increasing the gross domestic product of the internet. Today, only 3% of GDP happens online, and we want to increase this by helping more companies get started, get into new markets, and launch new business models. We do this by building what we call the GPTN, or the Global Payments and Treasury Network. There's a lot on this slide. You don't need to read it all. If you're glancing at it, you'll probably see some things you recognize, like checkout, maybe fraud prevention, invoicing, and some things you might not, like card issuing, card readers, capital for platforms. All you really need to know is that Stripe, we are trying to make money movement as simple and borderless as the internet is by optimizing how businesses accept payments and providing financial services as they grow. In order to do that, we need to build a global developer community. This is just a map of where I at least know of Stripe developers. I am sure they're in many more places. We'd like to be all over the world, which is why we have our DevRel team. So our first part, we'll start now with defining what DevRel and dev marketing even are at Stripe. So DevRel at Stripe is actually called developer advocacy. So you may see me refer to it as DA here and there. It sits within product and engineering at Stripe, but as you all know, dev advocacy and DevRel can sit within a variety of different teams. And there's a lot of different ways we could describe what DevRel or DA teams do. So I'm going to share with you just basically what their team charter is. which is very much key to advocate for developers internally with product feedback. This is particularly important when your internal product team is not a daily user of your product, which is going to be the case unless you work at a dev product or dev tools company. The second thing is to drive adoption through content, educational, inspirational. What can you do? What can you do that you maybe have never thought of that you can do? And lastly, to engage with developers through events and outreach like conferences and meetups, both virtual and in person when that's safe to do again. What is dev marketing at Stripe? Dev marketing at Stripe actually sits on the product marketing team. At many other companies, it might sit under an events or a community team of its own, or actually sometimes even under engineering. Similarly, marketing can have a lot of different focuses because it's a very broad category. I've been on community or marketing teams that really focused almost entirely on events or enablement through education. But here at Stripe, our goals are to know our users and their needs, know our products and their features, and connect the two. I know you're looking at this and saying these goals seem pretty broad. It kind of seems like dev marketing's goals are maybe headed or just pointed in a different direction than dev advocacy goals, which is common, like that's a common state of things. So you might be wondering, how would these teams even work together? Well, let's go through first the current state you might be starting with, which is usually your teams are in silos. Think about the current state of your teamwork or work you might be doing with marketing or really with any other team. Think about how much you talk to each other, when you help each other, when you don't, and when you're not talking to each other, and what happens. The first thing you'll probably realize is that if you've worked together, and even if you haven't worked together, siloed teams don't have any alignment of goals. As you saw from our previous comparison of DevRel and Dev Marketing, you kind of have Dev Advocacy doing stuff over here, marketing doing stuff over here, and what is the common state of things? Well, very often, DA thinks marketing is just trying to get leads rather than help devs. This is a common and fair perception because marketing is often reviewed just based on the number of leads that you bring in. Marketing might think that DA is just trying to do what's cool to get views rather than serve users. Also a fair call. DevRel, Dev Advocacy is often glamorized for just kind of traveling around and showing people cool stuff, but we all both know that that's not really the truth. The key thing here is that neither of them thinks that the other has the best for the users in mind. Another common thing is when you're siloed, you haven't built up any trust or team building because you're just operating only in your own silos. So when marketing wants to take a step to make sure we're going down the right path with content or by going to a specific conference, DA thinks marketing is just trying to block things, it's just trying to gatekeep. Whereas from marketing's point of view, these DAs are just YOLOing, they're just doing whatever they want without any research. So again, lack of trust there. But the key thing that kind of happens here is they don't ask for help when they could help each other because they don't believe the other has the user's best interest at heart. They aren't talking because they aren't working as a team, all of which leads to a poor experience for your dev and users suffering as a result. So now that this is the current state of things we've established that you might be starting with, you might be at some various stage in that journey. How do we fix this? So if we go back to this first set of issues here, we look at it, DA thinks marketing just wants to get leads. Marketing thinks advocacy is just pursuing what's cool. There's a misalignment of goals here. So let's go into why should these two teams work together? Because, spoiler alert, our team goals are actually complementary, and I'll show you how. So if you go back and remember what our marketing goals were, the number one thing is to know our users. And if you think about this, you have to know your users in order to advocate for them internally. You need to know their needs, their wants, and their pain points so you can tell the product team what they're going through and what they need. Secondly, you need to know your products and how they work, because we can't teach something we don't know. If you want to make educational content, inspirational content, you need to know your products. And lastly, of course, most importantly, you want to connect the two. You need to be able to bring the right flavor or version of your product to the right users and make sure that everyone is getting exactly what it is that they need. And we do that through dev relations, events, and outreach. And these all lead ultimately to your shared company goal of greater awareness and adoption. This is probably a company goal that a lot of you share, And it gives you a direct line in your success to the company's success. So it lets you point very clearly to how your team has contributed when it comes around to performance review time, when it comes around to QBR time. Basically, anytime you need to show that your team has been doing a lot of awesome things that have been helping the company, this lets you do that. And just a side note here, this is something that you can apply to any people or teams that you need to work with. And it's especially key in a time when you might not have even been able to meet your other teammates in person. And I'm highlighting this because it's a very possible state that you might not have a dedicated dev marketer. You might not even have a dedicated marketing person, period. But I can guarantee you that you have people with marketing skills, one or more of them that you work with, because this is an array of things like project management, like communications, copywriting, public relations, empathy, a good number of dev advocates, support engineers, program managers, project managers all have these. If you're at a larger company where roles are a little bit more scoped out, you'll also have similar teams that do many parts of what marketing does. For example, data science or user experience research teams really help you get to know your users and what they're going through. Product managers give you insight into product expertise and use cases, and event organizers can help you figure out meetups and live streams. For the sake of simplicity, and because I'm talking about my situation as a dev marketer, I'm going to talk about dev marketing as one person working within a DevRel team. But you can create a super strong relationship between DevRel and any other team as long as you recognize your shared goals and align them before you do anything. So, great. That's real conceptual. How does this work when you bring actual people in it? So let's go into how do you actually break down these silos. There's kind of two main points in this that I want to go over. Number one is to really embed and team build. And number two is to build a foundation of trust. So embedding and team building. It's key that whoever you're embedding feels like they're a part of the team. In this case, it's me, the dev marketer, who is embedded within our dev advocacy, our DA team. So what actually is an embedded model? You might be familiar with this term from product teams or maybe site reliability engineering teams where somebody is embedded when they organizationally sit in a different team or org or pillar, but you work together very closely on your projects possibly every day. And a lot of the times this is just an org chart thing, it might be a budget thing, but the fact is they're not technically on your team. And so in order to make this work, there's a couple things you can really do in practice. You make sure that your embedded person has everything they need to do to stay up to date on the work and to make everything successful for everybody. They're attending all the team meetings, they're participating in those daily stand-ups that a lot of us do. I meet bi-weekly and sometimes weekly with all of my team members that I can, and I'm actually a part of the private team channel and Slack. But the flip side of this, of course, is just as important, and that's the team building part. Now that we kind of know how we can make this work in practice, is really how do we team build? Because that's just as important as kind of this embedded model. One of the things that we do within my DA team is we have monthly social coffee chats. If you're familiar with working remote, this is a common thing in order to stay connected as people. We have just a few light rules so it doesn't become an actual work meeting. There's no technical talk like, did you see my Slack message? You can talk about high level things, things you might be dreaming about. And it's also just share as much about your personal life as you're comfortable and you want to. It's kind of like what you would talk about in the office on Friday before you maybe go out of town or just go out for the weekend. I think last year, in particular, and definitely parts of this year, have taught us that the global environment of what's going on in our lives really cannot be divorced from work and cannot be divorced from who we are as people. The second thing that we do is we actually keep in touch through non-work channels. We use an app called Marco Polo, which allows for asynchronous video chatting with people both in Ireland and Singapore, as well as 4 states across the US. We're literally all in a different place. It's a really nice, lightweight, optional way to share parts of our days or weekends with each other. I get to see things like monkeys in Singapore and the cowboys in Texas and vineyards in California, so I think it's a pretty sweet deal. But and this is pretty key, it's also a non-work channel. This is something that's not a part of your official work computer. It's the equivalent of going for a walk with someone to grab a cup of coffee and what you might talk about then. And lastly, the most important thing is to treat your embedded team members like they're actually a part of the team when it comes to org-wide events that are meant to build community. These are things like escape rooms, offsites, team cooking classes, and often you might forget these people just because they're not on some list when you're trying to, pull everybody you need to invite. It's usually not on purpose. The only resistance that I sometimes see to this relates to budget. But the same way that you shouldn't ship your org chart, as you might have heard when it comes to software development, you shouldn't team build according to your org chart either. You need to make sure these people feel like they're a real member of the team. And I'll go into a little bit why for this. If you're familiar with organizational behavior theory, the bonds formed through these kinds of activities are called weak ties. And these are just as important or sometimes more important than the strong ties of who you work with out of necessity for things like innovation, problem solving, and really all around doing great things. So we take a pause here. You might say, this is a lot of sharing with somebody who's not on your actual team. There's private channels. They're privy to ins and outs of daily work frustrations. I'm afraid this might backfire, which leads us to our third point. Most important part, probably, you need to build a foundation of trust. Without that trust there, trust that you both really are going for these shared goals, trust that they're a part of your team and trying to do the same things as you, none of this will work. So what is trust in the workplace? Trust is something we can talk a lot about in a lot of different ways, but in the workplace, I kind of think trust boils down to these three things. Number one is just the expertise. You believe your teammate knows what they're doing with their skills and their experience, often in a different area than you. Two is authenticity. I believe my teammate will do this when he says that he will. And reliability. Three, I believe that when I need help, I can ask for it and I'll get it. Basically, the summary of this is you need to be able to believe that your teammates will follow through when they say they'll do something and do it as best as they can at that moment. That's really all it is that you need for this. But how do you build this trust? Trust is hard. There are entire books written on it and careers dedicated to it. But for me, there's kind of a couple simple ways you can do this. And number one is just be trustworthy. To build trust, be trustworthy, model the behavior that you want to see. And that looks like things like making realistic deadlines and telling people what the realistic promises are that you can keep. Be honest about your capacity, because the failure mode here is that it's very easy to mistake carelessness for malice or ill will when you don't know somebody, which is why that earlier team building is important and why that trust is important. And really make it clear how you can help each other and offer your aid. And the flip side of that, make it clear probably what you don't really want to do. Talk candidly about your skill set and your interests. I personally believe in transparency being the best option, not the least just because it's easiest, but because it's something that I think it'll enable both of you to get what you really want. And hopefully you know what you're good at and what you like doing. If you don't, I suggest sitting down, thinking back on what you got excited to do that previous week or what really felt satisfied about doing. Or if it's too hard to do retrospectively, take a week and during that week, jot down the things that you are doing right away that you want to do at the beginning of your day, you're kicking to the top of your to-do list. And also keep track of the things that keep staying on your to-do list day after day, possibly week after week, and identifying what they are. Once you know this, you can share with your teammates. And an example of this, just between me and one of my teammates, is that because I come from marketing and because I come from event management, I'm really good at project management. I'm really good at communications and empathy, whereas they're really good at things like technical knowledge, educational content, also empathy. So in our cases, I handle a lot of the logistics and the copy of events and launches because that's what I live and breathe. And I can take that burden off of DA, who happens to, maybe hate doing that kind of project management. But I'm not an educator or an engineer by trade, so our advocates come up with great ideas for content and really step-by-step ways to present that in an educational format, and that way we can work together to figure out how to carry that through to the right eyes. So, to recap, you should work together because you actually share those goals, and recognition is step one of that, and number two is actually aligning them. And you can work well together with an embedded model where you get team building and you're building a foundation of trust, which of course takes us to the last part, which is what this looks like in practice. because we've checked off the what and the why. Let's see what this actually looks like. So let's use this example project we have of a Dev Foundations video series. This is basically a Developer Foundations video series that we created through most of this year, and I think a little bit of last year, where we had 7 different playlists for each of our official client libraries. So Ruby, Python, PHP, Node, Go, Java, and .NET that you see there. And within each of those language playlists, we had 9 basic topics that you need to know to get started when using a Stripe client library. So already looking at this, you can see this is a lot of work. So how did we kind of come together to make sure that this is going to have a good launch plan, which really is making sure it's getting in front of the right people at the right time? So you've got teamwork, you've got trust, you've got your shared goals. How do we make this happen? Number 1, start early. Number 2, make sure your goals are clear. Number 3, communicate. And you'll see that these are all things that are building on the teamwork, the trust, and all of that you've already built up. So starting early, work closely with your teammates from the planning stage. And this is what it looked like for us. From step 1 of having this, this idea, is to do a video series on basic topics to get started with our client libraries. The teammate who is working on this is actually taught at the App Academy, has a background in education. I trust that he knows the right things that you need to know to get started. And he already has a list of the basic topics. We have a sense this is a good idea, but how can we confirm it? So let's remember, number 1 in marketing is to know our users and their needs. So that means that I have access to user research. Sometimes we might have done market research or user experience research. We have our data in this particular case on our integration experience. And so we can actually validate, I can give you the supporting evidence to say, yes, we know without a doubt that junior developers are struggling more with this integration, both kind of from reported integration experience and also from support ticket stacks, which means we can combine our technical knowledge with our user research to create great developer advocacy that's serving our users. I want to point out that this can happen in the opposite direction too. Ideas can come from both sides, either direction. The most important thing is you trust that somebody is coming with a good idea for the user's benefit rather than goals that you might not believe in. So trusting in those shared goals. Second part of this is that making sure you clarify your audience and your impact for go-to-market or launch. So I'll give a little example of this. Before we even start any work, all of our dev advocates fill out a checklist for anything that they're doing, whether it's a live stream, it's a video, it's a blog post, with a couple key questions. And 2 of the most important ones I'm pulling out is, who is this content for, and how will this content help your teammates? I'm going to go into a little bit of detail why those 2 questions are most important, but in case we don't know, what is a go-to-market plan? What is GTM? Why do you even need one? A go-to-market plan in its simplest form just encompasses audience, who is it for? Messaging, what do you want to tell them about it? Channels, how you're going to tell them about it? And timing, when are you going to tell them about it? That's basically it to make sure that you can get whatever work you're doing out to the maximum number of appropriate people at the right time. So let's come back to these questions. Who is this content for? Thinking this through, let's think. Is a primer on client libraries going to be helpful to a medium or senior experienced developer? Probably not. So this is meant for our junior developers. Once we have that down, think about, can we get more specific than that? Maybe what stage of junior developer, at which point in their life cycle with you are they at? And these stages or segmentation are things that marketing people can help you out with. In our case, if you're trying to learn our client libraries, you're probably just beginning to integrate with Stripe. You could potentially maybe also do further segmentation about which product they might be using, specific use cases. But in this particular case, we don't need any of that because this is very broad knowledge that's applicable across all use cases and products. So we've got that nailed down. How will this content help your teammates? Let's consider this question. This is phrased this way to really nail down the impact and then the likely conclusions from that. I stay away from the word goal for what is the goal of this content? Because goal is a very vague term. You can have the goal for the person watching, you can have the goal for the company, you could have a metric. What I really want here is what's going to make that happen. So if you think about your teammates, You got product engineering, you got support team people, you got docs team. In this case, how we're really trying to help my teammate over there who sits on the support team is they want to decrease support tickets from confused junior developers. You take that, draw out the next assumption is if you have fewer support tickets from confused junior developers, hopefully that means you have fewer confused junior developers. And from that, fewer confused devs means hopefully that they will be able to complete their integration and there will thus be greater adoption of your product. Having this clear audience and impact means you'll have a much clearer path for when it comes to both who you're targeting when you're promoting and talking about the success of your work, like I mentioned earlier, so everybody else in the company can understand what you're trying to do. And I want to emphasize that this is something that's often very difficult for DevRel teams, as it's always how do you measure success when something is based in something like relationships that's very intangible, and this is one of those specific ways. So if we remember, let's think about the go-to-market plan for this series of content and what we need in it. We're able to actually fill most of this out. You can see that our dev marketer can easily slot in who our audience is, junior devs who are just beginning to integrate with Stripe, what we want to tell them. It's easy to get started with Stripe using our client libraries. We know our channels because we know all the ways that we're talking with our devs. That's literally all channels means. And then one thing is just that we have all these channels, and would we be using all of these channels in every piece of content? Like, would we push an API update out to all of these different things? Possibly not, but that's a decision your marketer can help you scope out. And in this case, this Dev Foundations video series is a big deal. So we're actually going to use all of these. And timing, the last thing, let's talk about this one. You could throw an arbitrary date in there. You could say we need to do it by this date for this particular reason. But what you're actually ideally doing is keeping an open exchange of information throughout the process. And in practice, this looks like things like transparent project management. This is a good practice to have in any teamwork situation while the work is going on, partially so you can know if deadlines will be hit, but also so that you can talk through unexpected challenges together, which of course requires trust. In this case, as a reminder, we've got 9 topics, we've got 7 languages. The way that we originally had this work going was we had each DA owning one topic, so something like authentication, across all 7 languages for easier recording. So we originally promoted these videos by topic because everybody was working at different paces. However, that doesn't really make sense for most users. Why would anybody want to learn about authentication in 7 different languages? If you're trying to get started with a Ruby client library, you want a playlist that's complete with everything you need to know, not a bunch of different playlists that all have 5 topics in them. They need to know about all the things that we're going to teach them. So as we talk this through, we went back to the drawing board and we thought about, okay, how can we do what makes the most sense for our users? So we came up with a new plan. Even though it would mean a slower output of information because all of our DAs are working at different paces, we talked through that trade-off and decided it would make sense, much more sense, to organize and promote these by language. And the biggest marketing lesson that I want you to take away here, if you remember nothing else from this whole talk, is that your workflow should not equal your promotional flow. Ship what makes sense for your developers, not what you finished. Even though I know you're very excited about what you've done, you want to get it out there, you think about what makes sense for your users as a whole. And us talking it through allowed us to really realize what would be best for our users and what was worth this trade-off of a slower output of video content. So coming back to our go-to-market plan, we've got our audience, we've got our messaging, we've got channels, we've got timing. We've ticked off all of these things. We've been working close together from the very beginning to the very end. And so this was our end product. We created 63 videos on 7 languages, 9 topics, which to this date have helped tens of thousands of devs get started on Stripe. I have to tell you here to go subscribe to Stripe Developers on YouTube. And actually, if you're interested in some more behind the scenes of how we pulled this off and some time-saving techniques, you can check out our blog on dev.to. So in summary, as long as you make sure you have the same goals, you've built a team, you're embedded on a foundation of trust, you can increase your community reach together. Thank you for having me at DevRelCon Tokyo. A requisite plug here is that we are hiring DAs in all regions, including APAC. Please feel free to reach out to me about any open roles or any questions or comments after the talk. We'll have the slides and be sharing them with the conference. Thank you again, and I think I'm turning it back over to the MC.
Hi, thank you, Carlo. Yeah, thank you for your great sessions.
Thank you for having
Yeah,
me.
right. I very strongly understand that that importance for the crop writing, the marketing, and the advocacy. Because of the till the end of last year, that I used to be working as a developer advocate at IBM, and also that I sometimes have the collaboration with the marketing team, and it's very hard to collaborate in between the marketing team and the advocacy team. That we have the different KPIs, right? So
Yes,
right,
I think it's very
yeah, yeah,
hard.
yeah. It was really very understand. Yeah, and we have the one question for you via right. Oh, thank you for putting the comments. To reduce silos, I understand you use Marco Polo as a tool for video communication for coffee talks. What tool do you also work within your company to share progress on your work to reduce silos?
That is a
Yeah,
great
how about you?
question. So there's a lot of different ways you can do this, and it is going to differ a lot based on your company culture too. When I worked at MongoDB, we're very big on Jira, and Jira was kind of what we used for everything. At Stripe, we kind of use a variety of different tools. So that one is there's almost always a Google spreadsheet for everything that you're tracking. Ideally, somebody is helping you do this for project management. The other thing that we do that I almost had a screenshot of there was we use our Kanban boards on GitHub. So that way people can very easily see at a glance where something is in its progress, especially for things like videos where it's a fairly waterfall process. Are they being script being created right now? Are they being edited? Are they getting ready to go live? Just to see things like that. And this is also built into things like our daily stand-ups that everybody writes at this point. And hopefully you actually go in and mark an emoji to say that you've read each person's. And other than that, it's any kind of project management tool that you can use and keep that at a link that people can find, like Google. Google Tables is in beta in the US, but it's not available outside of the US. Anything else like that, keep it in a place that people can find. And I think that's the most important part, so that you don't have to keep answering questions with other people about what's going on.
I see. Yeah, it's cool. So, the who decided the any kind of tools your company employed should be used? Should use for improving your work. Who decided to who decide what kind of tools you guys should use?
That's a great question. I think there could probably be more direction from above on what we're using right now, because Stripe is a startup and we move very quickly. It differs a lot by org, to be honest. Non-technical teams are often using Google Sheets a ton. More technical teams might use GitHub a little bit more. Honestly, it's probably about half like security reasons what we can and can't use, and it's whoever the most organized person is. So if you're the most organized person and you can put it into something, other people, I can guarantee you, will copy whatever template you have set up.
Yeah, right. I see. So, yeah, I wanted to ask you that's right. Your answer. So there's lots of company have the any regulations to use the any tools such as open source software or some free tools or something like that. So it's hard to decide. If we use the for example, if we use the Slack, it's but don't use Slack for free. Need to get the enterprise license sometimes. So yeah. But I like the startup culture, the pro lightweight works. to decide something more
Mhm.
than the huge company such
Yes.
as mm, yeah, right,
Such as bigger
yeah,
companies,
yeah,
yeah, and
yeah,
I
yeah,
and I mean,
mhm,
even at Stripe, this is because this is something I care a lot about. I
yeah,
push very strongly for a
mhm,
project management tool
yeah,
because
yeah,
I
yeah,
know that as we grow, it's not going
mhm,
to work what we're doing now when we get to,
yeah.
5,000 people or whatever.
Hmm. Okay, I see. Thank you. And we get one more question. Yeah, how do you think about effect of forum? I feel so many developers will ask a forum before leading documentation, so we have to answer so many times some questions, same questions. Sorry.
That's fair. I mean, that is something that happens. It's always just like, are they reading the docs or not? I think one of
Mm-hmm,
the very lucky things about Stripe is that our docs have a very good reputation. So people
mm-hmm,
do often know to go there. But when you're stuck or when you can't figure out where to go, it's good to have a forum for that. Stripe was kind of using IRC. I think we might be thinking about something else kind of with what's going on with Freenode and everything. But essentially, I think from a community perspective, so now I'm answering this very much just from my community marketing perspective. The more people you have out in the community who are developers that can help answer these questions, the less of a burden it will be on you. So ideally, you can leverage that community. The other thing is also just things like bots that maybe can pop up and tell them, is this what you're looking for? I mean, it's a challenge, right? You write all these beautiful docs and you feel like nobody reads them, but hopefully, I guess what you're not seeing is all the questions people didn't ask. So there's a trade-off there.
I see. Okay, thank you. Okay, so thank you, Carol. You had a great session. Therefore, us, I believe that your session is very helpful for all of audiences involved in the developer marketing, developer advocacy, both. I believe that the for audiences, if you have any more questions for Carol, please post to Twitter or Orbis chat. That was hashtag the for Carol. I think the Carol will answer your questions after
Yes,
that.
please,
Right.
please feel free to reach out on Twitter. And
Yeah.
thank you so much for having me again.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you again, Carol. Thank you very much.
All right.
Yeah. See ya.
Bye.
Yes. Thank you. Oh, yes, thank you, everyone. It's the first keynote session by Carol. Next, about 10 minutes later, we provide the first sponsor session as a recording video. So please wait a moment. Thank you very much. See you again. Hey guys, I'm back again. Next, I'd like to show this present for you the sponsor session. It is recorded video. So of course you can watch the sponsor session in this slot, and also you can watch the sponsor session on the each sponsor booth. So first of all, in this track, Fuji would like to provide the first sponsor session by Hatena. So now I played. Wait a moment. Let me see. Okay, so okay. Let's watch the sponsor session presented by Hatena. Yep.
Hi, I'm Misa from the Hatena Macquarie team. Today, Hi, I'm Misa from the Hatena Macquarie team. Today, I'd like to talk about the Macquarie service and my position as a CRE on the Macquarie team. Macquarie is a server monitoring service developed in Japan. Getting started is super simple and does not require a lot of technical knowledge. All you have to do is install the agent on your target server and you are ready for monitoring in the cloud era. It lets you post any metric from your system and view those posted metrics with an intuitive UI UX. The product team can look at the Macquarie dashboards and communicate about future development and maintenance plans. For DevOps teams, Macquarie is more than just a server monitoring tool. It's also a communication tool that can help promote development. My role on the Macquarie team is CLE, which stands for Customer Reliability Engineer. CLE's mission is maximize the value that customers get from using our products by providing technical support. My main responsibilities include customer success, technical support, and pre-sales. This is what my work ratio looks like. And we are taking on many other challenges to help our users utilize our products. The biggest advantage of CLE is that there is a dedicated engineer besides the product team whose KPI is the realization of users' objectives. CLE is an engineer just like the users of Macquarie, so we can understand how they are using Macquarie and exactly what they want to achieve with it. And through actual communication with users, we can encourage and offer users the best methods to meet those objectives. We hear a lot of customers' voices through these activities, and we frequently feed it back to the product team. The product team will use it for product developments. This way, the improvement features will be used by users again, and we get new feedback again. By running this cycle quickly and continuously, we can build a healthy relationship between users and products. I believe that clearly define and promote these activities within the organization is the significance of theory's presence on the team. We are looking for people to join us. I think such person would be a good fit for our team. The first is a person who is highly motivated to help users achieve their goals. The second is someone who can take an engineering approach to this. Third, people who enjoy changes in business phases and work. And finally, the person who can build a relationship of trust with users. This is a great job for anyone who wants to use their past experience as an engineer. I hope these people will consider being a CRE as their next career. For example, in the same way that you might think about being an engineering manager or a product manager, why not consider being a CRE? Please stop by our booth and let's talk about it. See you at the booth. Thank you.
Hey, sorry, maybe it doesn't work to play the video as a network issue or something like that. So, but just second, I like to the sponsor a movie, and we need to show the yes. Okay, please mind to note this 4 digits for register the prize challenge for lucky prize of this conference. You need the 4 companies secret code. One of them is here. This 4 digits. Please note and you please enter this code via http://tokyo-2021.devrel.net/swag. Yeah, please try to do that. Thank you very much, and thank you, Makaler, for sponsoring for your consideration. Okay, so okay, just a second. Okay, sorry, it's not good to work my computer, but anyway, I'd like to move to next. Okay, so first of all, I'd like to introduce the next MCs at my Debra community folks. Please welcome the Oda Show. Hey there.
Hi, Taji-san.
Hi. How's it going?
Yeah. So I'm a little nervous.
Why? Why? Well, let's have fun, right? So.
Yeah. It's fun.
Okay, so I'd like to move to next MC for you, and
Yes.
I believe that you will be processing your good facilitation for first session group 1, right?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, just in time. So now we get to start the group 1 session groups. So first of all, I think it's played attack movie, maybe, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so just a second. All right.
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, everyone. Thank you for joining at DevRelCon Tokyo 2021. This track is Fuji. We've got 3 great speakers coming up. Please tweet with the hashtag DevRelCon. If you have any questions, please post them in the YouTube chat. We'll also have a job board at DevRelCon Tokyo 2021. Recruit your friends from all over the world. Okay. We'll also have a sponsor booth in office. You can visit them in between sessions. Okay. In this session group, we have Ekaterina, Kevin, and Liz. Hi. Hi there.
Hello.
Hello.
Hi. Thank
Hey
you.
there.
Yeah. So let's. Thank you for joining here at DevRelCon Tokyo 2021 today. We can't wait to hear your session. How are you doing now, Ekaterina?
Oh, I'm great. It's early in the morning in Moscow now, but I'm really happy to be here, so that's great.
Yeah, thank you so much. And Kevin, how are you doing?
Doing all right. It was a hot day in Minneapolis today, but we'll take it since it's cold so much. So many other days of the year. But we're doing great over here. Thank you very much for having me.
Yeah, thank you very much. And Liz, how are you doing now?
Hi, I'm doing great. We had a hot one here in Atlanta, Georgia, over in the States as well today. But really, really excited to be here and hear from all the wonderful speakers.
Yeah. So yeah, I think we have a great speakers. Yeah. Okay. Thank you. So okay. Thanks. Let's get started with Ekaterina's session. Okay.
Sure.
Are you ready?
Yeah, I am.
Okay. Okay. Please share your slide.
Yeah, just a moment. So I'm starting now, right?
Okay, thank you. Let's get started with Ekaterina's session. Go ahead.
Hi, everyone. My name is Ekaterina Sherenkova, but you can also call me Kate. I'm the DevRel manager in data engineering in charge of events area. And today I'm going to tell you why does PC company need DevRel. Firstly, I'll give you a short overview of Russian tech market just to make sure that we are on the same page. Then we'll talk about our company, Data Brands, and how is it about IT. And then, of course, we'll talk about DevRel. So, last year was a year of crisis for everyone, but despite that, our tech economical segment showed a growth of about 3%. It's a quite huge growth. Also, other segments realized that it's essential to go tech to remain successful and develop their businesses. If we look on food tech and or e-grocery markets, we can see a significant growth. People lifestyles have changed, their habits have changed. Now we are okay with everyday delivery of food from restaurants or from groceries. So every business needed to go tech to find to meet the expectations of clients of all kinds. And of course, this growth caused a rising demand on IT specialists of all kinds. If we look on the IT specialist market, we can see that in 2018, there were about 80,000 .NET developers in Russia, and now I think this number should be much bigger. And normally, one developer can have about 3 job offers on average, and also companies are now looking for middle or senior developers rather than for junior ones, though middle and senior developers could handle this growth and really develop their systems. And now we are in the strong competition between other companies. If years ago there was a competition between companies in Russian market, last year showed us that it's okay to work remotely. And now we are in a competition with all over the world, and IT specialists can choose the best options for them for technologies, products, salaries, other working conditions, and this competition is really strong. And now IT market is growing, and companies that have some tech parts in their inside them understand that it's more important to keep their specialists than just to hire new ones. So they should create some strong brand, some strong HR brand. They should offer really good opportunities for IT specialists in Russia, and that's why DevRel is now rising here. And now let's talk about Dodo brands. Just give me a second. Why Dodo Brands is about IT and how it works. In general, Dodo Brands is a quick service restaurant business with IT part in it. Our mission is to reinvent QSR business with the help of technologies. That's the key point of our company, and now we are existing for 10 years. And we were founded in a little town in north of Russia. It's called Syktyvkar. But today we have more than 700 stores in 13 countries, and also have 3 brands. It's Dodo Pizza is our first brand, and now we also have 2 startups, Drinkits, it's coffee shops, and Donor 42. And our total sales per May were about $45 million. So we are growing really fast, and we really need a strong team to make this great story. What about IT? In our core, we have our own informational system. It's called Dodo IS, and it's literally the heart of our business. Dodo IS is ERP, client service, and restaurant management systems all in one. And it operates throughout every store that we have, and without it, it doesn't work. Like, our company doesn't work without our informational system. Now we have more than 12 million clients via stores, website, and mobile apps all over the world. Also, we have about 365 orders per minute as a record, and normally we have about 150 orders per minute. So our system is quite high loaded, and all the system is developed by more than 150 IT specialists of different kinds, .NET developers, data engineers, site reliability engineers, QAs, mobile engineers, etc. And we are very ambitious, and we are now, this 10 years showed us that we can grow fast, and we can meet expectations of our clients and franchisees all over the world. And today we are planning to make a great step. In 3 years, with our 3 brands, we want to show great marketing results and go for IPO. So for these great goals, we need a really strong team that can deliver this success. And here we come to my main part, the DevRel part. It's important not only to have the system, but also to attract people, to make them want to work with us, and to make them happy while they are working in Dodo. But first of all, I'd like to tell you about our DevRel approach. I know that in Russia we have slightly different understanding of how it may work. So it should be interesting, maybe. First of all, DevRel in Russia is more about tech PR and building up strong HR brand that attracts key audience. And in Dodo, it's not a part of HR department. We are separated, and this independence gives us opportunity to create a client-oriented system that is working on interests of our developers, and we are building a trust with each other, and this gives us a really good efficiency in working with IT specialists. So let me show you the system. It looks like we have kind of a customer journey map, but our customer is IT specialist. And first step of this map is IT brand. It's our goal is to create interest and awareness of our brand through social media, through different communities, building up different communities, through articles, public speeches, etc. In general, we are growing our own influencers inside the company that build up a community around themselves and attract people like them, attract the specialists that are interested to work with them. And then we're moving to IT hiring team. And here the goal is to create the best conditions and the best offers for our candidates, and to find those one who are with whom we are on the same page and we want to develop the same thing and grow the same. And also IT hiring is in charge of making this hiring process, the whole hiring process, flawless and nice, so that every candidate, even if he doesn't go to our company and then work with us, feels okay with it and is okay with our brand. And then there is a huge part, it's called HR. And these guys are in charge of every step that our IT specialists have during their working life in Dodo. So it's everything connected with motivational system, with salaries, with different events and all the stuff. And this whole process gives us a systematic view on how our client, our IT specialist, go from the very beginning when he just meets our brand till the end of our relationships, working relationships. But that's not all. The DevRel team is working on systematic things and building up a structured flow for the audience through our relations between specialists and the company. But also in our structure, we have people and process leads. And these guys are working inside IT teams and make sure that all that we are creating in DevRel team is working correctly, gives us feedback, sees that everything is working okay, solves the problems, and make everything work perfect. So this is how it works in Dodo. Now we are working like that for half a year. We are testing this new approach, and it gives us a really good results. But so far, it's hard to understand how good is it. But anyways, DevRel, of course, is not only about technologies and building up system of working with IT specialists, is always about people. And for us to focus on people's needs and their expectations, meet their expectations, and make their experience of working with Dodo the best. So for today, that's all. I was really happy to be here today, and it seems like it's first time when Russian company goes for this conference, so I'm really happy to be here. And if you have any questions, I will be happy to get acquainted with you. So here's my Facebook. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ekaterina. Not only was a unique title, but session was very enjoyable. If you have any question, for audience, if you have any questions, please feel free to ask them after third speaker's session is over. Please write in chat on YouTube. Okay, thank you again, Ekaterina.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Okay, next session, the second breakout session is by Kevin from Twilio. His session title is Teach Through Adventure, the Power of Story and Exploration. Okay, welcome, Kevin.
Hey, how's it going? Thanks for having me.
Yeah,
I really appreciate it.
Yeah, okay, it's okay. Okay, please share your slide.
Yes, I can definitely do that. So yeah, I am on the one monitor, so feel free, anybody, to pipe in and let me know if you can't see my slides or can't hear me at any point. But hopefully you can see what I'm sharing right now, and we'll go ahead and get started.
Okay.
All right, fantastic.
Is it correct? Yeah.
Yeah, I think so. Hopefully, if you're
Okay.
seeing the slides, then we are all set to go.
Okay, let's start the session,
All right.
Kevin.
All right, fantastic. We'll do. What is up, everybody? My name is Kevin Winnery, and I have the privilege of serving on the developer education team here at Twilio. So this is the team at Twilio that deals with our documentation and our developer enablement resources. And I lead a team, which I think is the most fun team to work on at Twilio, which is the Twilio Quest team. We work on the educational video game that we use as a developer education tool for developers that are just starting out in their career. And we also use it as a part of our live training program, which we call Superclass. So I would love to share with you some of those experiences that we've had with Twilio Quest, and would love to have a discussion with you after the sessions are over about how we do developer education and anything else that might be interesting from this session. And if in the chat, if some of you wanted to introduce yourselves, it would be great to see who we have in the audience. This is the part, if we were all together live in Japan, I might try to point out some folks in the crowd. But if you want to pipe in the chat and say hello and let me know where you're from, that would be great. I would love to see what faces we have in the crowd there. So during this session specifically, what I was hoping to do is to share some of the things we learned from building Twilio Quest. Building a desktop PC game to teach developers is not obviously a good idea, perhaps. So I wanted to dig into a little bit of how we got here and why we're doing what we're doing with Twilio Quest, share some of the results that we've seen over the years, and also hopefully tempt you to become a game developer yourself. We've actually very recently open sourced and opened up the tools that we use to build content for Twilio Quest, and we'd love it if some of you would try your hand at building Twilio Quest content as well. So when we started with Twilio Quest, we used it as a tool to deliver first-party training. And before Twilio, when I had delivered developer training, I used to do it in a very typical way, where you would have some slides, you would give a presentation, then there would be some hands-on code activities, then there would be more slides, and then some more code activities. And in doing it this way, I was not really satisfied with how what the experience was for the developers who came. Some of the content would be way too fast for some developers that were brand new to the topic being taught. But some developers who showed up actually were pretty advanced. They had pretty good fundamentals in the topic area I was teaching, and the content ended up being too slow for them. So being kind of a huge dork, the metaphor of a role-playing game stuck out to me as potentially useful for doing developer education, specifically in developer training. Because what if attendees of a training event could level up at a different pace? And if somebody came to a training event and completed 2 or 3 learning objectives because that's all they were ready to do, that's fantastic. And I wanted to support that type of attendee. If somebody was more advanced and they could make it through, 15, 20 learning objectives, I wanted to be able to support those types of students as well. So the idea of Twilio Quest kind of came about as a way to solve these problems. We presented all of the content of a developer training day in sort of a retro video game styled website where you could kind of choose your own adventure and say, I'm going to work on this topic first. And, in a self-directed way, you could kind of work through the Twilio video API or the voice API. And you could kind of pick whatever topic was most interesting to you and, get as far as you could get in that topic during the course of a training day with support from experts that were in the room facilitating the training. And if you were brand new, you could do just a little. If you were more advanced, you could do quite a lot. And to sort of incentivize folks and reward them for making progress through the content, we also added some light gamification elements where, when you completed a learning objective, you'd get a little item you could equip on a virtual avatar as you might in a real role-playing game. And this type of gamification of first-party training ended up working out pretty well. We had across our training events that we did, through the end of about 2018 to 2019, and then we also, use a similar system currently at Twilio. We maintain a pretty good customer satisfaction ranking with a +65 Net Promoter Score, which is a customer satisfaction metric we use to measure the outcome of a training event. So we felt like we got a lot of wins from doing training in this way. We were able to successfully support different experience levels. Learners could focus on the things that were most interesting to them. So if somebody came to one of our training events and really wanted to learn about Twilio Voice, they didn't have to go through a bunch of content about Twilio Video first necessarily. So putting the learner in the driver's seat ended up being a win. And what we discovered was something that I didn't really realize how powerful it would be initially, which is how much folks love fake internet points. We frequently would have the experience of, I would take Twilio Quest to Best Buy corporate headquarters. And Best Buy is a big box store, a retailer chain that's pretty big in the United States. And they wouldn't let us leave until they had completed the last objective in Twilio Quest to get, the special hat that finished off the outfit. So we were really pretty shocked at how motivating these, these fun little elements of the training could be. But there are some places where even this iteration of developer training came up short. It was gamified, but it wasn't really a game. It wasn't something that, like the Twilio Quest experience in the browser as we had it, wasn't something you would do because it was sort of intrinsically enjoyable. So I felt like that was something that we could improve on. We also noticed that people ended up being a little bit paralyzed by choice. There was so much content in Twilio Quest, it was difficult to know, where should I begin? What should I do next? And the learning path through the content wasn't always super clear. There was also some issues we had around the manual validation of completing some of these challenges and sort of automating, giving people points after they had completed some of these code challenges. And then if you've ever done live developer training before, you might have encountered the problem of getting local development environments set up. It just seemed like every time we went to a new training venue, we always spent the first hour and a half getting somebody's Eclipse instance set up so that they could do Java development, or troubleshooting something with the Twilio C# library, or installing the Node package or something along those lines. So there were some things that we wanted to address with shortcomings of this approach as well, which is kind of what inspired this current iteration of Twilio Quest, which is a downloadable PC game for Mac, Windows, and Linux. If you want to check it out, if you haven't already, you can go to twilio.com/quest/download, and you can download it for free on whatever your desktop platform is. And with this version of Twilio Quest, we really pushed in our chips on making this a game. We really wanted to start pushing in a direction where Twilio Quest was something that you would play just for fun. Like even if you didn't necessarily need to learn everything about Twilio or right away, it was something that you might do because you thought it was a good time. So we added elements like non-player characters that you could interact with aboard the Fog Owl, which is a cloud exploration vessel for exploring the game world, which we call the cloud. It's sort of an embodiment of the internet as a physical place that you could explore in a ship like this one. And we also added in some of the gamification elements that we had before. So, as you make progress in the game, you get items that you can equip on your avatar, because we definitely knew how powerful that could be as a motivator. So we definitely approached, got to the point where we made Twilio Quest something that we felt was very close to a game. But the other thing I wanted to address with this iteration of Twilio Quest was this paralysis of choice, and using the actual game aspect of Twilio Quest as a way to provide guardrails and direction through the content of the game. So in Twilio Quest, you'll notice that there are different environments that you can explore, where we put the player in some kind of virtual environment like you see here, and there's an obvious path forward, right? So the player has walls on either side, and the only way to make progress is to move forward. And within the game, the two primary ways that we expose like technical challenges and content is as laser barriers and chests. And chests kind of represent like optional content that you can explore if you want to, whereas like prerequisites and content that we want you to encounter in order to make forward progress through the content, those are sort of represented as these barriers that you actually have to clear before you can keep moving forward. So using those kind of building blocks, we were able to figure out how to use 2D space to communicate intent about how the content was supposed to be consumed. In places where the content is supposed to be more linear, we were able to create a more linear path. But when the content did branch out and have some areas for exploration, that's when we could actually use the physical space to communicate to the learner that you can actually go in one of many different directions. And in doing this, we found that we had some interesting ways that we could start to plan out our content. We could say, at the phase of building technical content where we're in a Google Doc and trying to write out, what is it that we're trying to teach, we can start to map out dependencies like, all right, we know that in order to use the Twilio API, to send a text message, say, which is one of the most popular features of the Twilio API, we know that you need to first sign up for a Twilio account. We know you need to then buy a telephone number that you can use to send outgoing text messages. And then from there, we want you to, then you could either make a phone call or you could send a text message. And there's some amount of flexibility there. So we could sort of model those, branching learning objectives using 2D space. So that was definitely something that we got as a win from bringing this learning experience to a PC game. But there are also a couple things that we ended up getting as a win that maybe we didn't even plan for when we started off on this journey. And that's the ability to sort of take away the local development environment setup and a lot of the manual code challenge validation that we had before. Within Twilio Quest, we actually have an embedded code editor that's built on the ACE editor, which is used in a lot of online coding tools. And this allowed us to actually ship a full development environment with a single download that was sort of pre-configured to do everything that we wanted to do in a training scenario. And because that we were running on, our software was actually running on the computer of the learner, we were able to do things like see if they had checked out a Git repository or see if a certain tool had been installed on their system. And being able to run the code for the educational experience in their local development environment allowed us to take away some of those setup steps, number one, and then number two, to just have the flexibility to see, that each student's development environment was set up and ready to go. And what we saw sort of over time with the, taking this experience from a gamified tutorial application or gamified website to an actual, downloadable PC game is, for our live training program, we saw a massive improvement in the amount of learning objectives that every user was able to get through because we were able to kind of take away some of that paralysis of choice and also enhance how we were able to, get their local development environment set up. We saw that at our live training events, people were completing almost twice as much content as they were in the same amount of time previously. So that ended up being a really huge win. And then the next space that we're starting to explore now is how we can use narrative momentum to create to compel people to complete content as well. So in the most recent iteration of Twilio Quest, there's a mission called the JavaScript Test Lab. And in the JavaScript Test Lab mission, you'll encounter a team of scientists in the Twilio Quest program that are experimenting on a rare element called ductypium. And as they're running these experiments, you'll have to go on some missions to help, find a missing password for one of the lasers that's being used in the experiment. But as science sometimes does, it goes awry. There's a major accident, and then you have to, learn the skills of JavaScript to reverse the accident and save the denizens of the lab. We also have another mission called the Mysteries of the Pythonic Temple, where you have to kind of find the research notes of an explorer that was researching the ancient lost city of Python. So these types of, positioning of the same technical content within the context of a story, in addition to being more fun to write and create, also showed massive improvements in engagement over what we were able to accomplish with just more traditional technical content, sort of laid out in a corridor format, like it was elsewhere in the game. About twice as much engagement we see with people who find these story-based missions. We've noticed that ends up being the thing that helps them penetrate really deep into the game and consume quite a lot of content. So these are some of the things that we've learned in building Twilio Quest. We've successfully, created a community, where, tens of thousands of players are encountering Twilio Quest every month and completing code challenges and maybe taking their first steps as a software developer using Twilio Quest. And what we're hoping to do is to open up these tools and start sharing these lessons with other people that are doing developer education. If you're looking for other ways to engage with your developer community to create content that's compelling, I would encourage you to check out the Twilio Quest authoring tools. And because I want to be sensitive to time, I was hoping to do a little bit of live code to show you how the extension authoring tools work. It looks like I might not have time to do that just today, but what I will leave you with is this documentation website, which is actually linked here on the next slide. If you go to twill.io/tqext docs, as it's shown here on the screen, that will actually take you to the documentation for how you can start to build Twilio Quest extensions yourself. And what I would suggest is watching this video walkthrough from my colleagues Ryan and Margaret to get a sense of how content authoring in Twilio Quest works. And you can actually use the production Twilio Quest game client to bring up the next version of the game, where you'll be able to insert your own content into Twilio Quest, and you can kind of see how all these pieces come together. You can look at how you edit the actual playable content and the visual structure of the maps. So I would definitely encourage you to check that out if you maybe wanted to take your first steps in game development or are looking for a unique way to engage with your developer community. So again, to wrap things up, would just encourage you to join us in the Twilio Quest Discord, which is that first link there, twill.io/TQ-Discord. That will bring you into our Discord community where you can talk to me and the rest of the development team about questions you might have about Twilio Quest content development. If you want to get started with the content development tools, I would recommend checking out that second link there. And Twilio actually has a major conference coming up in the fall. It's called Signal. And we're actually looking to showcase some great content that's built by other folks in the community. So there's a few other developer relations organizations that we've been working with to help showcase their content in Twilio Quest. And if you would like to be among those companies that is up on the big stage with us at Signal, talking about the amazing content you've built for Twilio Quest, definitely hit me up on Twitter. I'm at Kevin Winnery. I would love to see what you're building and help you get there as fast as you can. So I think it looks like we're gonna take questions at the end, kind of as a large group. So I'll save them for those, but I'll check out any questions that you have in the chat. So I'm ready to answer those. But with that, I think I'm gonna say thank you and turn it over to what is going to be a much more fun presentation. I'm already calling it from my colleague Liz Moy, talking about how to give amazing virtual demos. So I will toss it back over to you guys.
Okay, thank you, Kevin. I love games and I love Twilio Quest. Played with Daizen-san, who is evangelist at Twilio.
Yeah, Daizen's done a great job. He's starting to localize Twilio Quest in Japanese a little bit. So very excited to see that work.
Yeah. I heard it. So very exciting with me.
Fantastic. Glad to hear it.
Yeah, it was a very interesting session. For audience, if you have any questions, please feel free to ask them after the third speaker's session is over. Okay, thank you again, Kevin.
Yeah, you bet. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you again. Okay, next, the third breakout session is Reese from Twilio. Oh, next Twilio same? Great. So just like Kevin. Yeah, the title is her session is strategies, tech, and tips for delivering memorable virtual demos. Okay, welcome, Reese. Hi,
Hey,
Reese.
how's it going?
Yeah. So I'm looking forward to your session.
Well, thank you. I feel like Kevin really talked it up, so I hope that I can deliver on that. And Kevin is the work that he does with Twilio Quest is just incredible, and I feel like it already kind of gives you a good idea of like Twilio and what it's like there. So I'm excited to take a lot of the learnings that I've taken from him and other Twilions that I work with, and share some of that with you all today.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. Please share your slide.
Awesome.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Can you all see that okay?
Okay, I found it. Oh, is it right? Okay.
I wanted to share my code
Mm.
editor too, and I'm like worried now that maybe it's not going to share if I do it that way. Let me just try one more time.
Okay.
Okay, I think we're good to go now.
Okay, I found it. Yes.
Great. Okay.
Let's start the session. Yeah, Reese,
Okay, sounds
please,
good.
your session.
Thank you
Go
so
ahead.
much. Can you hear me okay? Oh, okay. Great. Hi, I'm Liz. I am really excited to talk with you a little bit today about some strategies and some tips on how you can give a really great demo, even as we're still doing them remote for however long we have to be doing that for. So my name is Liz. I'm a developer evangelist at Twilio, and I love talking to people about the work they're doing or what they're building. So please feel free to reach out to me if you'd like. I started at Twilio about a year ago, a little bit over a year ago. So a lot of the demos that I've been giving have been virtual. And I did just want to share this number and QR code. One of the big things that I like to do in my demos and in my talks is to get a lot of feedback and have a lot of interaction. And it might be kind of hard for me to check the YouTube chat. So if you want to share anything as we're going through this, please feel free to send a WhatsApp message, and I have it pulled up here, and I'll be checking it as we go along. So please interact with the demo as much as possible, and also feel free to ask questions and share any feedback that you have. So in this session, first, we're going to start out, and I'm going to do a live coding demo. And then after that, we'll do a little bit of a feedback regroup session and talk about what worked about it. And then we'll wrap up at the end by talking about some practical tips that you can take into your own demos, including some technical things and equipment that you might want to invest in so you can really go forward with some successful live demos. So we have something that we do at Twilio called the 5-minute demo. And so I'm going to do the 5-minute demo for you right now. As I'm doing it, please take notes of what you liked, what you didn't like, and then again, we'll regroup at the end and talk about it. Okay, so I am going to start this from the top like I would be doing if I was at a developer event. We're doing it online rather. Hi, my name is Liz, and I am a developer evangelist for Twilio. Twilio is a cloud communications platform, and it allows you to send SMS messages, WhatsApp messages, make phone calls, and even set up a whole contact center in the cloud. So we're just going to start today by looking at some of the basics of what you can do with Twilio and how to get started. So we're starting out here in the Twilio console, and you'll see that you have this account SID and an auth token, which sort of function like your username and your password. The easiest way to get up and running with Twilio is by buying a phone number. So we're going to do that together. So I'm going to go over here to all products and services, and I'm going to go ahead and click on that. And then I'm going to go down to phone numbers under Super Network, and we are going to buy one together. So it would be great if someone would mind letting me know via WhatsApp or the chat the area code of where they grew up. So if you could give me your area code, I'm going to try to buy a number in that area code. So let me check the chat here. It looks like we have Lauren is from the 256 area code. So I'm going to look and see if we've got any from there. And, you know, you'll see once they come up, we got some from Talladega, Alabama. So you'll see here that it kind of lets us know what the capabilities are. So this one has voice and SMS, which is great because that's what we need for what we're trying to do. So we'll go ahead and purchase this phone number. And then I'm just going to take us through what the console here looks like for the phone number. So you'll see there's this area where you can configure what you want to happen when a call comes into the number. And then there's an area where you can configure what happens when a message comes into the number. So this is what we're going to focus on first, because we're going to set it up so that when you text into this number, you will automatically get a text message sent back to you. So down where it says a message comes in, there's all these options. So if you're a programmer and you want to set up your own server and you want to write code, you could use the webhook. If you want to use one of our low code or serverless options, you could choose one of those too. We are going to use Twimlbins today. And Twiml is a markup language from Twilio. And it'll probably look a lot like other markup languages you may have seen before. Every piece of Twiml has to start with these response tags here. And then since we want a message to go back, we're going to use a message tag. And then I am just going to say something nice. And after this, we can save it. And it will also validate it for us down here. So it's kind of a nice feature. If I were to forget, you know, a forward slash or something like that, it would try and catch the error and help me out. So now I'm going to save this, and I need everybody to get their phones out. So please grab your phones now, because I'm going to need you to test this out and see if it's working yet. So grab those phones, open up your messages, and then I want you to send a message to 256-223-9932. Again, that's 256-223-9932. You can send your favorite emoji or what you're going to have for your next meal. And then go ahead and just drop an emoji or a little note in the chat when you get a text message back. All right. I got a text message back, so we know it works. So the next thing that we're going to do is we are going to write a little Python code to call you back based on what you just sent in. So I like to use Python. I also like to use JavaScript. I think we have 7 different SDKs now. So you got some options based on whatever you prefer to use. So I am just going to go ahead and get all of our credentials here. And then I'm going to get a list of all of the messages that you just sent in. All right, so we're going to get them to the number that we bought together, that beautiful Talladega number. And then I am going to go over that list of messages. And I'm going to see what you sent in just because I think that's fun. And then I'm going to call you back. So we'll do it using the client here. And then the call is going to go to your number. And then it's going to be from our number that we bought together. And then the last piece here is we just have to let the program know what we want it to do. And we could keep doing this in Python, but I'm just going to use TWIML again because it's nice and quick here. So we'll just create one called calls. Again, we'll start with those response tags. And then for this one, we're going to use a tag called say. And I think you can probably guess what it's going to do there. And then the last thing that I'm going to do here is I am going to dial out and connect us all to a conference line, which I just think is really cool because all you have to do is give it a name and it will spin it up for you. And it'll be almost like a little mini networking session that we've got going on here at DevRelCon Tokyo. All right, we got some valid voice TWIML. So I'm going to hit create on that. And then all we have to do is grab this URL and then paste it into our code here. All right, I think this is looking good. So let's go ahead and run it. All right, some messages coming in. If you your phone is ringing, feel free to go ahead and answer it. And you should hear the message and be able to hear everybody else on the line. All right, so that is the 5-minute demo. So normally what I like to do after I give a demo is I like to do a worked, not worked. And this is something that me and my colleagues do really frequently together, where we get feedback and we start out by talking about what we thought went well. And then we also talk about what maybe didn't go so well, what could have been improved, and maybe what we want to try for next time. So I wish we had enough time to do it together today. Since we are short on time, again, please feel free to WhatsApp me. Let me know what you thought. I would love to hear your thoughts on all of that. But we'll just dive in for now on the things that work about it and what I try to think about when I'm putting together a demo. So the number one thing that I try to start out with when I'm crafting a demo is thinking about really telling a story, thinking about the audience as a character in that story, and even sometimes the code or what we're trying to build as a character or a part of the narrative. And if you think about a story, often we run into a problem or there's something that we need to solve. we go through a journey together in order to get there. And then there's something exciting that happens at the end. So a big piece of this is audience interaction. And I think that when we're giving demos, when we're at home, when we're still doing everything virtually, that is one of the most difficult pieces, because when we are in a live room and there's all of that energy and all of that excitement, that really feeds a lot of just the audience engagement. And that's really hard to do when we're behind screens and we're not together. So I like to ask for things like, does someone want to share their area code, which, you know, is a bit of a regional option, but there's certainly other things that you can do based on whatever kind of demo you're giving. You could ask someone, it's kind of a silly one, but if you're doing something visual with design, you could ask for someone to share a color that they might want to make something, or a message that they might want to type. I've also had situations where I've asked if someone wanted to help do the demo, and that can be kind of fun if someone's willing to kind of actually get on screen and share their screen and maybe try something out. So you can get really creative with it. Timing is really critical. It's hard to keep everybody's attention. It's always hard to keep people's attention, but even more so right now. When I'm doing something like the 5-minute demo, I try to think of how can I get to where someone's getting that text message back as quickly as possible, while still making sure that, you know, I'm conveying all of the information that needs to be shared. And I think that also ending with something memorable, trying to find a note to end on where someone feels really empowered to go forward, or they feel really excited to go check it out themselves, can be quite powerful. Knowing your audience is super key. I think that in my day-to-day role, sometimes I'll be talking to incredibly technical audiences, people who are, you know, lifelong coders of 30 years. And then sometimes I'm working with people who are also, you know, incredibly technical, but they don't code at all, but they still kind of want to learn how to do something. And so fortunately now we're in a time where there's a lot of options for how you can go about doing a demo. So kind of knowing your audience, where they're located, or the kind of like level that they're at, can also really work in your favor. So when you're thinking about how to put the demo together, try to think about telling a story. Find creative ways to interact with the audience and show that you know them and that you care about the experience they're having. Also take timing into consideration as you're thinking about pacing and other elements of the demo. Okay, so we're gonna dive now into some more practical remote demo tips, which I really like because I feel like these are the ones that you can actually take and implement immediately into your demos. As I was putting this together and I was talking to other colleagues and they were helping work on it as well, we kind of kept saying this thing where we were like, there are no demo gods, but there is one, and their name is rehearsal. And if there is only one thing that I could share with you from the session today, it would be rehearse, rehearse, rehearse. And most importantly, rehearse how you plan to present, right? Because I am the most guilty of like sitting on the couch and thinking about what I want to say and being like, that's rehearsing, but it's unfortunately not. The best way to prepare yourself is really to get your whole setup set up, get your environment exactly the way that you need it, have everything in place, and rehearse exactly the way that you're going to do it in real time. Make your font size bigger. So this is important in person, but I think virtually it's even more important. You know, you saw how I kind of struggled with the screen sharing at the beginning. That's always a little bit awkward sometimes. There are things like that that are unavoidable, but I think that just knowing that people can actually see your screen, see your code editor, see what you're doing is going to help you have more confidence and alleviate some of those concerns. Always keep a backup. I'll show you in my Visual Studio Code, I have these other files just in case. I actually really think that debugging on the fly is a great way to engage the audience. And sometimes when you make a mistake, it's a really cool learning opportunity. So I think there's nothing wrong with making mistakes or demos not working. But occasionally you run into that situation where it's just not working and you know that you need to move on. And so to kind of avoid any sort of just wanting to end on a strong note, it's nice to have the backup to fall back on if needed. Checklists are immensely helpful. I think that, you can have sort of a checklist of all of the tech things that you need to have set up, and then anything that is related to whatever it is that you're presenting on. And I'm going to share a checklist with you at the end. I'll share a link with you, and you can feel free to copy that and work off of that to make your own. Okay, so some quick things on how to look and sound great. Get a external microphone if you can, and use headphones. Those are quick and easy ways to start sounding better and having better audio quality. On the checklist, I also have some recommendations on microphones that you can use. I would also recommend that if you are, I'm using Bluetooth headphones right now, but I always keep a spare set of headphones next to me just in case these die. If you can get your hands on a camera and a cam link to hook that up, that will immediately, bring up the quality of your video. But an external webcam is also a great option. I think as long as, you kind of have it in front of you, and you can see everything fully, see your face fully, that is great. And on the same note, improving your lighting, just making sure that you are not super backlit, which I know can be hard at certain times of the day. But if you can make sure that there's lights in front of you, facing you, and then if you are backlit, maybe trying to find something to cover that light up with. Cutting background noise is another thing that sometimes, you just can't help the dog barking or the construction outside. But there are some really amazing tools out there. I'm actually using one right now called crisp.ai that will do a lot of that work for you of kind of cutting out some of the background noise through an application. So that's something to try. And then as another reminder, rehearse, because you're always going to look and sound great when you feel confident about what you are saying. Okay, I think I am coming up on time here, so I'll try to keep the next couple slides quick. So some useful demo tools. When I made the number large on the screen, I used something called Alfred. It's a really helpful workflow tool, so highly recommend that. Cloak will hide your environment variable files. So if you want to keep those, hidden, don't want anybody to see your account credentials or things of that nature, that's a really good one. And it's a VS Code extension as well if you use Visual Studio Code. And then Reflector is a mirroring app, and that is really awesome. I've used that for demos and also for like tutorial videos that I've recorded. It's super slick and it's really easy to install. And it's good for, if you need to show like a mobile app or a text message or anything of that nature. So when you're presenting remote demos, just a couple of recap points. Make sure you rehearse. That's going to be your number one success tool for you. Do a tech check for yourself. And also when you're doing that tech check, also take a moment to review the checklist. And most importantly, have fun. So if you would like to copy the demo checklist that I have, you can find that at lizmoy.com/demo-checklist. And it also has some links to some of the tech that I mentioned earlier. But also, there's so many great resources out there. There's so many amazing streamers who are doing different sort of like recommendations. So it's really all about finding what's in your budget and what's right for you as well. Please feel free to connect with me if you'd like. I'd love to hear from you. And thank you so much for having me today.
Thank you. Okay. Thank you, Liz. I learned a lot about how present in an online environment, and so I enjoyed your great demo. Thank you.
Oh, I'm glad you enjoyed it. Thanks so much for having me.
Yeah, thank you so much. It was a very informative session. Okay. Please welcome Kevin and Ekaterina. Taiji. Okay.
Hello.
Hello.
Hi, Taiji. Thank you, Ekaterina,
Yeah.
Kevin, and Liz for a great session. Thank you again. So I would like to ask questions from the YouTube chat. Wait a moment.
Yes, the actually I picked up the some questions from the Twitter and YouTube lives. Okay, can I read it, Odasho?
Yeah, okay.
Yeah,
So,
first of all, the for Kate, it's all right. Yeah, it's not question the for Kate. It just comment for you. Someone said on Twitter the for Kate the very beneficial presentation to how to make what kind of organization this he make for collaborating with HR and IT branding in
Oh,
Russian pizza company to do pizza. I just comment for you.
thank
Yes,
you.
I also think about that. So it's a very unique approach to with pizza company. Yeah, so maybe it's the your experience, right?
yeah.
Yeah. Just a quick question for you. Has it been bring your company to get success in with these use cases?
Um, what? Excuse me. It's about the success of a company in DevRel or like in total.
Yeah. Uh, for Deborah.
For DevRel.
Mhm.
Now, this approach gave us a really good experience with growing the influencers. For example, we have a really great guy, mobile developer, who now has written a book, and this is like huge success for him and for our brand. Also, we are taking part in different conferences in Russia and abroad, and this really helps us to develop our brand. And actually, every time we are speaking of our brand in terms of technologies, is quite like interesting for everyone, because really, like, pizza brand and technologies, why, how does it work? So everyone is kind of surprised about it, and this is very interesting to show that our brand can make really interesting technologies for different spheres, and it works really good. Oh.
Oh, Taj having trouble?
Yeah, sorry, I traveled to maybe my network issue or the doesn't work my camera.
Yeah,
No,
it's okay.
listen, just my voice, right?
Okay.
Yes.
I said sorry, just yeah, camera. Sorry. That's it. Yeah. Thank you for answering my question, Kate.
Thank you.
Yeah. By the way, what do you think about that? The unique story for Team Twidio.
Yeah. I want to hear with.
Yeah, Kevin and Liz, what do you think about it when Cat the sessions?
Yeah, I mean, it was. I'm not super familiar with the company, but I'd be interested to learn more about kind of how you got connected with the company and what led you to start this particular role.
Yeah, I see it. Right. Okay, so the end next for Kevin, the okay, so the we couldn't find the question for your session, but we have any questions for you by the organizers, and did you have any trouble to make to request? And it means that I think that it's hard to maintain the game quality, therefore improving to request next version by next version.
Sure.
Right? Do you have any troubles? Did you have any troubles to improve your to request?
Yeah, it's been kind of an interesting technical challenge because I had been a web developer for a long time, but I'd never actually developed a game before. So, you know, the technologies like Phaser, which is the 2D game framework that we use for Twilio Quest, I'd never actually worked with that before. I've never tried to use, you know, a map editor and integrate that into an application like this before. And I'd also never like tried to ship an Electron desktop application before. So Electron is sort of the framework that we use to package up HTML, CSS, and JavaScript as a desktop app. It's the same technology that like Slack and Discord use for their desktop applications. So figuring out how to actually do that and go through like the arcane process of Windows code signing and getting the installer to execute without showing a scary error message. It was just a lot of new frontiers to explore in building it. So I think with just all the new technologies involved, that was a big part of the challenge. And also like there's kind of a difference that we're discovering between like making something that works and making something that's fun. And we think like we're on the right track there. But with our next release, like what we're hoping to do is take a lot of the learnings from like the user testing we've done and from the analytics data that we've uncovered and try to make Twilio Quest even more fun than it is right now, in addition to, you know, it being functional in that way.
I see. Thank you. So very interesting. I cannot imagine that how to make the game. I'm not a game creator. Yeah, so it's amazing. The pro Twitter cases. Yeah. Yeah. So by the way, the Kevin and Liz is the same team, developer voice team.
Yeah, we're under the same like larger team. Kevin definitely has like the most fun team out of all of our teams, I think. But I actually wanted to work at Twilio because I went to a super class and I played Twilio Quest and I was like, this company is really cool.
Yeah, all right, amazing company. Not only just SaaS company, so it's very you guys got success to use the gamification for IT services. I think it's very good use cases for other companies.
Potentially. Yeah, it's more just like I would say like the reason that, you know, I continue to get paid to work on something like Twilio Quest, which is something that is shocking to me. It's just largely because Twilio historically invests in just creating things that developers love, like whether it's events or pieces of software like Twilio Quest or you know, supporting communities. I think that's kind of been an important part of our developer relations program for sure.
Right, amazing, cool. Great. What do you think about that, Dasho? You playing the video game, right?
Later. So I bought PlayStation 5, Nintendo Switch, and recently I tried Ring Fit Adventure. So muscle training every day.
You should play Twilio Quest.
Yeah. I played it. So with Daizen-san from Twilio.
I know.
Yeah. In the community events. Yes, very fun and very easy to learning about Twilio and many languages. It's a great product, I think.
Right.
Actually, I didn't know that Twilio Quest is supporting for the any languages, including Japanese language.
Yeah, so that's a project that Daizen's been working on a little bit. Wow. There's actually sort of a development branch of Twilio Quest that he's been working on translating. But I imagine like those efforts to translate Twilio Quest will kind of start to pick up steam in the latter part of this year and into 2022. So we're would be looking at Japanese and possibly German and French as some of our first localization languages. And
Wow.
Portuguese as well. Like we actually have a large number of Brazilian developers that have been really excited about Twilio Quest. So I feel personally compelled to support them as well. So hopefully we'll start to see more of those languages in the latter half of this year and into next.
Wow, that's great. Yeah, great work. Yeah. Hey, Kate. What do you think about the gamification for your company?
Oh,
That was
I think
developed.
that's a great trend and it's amazing. I was really happy to hear the presentation of Kevin and to see how it works in Twilio. It was really interesting and that's just wow. Yeah.
Yeah, I understand that. Yeah. Sorry, Odasho. Please go ahead.
Yeah. So by the way, I found YouTube comments, YouTube chat for Ekaterina's question. Ekaterina, are you hiring only senior devs? Is all hiring done remotely?
Yeah, David, thank you for the question. We are hiring middle senior devs mostly, but also we're now starting looking for junior ones because we need to develop and we need some fresh blood and junior guys to come over. And hiring is remote. For those who are in Moscow, they are coming. In Russia, there is no lockdown now, so it's kind of different situation than in maybe different countries. So our offices are working and. Hiring is so you can come to to meet us in the office, but if you're not in Moscow, it's remote. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So in Tokyo, lockdown too. So our company on full remote working also.
Right. And I picked up some question for Liz. I think it's just my comment. First of all, I think the demo style presentation is awesome. I think I understand the kind of importance to have a kind of your session, such as live style, for developers. It's very effective, I think. As you mentioned me before your session, you wanted to have the real time communication as an interactive between the speakers and the audiences. Because of that, I guess that you have the demonstration live coding or something like that, right? But this kind of style, the broadcast style, is typically we have the time lag between the broadcast to studio tool like a StreamYard and YouTube Live or Twitch or something like that. So do you have any ideas to solve it, by the way?
Oh yeah, I mean, I think that there are definitely some people that are doing a great job of fielding stuff in chat, like in Twitch. It's pretty intuitive there. And yeah, I guess that's kind of what I was aiming to do with the WhatsApp thing. I'm also I'm doing a lot more demos internationally, which is really such a great experience, and it's really challenging me personally to try to think more globally and how to make things accessible. So yeah, the WhatsApp that I had was kind of an experiment in doing that. But I think actually there was a solutions engineer at Twilio who had something pretty cool. We have this contact center that you can set up. And so I think he did it for his Twitch stream where he would have like people's questions or comments, like if there was like a certain word in them or whatever, it would like come in through the contact center and like he could field it that way. So I'm sure there's tons of also like non-Twilio related ideas that exist out there. I feel like those are the ones that I tend to see most often, but probably some really cool proprietary thing that someone's built. So if you have done that, I want to hear about it. So let me know if you have.
All right, thank you. So actually, I have ever tried to make the application with Twilio API, and I made by simple application, and just to call and just answer automatically, something say hello and blah blah blah. So if we have that kind of demo on our sessions and real time. We sometimes want audience to hey audiences, please call this number, and you get the you got a voice message automatically. It's get success. It's just demo, but broadcast style it's hard a little bit to do that real time because of the we have the time lag the between here and the broadcast YouTube live or something like that. It's hard a little bit, I think. Yeah, but your session this time it's very great. Yeah, thank you.
Thanks. I'm glad you
And
enjoyed it.
Right. Yeah.
yeah, great. So I was IP telephony when IP telephony engineers era. So I can't demos using なんだ telephone. So it was very very useful to you.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, for sure. I suppose it was probably a little harder to do a live demo if you were using something that wasn't like Twilio, where you had to, configuring like a PBX is not as compelling as perhaps writing some Python code for sure.
Thank you.
But yeah, actually, me and Odasho, they used to be working the same company. Therefore, making the PBX or call center for enterprise.
That's awesome.
Yeah, the system integrator. Yeah, but so that we really understand it's how very useful the Twilio APIs for this kind of system. Yeah.
Awesome.
I'm strongly agree.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. So did you enjoy your session, Ekaterina?
Oh, it was amazing. Yeah, I'm happy to be here, and that was great. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you so much. And Kevin?
Yeah, it was fantastic being here. I hope one or two people watching this at some point will scratch the itch to become a game developer. I think like a lot of us got into programming because we really enjoyed playing games. I'm certainly one of those people. So if you've ever maybe thought about doing some game programming, maybe Twilio Quest will be your first foray into that space. So come join us in Discord. It'll be a good time.
Yeah, great. Okay, and Liz?
Yes, this was great. I loved hearing about what DevRel is like in Russia from Kate. That was incredibly informative. And I always love hearing from Kevin. He is just a creative tour de force. And on the note about game devs, before I go, I do a podcast where I talk to creative developers and all sorts of people. And I did one with a game developer. So if you need any more convincing to become a game developer, I would definitely say listen to that with Nicole and she is absolutely incredible. So thanks so much for having me today.
Yeah, very thanks again. Okay, thank you to all the audience who joined for this session. And thank you again to Ekaterina, Kevin, and Liz for your great session. I hope you enjoyed DevRelCon Tokyo 2021 after this. Okay, it's this group is done. So next session start is after 20 minutes. After 20 minutes.
Yes.
Okay.
Correct.
Thank you again. Yeah, speakers. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks again. Thanks for having
Thank you
us.
so much. Okay, so we broadcast about なんだ Next slide.
Yes.
Okay.
To next session, we will get start. We will start the next session as a sponsor session, and start at 20 minutes later. Yeah.
Yes.
Please wait a moment.
Yes.
Yep. Hi, welcome back. The DevRelCon Tokyo 2021. Are you having fun? This is Track Fuji. And next time, we present sponsor session for presented by Zoom. Please watch the sponsor session. And I'd like to announce again that you can watch the same sponsor videos at each sponsor booth. Zoom, Microsoft, Hatena, and please, if you missed the sponsor session, please visit each sponsor booth on Orbis, right? All right. So I'd like to let me share sponsor session. Okay.
Hi, everyone. I'm here today to talk about Zoom's evolving developer relations strategy as we ourselves have gone from app to developer platform. My name is Michael. I manage our partner support engineering team on our developer relations. Hi, everyone. I'm here today to talk about Zoom's evolving developer relations strategy as we ourselves have gone from app to Hi, everyone. I'm here today to talk about Zoom's evolving developer relations strategy as we ourselves have gone from app to developer platform. My name is Michael. I manage our partner support engineering team on our developer relations team. And the fundamental question of today has really been like the existential question of our developer relations team over the last year and a half, 2 years. And that is, how does developer relations change when your product itself becomes developer infrastructure, maybe in a way that it wasn't originally? And that's been kind of difficult, or it's required, intentional change on our side, because software products, Zoom is we're a software company. Like we build software applications, video conferencing. We build tools that do things really well. Because software products, they solve the problem that they were originally built for. Usually, right? But intended use of that software becomes this paradigm. It's this inertia of how we continue to design, build, market, and internally think about what these products are. And being on the front line on developer facing audiences, we've increasingly seen over the last year that people are not using Zoom to just meet with each other. They're using it to create and grow businesses, in many ways because they had to. And so as a developer relations team, our task is to understand, how do we engage with that change? It's required an entirely new developer relations strategy, what we measure, what we optimize for, what we're working towards. And it's also required just massive organizational change for teams that are not developer relations at Zoom. And we ourselves have been really intentional about identifying where are those moments of inertia? Where are we thinking about things maybe in a way that we have previously done? And where do we need to change as an organization? And changing your inertia has meant for us, it's meant elevating the API to a core feature of the product. Elevating the fact that there's a Zoom API to a core feature of the meeting, of the webinar, of the recording. And thinking about the product features, the features of a meeting, the features of cloud recording, thinking about those as themselves being buildable tools for a developer. And the change in developer relation strategy around this, has been to empower ourselves, like our team, as being an engine for new products and opportunities. As the developer-facing team on a new developer platform, we have given ourselves the permission and the energy to say, like, this is what we need to dramatically change. Here's what we need to improve to be able to meet the needs of this new intended use of our product. And this has meant not only just building developer products, but it's really it's meant actively working to change the way that you or we as an organization think about our products. And we see our value to developers as being like, our products are tools that you don't have to build yourself. You don't need to build scalable multi data center new architecture for video conferencing. We want to give you the tools to build on top of that to solve better problems than that's already been solved in our view. So how are we supposed to provide building blocks, though, for use cases that maybe we don't know exist yet? And the easy way to do this is really to say, like, okay, we're going to help people build Zoom for X. Like, we're going to say, you want to build Zoom to meet this gap in the market. But the better way to do this has been to just give them the infrastructure and the tools and see what developers want to build. Rather than saying, we're going to let you build Zoom for X, we're going to say, go build video experiences, and we're going to help you power that. And these changing developer paradigms have meant that people have been able to build with meetings using Zoom and new developer partnerships to help go to market, like build on the fact that a meeting can happen. Build the meeting app itself to say, we're going to use the SDK to just embed meetings in your own application, and the meeting happens in your own app. Increasingly building in the meeting itself, and with Zoom apps in our developer alpha, intended to use embedding third-party apps within Zoom. And then really this new one is just, we're going to let people just open up, build with Zoom's video infrastructure. And with our video SDK, that's really become increasingly that we want people to build fully customized video applications, but just built on top of our infrastructure. It's not Zoom, it's Zoom's infrastructure. And that's like a fundamental change in the way that we think about how the opportunity that we have for developer platforms. If you want to talk more about this, hop over to developers.zoom.us or find me on Twitter. I would love to talk more about the ways that developer relations changes as the company scales, and how we have scaled our team itself over the last year. Thank you very much for attending. I hope you have a great time at the rest of the conference. Thanks.
Hey, thank you, Zoom. And for audiences, you should get the 4-digit number on the screen. For getting your lucky prize the end of the conference, please enter the code 4-digit number via this URL http://tokyo-2021.devra.net/swag. Please try it. Right? Okay. Next, we have the session group 2, and after the 1 minute later. Okay, so let's have a fun. Thank you very much.
Hi, everyone.
Hello.
Hi.
Hello.
Hi.
I'm Ayumi, a member of DevRelCon Tokyo organization. Welcome to second round session in Fuji's track. Before starting the session, I want to tell you 3 important things. First, please feel free to ask your questions to speakers. If you are watching this on YouTube, please post your comments on chatting space. If you are watching this on Obis, please use Obis's chat room. You can find that at the bottom of your screen. Okay, second, job board. We set job board in the center of Obis, so please check the jobs, and of course you can add your company's job offers. And the last is the most important, sponsor booth. Please visit our sponsor booth, check their special messages, and win this pretty bear and buy a lottery.
Right.
Right. Okay, now I want to introduce our special speakers shortly in order. Hi, Amara.
Hi, how are you?
How are you? Amara Graham, head of developer experience at Camunda. How is it going today?
It's going great. It's somewhat late in my day, so my day is almost over, but I am very excited to be here.
Thank you. You might just finish the work and soon join this session, didn't you?
Say that again?
You might just finish your work and rush into this session, didn't you?
No, actually, it's 9 p.m. here, so I had time to work and have dinner and then come in and sit down and join these talks. So
good.
It worked out very well for me.
Thank you. And I saw you have a tea bottle, which is very familiar for me, Japanese, on your Twitter. Where did you get that?
The supermarket here, the grocery store here sells them. And then I also make a special trip to a large Korean supermarket, and they sell bigger bottles of different kinds of Japanese green tea. So when I saw this, the jasmine green tea, that's my favorite, I had to get it.
Oh, it's very interesting for me. And our next speaker is William Sayama Kinton, developer advocate at Cybers Inc. Hello, Wilson. Thank you for the interview session that time.
Yes, hello, Yumi-san. Hello, Taiji-san. Great to be here today.
Yeah, good.
How is it going today?
Yeah.
Today is going great. So I'm in Japan right now, so I've been joining in for the morning sessions and been joining in the Samurai channel, the Samurai sessions. Yeah, very great talks.
I saw your comment on from Samurai session. Thanks
yeah, I
so
tweet
much.
a lot. So.
Yeah.
Thanks. And last speaker is Ayana Yokota, developer advocate at JFrog. Hi, Ayana-san. How is it going today?
Good. How are you?
How are you? Thank you. Fine. Maybe is it better to call you Yokona?
I actually asked the same question. She said the preferred Ayana, right?
Yeah, it's up to you. But yeah, in Japan, I'm often called Yokona, but at such international events, I always ask people to call me Ayana. So yeah. Anyway.
Okay.
Thank you.
We will call you Ayana.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thanks. And maybe this is your first time to join DevRelCon as a speaker.
Right. This is my first time.
No, for Amara.
Oh.
I spoke at DevRelCon London, I guess a few years ago now. This pandemic year has thrown off my timing, so I don't always remember when I last spoke.
Right. Yeah, but actually she used to be IBM as a developer advocate, and the same team with me. Right. So in DevRelCon London, she talked the breakout session. the 2018, right? Maybe.
I believe so. Yeah, that sounds right.
Yeah. Anyway, I hope you all enjoy these speaker sessions. So, okay, I have to start the session soon. Bill-san, Yokono-san, please return backstage, your backstage once. Thank you.
Yep. See ya.
See ya.
Well, we will start the session from Amara at Commander. The title is Introducing a Technical Writing Style Guide from Scratch. Amara, are you ready?
I am, yes. Let me share my screen.
Okay, please begin your presentations.
Okay.
Please go ahead.
Fantastic. Thanks. So, like she said, my name is Amara Graham. I'm the head of developer experience. You can follow me at Miss Amara K on Twitter. And today I'm going to be talking to you about introducing a technical writing style guide from scratch. So I hope that in my time with you, you'll learn something new, or maybe you'll remember something that you've previously thought about, and you'll be really inspired to apply it today or tomorrow, depending on how late it is for you. So I like my talks to be really interactive. I know I've really struggled with virtual talks because of this, but I'm going to start with a few questions, if that's okay. So my first question is, does your company have a style guide? And maybe you're wondering what a style guide is. So I have a couple of hints for you. Maybe this could be brand guidelines. Maybe this is a media kit or logos. It could also be something like an editorial style guide that's maybe owned by your marketing team, or your user experience team might even have something that they would refer to as a style guide. So I'd like for you to take a second to think, does your company have a style guide today? And maybe what team owns that? And if you've seen it, or if you use it, or if you reference it often. Regardless of how you answer this question, I have another question for you. How about a technical writing style guide? And again, some hints here. This could be guidelines around how to write. So syntax and style, very similar to a coding style guide or coding requirements. If your position has you writing code in a specific way, it could be formatting tips. It could be things along those lines of how you write, maybe the voice that you use, or maybe not. Maybe you don't have one, or your company doesn't have one, or maybe you simply haven't seen it, or it's not something that directly applies to your job, or you think it's not something that directly applies to your job. My last question for you is, who is doing the writing at your company, or maybe even on your team? So this writing could be documentation, like technical documentation, what your users would use to understand your products and your tools. This could be blogs. This could be API references or white papers, a whole variety of content. And hopefully, as I was kind of listing off some of those things, maybe some of that is resonating with you. It falls under your developer relations team's umbrella of the work that they do. Maybe you're more developer marketing and your marketing team is responsible for those items. But really, I ask these questions to get you thinking about, who is writing content, who is writing technical documentation at your company. So as I'm going through the rest of my slides, you can kind of think, ooh, maybe these tips would apply to me. Maybe these are things that we should use. Maybe these are things that we should invest a little bit of more time into to understand, how they might benefit us. So that was the interactive session is over. I won't get you to answer questions or think that hard. Now you could just kind of sit back and absorb the knowledge. So for starters, let's talk a little bit about how your writers could be very different depending on the company that you're at, what you're trying to do. So you could have very different writers than other companies, whether you're a large company or a small company. And I think this is really important to consider because you want to meet writers where they are. So at Camunda, which is kind of what I've listed out here, this means working with our engineers on their writing. We did just hire our first technical writer. I'll talk more about that later. But I offer you this list or this set of lists to help you understand a little bit about where I'm coming from and why I'm making some of the recommendations that I'm making. So this is kind of a contrast between the engineers and what kind of what I would describe as a formal technical writer would be interested in, or what they would bring to the table. So our engineers, like I said, are writing our technical documentation today at Camunda. I did mention we have our first technical writer, but there's some key differences that I wanted to talk a little bit about. So if you've seen my talks before, I do tend to make some generalizations here and there. So this is definitely one of those cases. But I pulled these together more to get you thinking than to say, this is exactly what I think about these groups of people. So let's talk about this for a second. In the engineers column, I have a description that says, these folks are part-time, infrequent writers at best, which is a generalization, but it's largely quite true. Our engineers are going to want to spend the majority of their time writing code, maintaining code, maybe building pipelines, and they are going to write how to use that. They are going to write our technical documentation for our end users, but that's not their full-time job. They might write maybe a couple times a week, a couple times a month, at the end of the sprint or at the end of the iteration, or maybe at the end of the release. So my point here is that they're not writing every day. Their definition of done may or may not include documentation. And I know that this is a huge pain point at many companies. I would say that it is something that we need to discuss at Camunda, but it also impacts how your engineers are going to write, how they're going to treat writing, and the time and the care that they spend getting that writing done. And then I also added here, move fast, because engineers, particularly in an agile mindset, they are working really hard to get things out the door. They're working very hard to implement new and robust features for customers. And that's not always compatible with documentation. And it can be a point of tension with technical writers who, contrastly, are full-time writers. They are devoted to writing. They're often coming with a English background or a grammar background. They are very invested in the language that they're working with every day. Writing can happen for technical writers during design time development or during a code freeze. I mention this because engineers, like I mentioned, they may get to the documentation at the end of a release. They may be able to move something into a done state before documenting. Technical writers are largely not going to find that acceptable. The other thing that I wanted to mention is technical writers really enjoy accuracy and clarity. That's what I mean when I talk about them really loving the language and being really invested in language elements. They are grammarians at heart, and they want to be very exact in their writing and how they communicate, which, again, to contrast against engineers, moving fast may mean, let's get something working and then iterate on it. Not super acceptable in the technical writing sphere. So I mentioned our engineers are writing our documentation, and that's kind of our state that we're at today. We have one technical writer. There's no way that technical writer is going to be able to write everything at Camunda. But I do want to show kind of a future state of where I would like to get to at some point in the hopefully near future. So I want at Camunda to actually be able to enable any technical person at Camunda to write technical content. So this could be a developer advocate. We have an in-house consulting team. So I would love to be able to enable them, product managers, support engineers, and more technical individuals. But the key here is still that they're not full-time writers. And they're certainly not going to always be technical writers or even have a technical writing background. So again, they're going to be part-time infrequent writers. They're going to be writing tangential to their project work, and they're going to have competing priorities, which kind of sets the tone for how we want to communicate to them, how to write in a standardized, cohesive fashion. So I share this quote that I got from an engineer in my first few weeks at Camunda, and this was very exciting to me. Can I get a bulleted list of pointers to improve my writing? I was so excited. Part of my role is to standardize our documentation, and this was a great vote of confidence in the value that I could add at Camunda. So I said, of course I could provide a list of pointers. I can actually do that and much more. So this was great to hear, set the foundation, and really set me on a really successful course forward. So here's where I kind of broke down my to-do list based on that comment of, can I get a bulleted list of pointers to improve my writing? I really like lists. It's how my brain organizes thoughts best. So I'm going to share my list with you. So first, I want to pick an existing public technical writing style guide. And I will talk a little bit more about this in the next slide. But this is a really critical component because if you've seen a technical writing style guide, or if you're familiar with the style guide, they are quite lengthy, quite large. And for me as a individual person to sit down and write one and then hand that over to the engineering team would simply not work. Again, we're working with infrequent writers here who are trying to move very fast. They're trying to be very agile. So handing them over a very lengthy document and saying, here, go and learn this and apply this to your writing is probably not going to work out super well. So the second thing I wanted to do was find the most critical style issues and build a technical writing cheat sheet. And I describe this as a quick win. So if you look at your existing documentation or you look at your existing set of blogs today, are there consistent grammatical errors that you're making? Are there standardization issues? If you have a bulleted list, are you capitalizing the first word in some of your items? Are you adding punctuation at the end? I know I'm definitely like that. I definitely use inconsistent punctuation in a list all the time. And I've done enough reviews of people's writing, whether it's technical documentation or blogs or other pieces of content where I've seen similar things. So I said, that's something that I want to fix. Another thing that you can actually see in progress at Camunda's documentation today is we have some writers who really like using italics. And if you know anything about italics, they can be very hard to read. Slanted text in between your not slanted text, and it's hard to process. So if you look at most technical writing style guides, they will actually discourage the use of italics unless you really need to emphasize something. So I added that to our technical writing cheat sheet almost immediately because I wanted to break us of that habit of using italics. Next, I wanted to identify topics to expand out of the cheat sheet. So the cheat sheet is really something that I want to keep very small, something that I want to hand over to the engineering team and say, if you can master this, then if you have more in-depth questions and you have the time to search through the style guide, I would encourage them to do that once the style guide is built. But what are the topics that I need to go into more depth, maybe provide more examples, things like that. From there, I also want to be able to say, what could I add or potentially remove from the cheat sheet? What could I expand upon as well? So this could be product milestones, company priorities, something else that tells us we need to move beyond the cheat sheet. For me at Camunda, we kind of focused on our cloud products documentation first. So a lot of the terminology and things that we added first to the cheat sheet was specific to our cloud product and launching that. So that's what I mean by those milestones. Next, watch for gaps and inconsistency. Add those to the cheat sheet. So just like the second bullet, this is kind of the iteration on that. So as you're doing reviews, as you're working with engineers and they say things like, it would be great to have more information on how we reference version numbers. You can add that to the cheat sheet and then work to standardize on that. Build the technical writing style guide in sections. I kind of hinted at this when I said, identify certain topics to expand out. But the more gradual or the more iterative the process is, I think the easier it will be for folks to really kind of understand what you're doing and why, and help them learn that and include them in the process as well. Lastly, iterate. Which I, again, just hinted at. I'm like spoiling my own talk as I go through. So iteration, I think, is key here because you're going to get feedback from folks as they start to use the cheat sheet or as they start to use the style guide. And you want to be able to make sure that they feel included in this process and they have enough information to make those decisions that they need to make before you get to the review process. So ideally, the review is going to catch things that maybe the writer missed, not the bulk of the content or the bulk of the application to the style guide or the style guide cheat sheet. So yes, I am in fact asking you to use someone else's style guide initially. So just like you would follow a recipe, an existing public style guide is going to be critical to creating your own style guide. So I've listed 3 of the kind of big ones here from Google, Microsoft, and Apple. I just wanted to point out that at Camunda, we've actually looked to adopt Google's technical writing style guide. And some of that is to leverage not just the style guide and the consistent use of styling and language that Google has kind of promoted in an opinionated fashion. It's also to leverage the resources that are around that style guide as well. So I wanted to show you a little bit about what the technical writing cheat sheet looks like. So this is just a screenshot of what we have today. You'll see it's quite short, doesn't quite fit on a page, but you'll see we've got some tips in here on voice and capitalization, structuring sentences. We've got things around product names and terminology, how to use them, as well as some syntax and formatting around, how do you describe button names? If there's any folks who are UX minded in the audience, you'll probably understand things like, the button names. You have a verb and some sort of command. You want to make it really, really simple. We want to do that with writing as well. So this is what I delivered to that engineer who asked for a bulleted list. It covers the most critical pieces of our technical documentation and what I wanted to standardize and improve on. So if you heard me talking about italics earlier, you'll see that for button names, we like to use button names and titles, italics everywhere. I was suggesting that we use a bold text because it's easier to read. Which is why it got included here. And then you can also see at the top, we've got a link to Google's style guide. So anything not covered on this technical writing cheat sheet, we're able to direct folks to look there. So standardization is key. And I can't stress that more than I am in this talk. You want to standardize on language, syntax, and structure to reduce the onboarding for your maintainers, your writers, whether it's internal or external, and your readers, your developers, your customers. This is incredibly important because it makes reviews easier. It makes contributions easier. It allows you to spend more time focusing on your actual content and not going through and having to correct people's grammar and spelling or the way that they speak or talk about your products and your frameworks and your programming languages. The other thing that I wanted to stress that I actually remembered when Taji and I were talking in our our speaker interview was that localization is quite expensive, but if you choose language that doesn't translate well or maybe is confusing or misleading, you can actually contribute to a poor experience, and then your localization can be inaccurate. So that's not helpful to anyone. So what's next for Camunda? We want to start identifying sections to build out our technical writing style guide. We're going to make plans to move away from Google's technical writing style guide, but not before our engineers use those classes and workshops that I mentioned. So those resources that are available with Google's technical writing style guide. I actually got an email today from one of our engineering managers that he did an instructor-led class with Google's technical writing style guide resources and had tremendous feedback. So that was very exciting to hear. And as I mentioned before, we've hired our first technical writer at Camunda. So what can you do to get started? So I've walked you through kind of my thoughts and what I did and where we're at. So for you, I would say you need to pick that existing public technical writing style guide to follow, find those critical style issues, and build a technical writing cheat sheet, and then start to identify those topics that you want to expand out of the cheat sheet. So this list is a little bit more small, manageable. I hope this is what you focus on and take away from my talk. Then, of course, I would love to hear if you are looking to implement a technical writing style guide, if you're on your way to implementing that technical writing style guide, and yeah, tell me your plans. I also wanted to mention that we are hiring a cloud developer advocate remote to North America, EMEA, or APAC. So I'm pretty sure anyone listening at this point could potentially apply to that. I will tweet a link to the job description after I finish my talk here, if you'd like to get that. But thank you so much. I'm sad we're not all together in Japan and Tokyo, but I look forward to meeting everyone in person. But for now, we'll meet you online. Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation, Mara. I think it is very, very helpful for every IT company from startups to big enterprises. Thank you for sharing your knowledge.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Amara, please return your backstage once. And okay, let's move to the next speaker. Hi, Will-san.
Hi, Ayumi-san. Hi, everyone here. Fuji track.
Yeah. Okay, I introduce again about you. William at Cyborg Inc. brings the next session. The title is Curious Develop Strategies for Getting Developers to Grasp Your APIs. Are you ready?
Yeah, let me just get ready to share my screen.
Okay.
Let me see. All right, and please tell me if I'm sharing the right screen.
Yeah.
All right.
Okay, right. Please start your presentation. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you very much. Hi, everyone. I'm Will. It's a great honor to have the chance to talk today at DevRelCon today. So before we start anything, I just want to point out the goal for this talk. I work for a company that makes B2B software, and I do DevRel for that B2B software's API. And with that in mind, I'll be sharing my DevRel experiences in this talk. And this talk will probably be most beneficial for listeners who also do DevRel for B2B products. But I hope everyone enjoys it. And I hope that you'll learn something new, some new DevRel strategies that you can use, even if you're living outside of Japan. So while you're listening, if you can consider ways of localizing these strategies in your own region, that would be awesome. A light introduction about myself. I'm a Kintone developer advocate. at Saibozu, which is located in Japan. And I spent half of my life in the UK, which is where I get my accent from. You might have heard of Saibozu. It's actually where DevRelCon Tokyo 2019 was held. That's the picture of part of our office. And we'd love to see you again here at our office. Great. And I do developer advocacy for the product Kintone, which is one of the products that Saibozu makes. It's a no-code platform, and it allows business users, so not developers, business users, to build business applications, which are basically databases with drag and drop interfaces. But I do advocacy for the APIs that Kintone has, so like REST APIs for integrations and the JavaScript APIs for UI and UX customizations. So now that the intro is over, let's get into the DevRel strategies. So this is our DevRel team in Japan. It's quite a nice team, and obviously work on getting developers to use our Kintone APIs. And there are a number of ways we can do that, but we usually decide on these strategies based on a simple matrix that I'm going to introduce. We just named it the end user matrix. So the y-axis shows how experienced an end user is at coding. So the top being very professional, middle being good to a point where they can make prototypes, and the very bottom having no knowledge of coding. And the x-axis shows how much the end user knows about the product, with the far left being like not known at all. And we plot users on here. And ideally, you want your end users to sort of end up in the top right. And I've just called this the champion zone. You can call it whatever you like. And we try to get users into this zone. So popular strategies that you see are like hackathons and workshops. So if we plot these on the graph, you can see on the matrix, for example, hackathons probably target people around here. So people who have kind of heard of you about your product, but not that much, but they have a fairly good amount of developing skills. And you want to move these people more to the right by doing these hackathons, so closer to the champion zone. And same thing for workshops. They could be in this area, although it really depends on how you set up your workshops, and you're trying to pull them towards the champion zone, which is on the top right. So for whatever strategy we use, if it's pushing them towards that top right to the champion zone, where we want them to be like the champions of our product's APIs, then we're probably doing the right thing. And that's how we sort of do things at our team. And you can sort of compare this example with other activities, like your sales and marketing team are people who try to get people on the bottom left, and they try to shift them to the right. But they don't sort of shift people on the y-axis, which is the developer axis. They just get users to know more about your product. So what are some strategies that we can use? I scoped out 2 large strategies that we've been working on. The first I'd like to introduce is otaku targeting. Maybe some of us may know what otakus are, but I'll explain. I've screenshotted this from Wikipedia. So the term otaku is mostly equivalent to the word geek in English. So otaku means geek. And otaku used to only be used for people who were deep into Japanese subculture, but now, like anime and manga and stuff. But as Wikipedia states now, otaku can now relate to any fan of any particular theme, topic, hobby, or form of entertainment. So basically, if you're an otaku of something, you're someone with great knowledge and motivation for that thing, like an insect otaku or a history otaku. And I'm an otaku myself. I'm a manga otaku, or more specifically, I'm like a Shonen Jump manga otaku. So I just love talking about it and discussing it with people. I have a lot of knowledge on that as well. And so that's what it's like. So why are we targeting otakus? The thing is, there are otakus that do great creative activities. And some create music, some draw art, build robots, and generate video content and so on. And we believe those creators have the potential to become our end users who use the Kintone APIs. So we sort of see that otakus are basically in this sort of left area. So they know nothing about our product, but they have a good range of developing experience. And basically we want, as we've explained earlier, to bring these people to the right towards the champion zone. So what are the tactics we can use to pull these people to this area? You might have seen this from like Atsushi-san from Moongifts. Atsushi-san's talks. He talks a lot about tech mangas. I say tech doujinshis because it comes in the form of mangas and it also comes in the form of novels. This is something we've been working from a few years ago. And there are self-published books, and they're very short. They're like 20 pages or so. And these doujinshis are Kintone doujinshis. So Kintone, the product Kintone. And so they introduce how to use Kintone and how to use their APIs in various sort of scenarios. And you can see like a lot of these scenarios based on IoT. Not that Kintone is an IoT product, but we just try to target people in IoT as well. And we currently have around 11 doujinshis available. I did put a QR code there just in case you want to like scan them in, see some previews of them. This is an example. It's called the Bears Home Delivery Service, and it's a picture book that you can show to your kids that explains how to use Kintone's webhooks. And I just think that's just really, really cute. All right, so that's like getting ready for otaku activity. Other methods are like attending events to meet otakus. And a place where you're expected to meet otakus is a place like Comiket, which is like a Japanese version of the American Comic-Con. And it's a massive event which occurs twice a year with thousands of groups or circles hold booths, and they sell their like self-published mangas and novels and musics and games and so on. They're all called doujinshis. And companies can also hold booths there. And so we took the opportunity to do that. And this is really interesting. So we promoted Kintone at our booths and gave out our free Kintone tutorial books. We technically were not able to sell doujinshi because there seems to be a rule at Comiket that if you're a company holding a booth at Comiket, you're not allowed to sell doujinshis, but all the other non-company booths are allowed to sell doujinshis, which is, I don't know why that rule's there. So we gave out free technical like tutorial books out, and we were able to give out like 970 copies. And these Kintone tutorial books basically explained how to use Kintone in a Comiket circle group scenario. And around 2,000 people came in to answer a survey in exchange for swag. And we just asked a really simple question because we weren't really sure if developers existed in this community, but 30% of the people who answered our surveys considered themselves as developers, which was it was a higher number than we initially thought. So we'd like to visit Comiket in the future as well. Another event where you can meet otakus is the Tech Book Festival, or also known as Gijutsu Shoten in Japanese. And it's an event where people come to share technical knowledge through the form of, as you might have guessed, books. And we were allowed to sell our doujinshis there, thank God. And lots of technical otakus here because everyone's here to get more knowledge from other otakus by viewing their technical books. And this is our Saibozu booths, and the doujinshis are very, very, very cheap, like $2 American each. And people come to our booths, and they're able to like sort of look inside for free. This is a different conference, but you can see the pictures. They're looking at the books before buying them. This particularly is the open source conference, which is another great place where loads and loads of high-level developer otakus are there. Open source conference, as the name holds, it's an event where they hold seminars for open source related topics. Kinton isn't an open source, but if you sponsor the conference, you're free to like have a booth there and sell stuff which isn't related to open source. And the organizers were perfectly fine with that, and they even promoted it at their talks as well. So that was really great. Another really, really great event which is occurring like throughout the world is Maker Faire. So this is where various creator otakus are, and there are various sort of creations that are shown at these places, whether it be like robots or IoT, 3D printing, hacking, etc. So we held a booth there as well. We built some IoT games that were integrated with the Kinton software. So like the one in the middle, you know, like where in anime, I hope you know, like there is a swordsman who's so quick at unsheathing their sword that they're like really quick, you can't see their attack, but it still splits their enemy in half. Yeah, and I really love that, and otakus really love that. So we built a game based on that, where you do that action, and you can see the head of this little guy falling off after the cut. And basically we had people hands-on demoing these, and then we gave out the book, or the yellow book on the right side, you can see, which explained how we used it and explained that Kinton was in the background there, and got people interested into Kinton. Okay, so a little break here because I actually need a drink. All right. So remember the goal for this talk is for you to get an input of these strategies used in Japan, and whether you come from like America, Canada, or Australia, Europe, or Asia, or wherever you come from today, try to see if there are similar events around you where you can try something similar like this. You can always contact me on Twitter about it if you have any interest in, or if you can like tell me about any of those events in your regions. I'll be really interested to talk about it. So we've talked about otaku targeting on this end user matrix, and we've introduced how we can bring them closer to the champion zone. And where's another area we can work on where we can bring people to the champion zone? Well, there's actually this part. And this is actually what we call customer coding level up. Yes, you've heard that correctly. It's leveling up the coding skills of your customers, like customers who've actually bought your product. So this is for B2B companies especially. But this might be quite unique to Kinton because it is a no-code, low-code product. But remember how the sales team are bringing in like end users on the bottom left to the right, and they're basically customers are situated on the bottom right here. And these customers are non-coders. You can use Kinton perfectly fine without coding. If you want to fill around with the UI or the UX, you can make changes by applying JavaScript files to Kinton. It's one of the features that Kinton has. And very motivational customers who want to improve how like productivity inside their company, and they want everyone to use Kinton. They have high motivation of customizing the UI UX of Kinton to learn about Kinton APIs. So after we realized that there was this need from customers to learn coding, we made changes to our developer website. So this is, I know it's all in Japanese, I'll translate it. We have our tutorial menu here, and this translates to these menus, which you definitely see on like other developer websites as well. The interesting thing is the second option here actually says intro to JavaScript, like learning the language JavaScript on a product API site. And through this menu, you get to learn the basics of JavaScript. Like this particular article that I'm showing, it shows you how to use arrays and it's explaining what it is and how to call them. And like really, we have articles in our developer site that guide you through really basic JavaScript stuff like variables and loops and functions. And we do go into like secure coding guidelines as well. And these menus are specifically for those customers who want to start learning to code. And we have a YouTube channel. Everyone has YouTube channels now, but we include like what is use strict and what are immediately invoked function expressions. So we bring the basics in these channels as well. But you can't learn everything online. There's probably like on documentation. So we host coding workshops as well for our customers. So these are Kintone customers who have never coded before, and they have high motivation to change things. And these people come to learn coding so that they'll be able to use Kintone APIs in the future. And we build these workshop steps that they can take to reach their goal. And these are people who don't know anything. They're like, they don't know that Java and JavaScript are as different as like ham and hamster. They don't know the difference, but we tell them that there is a large difference there. We start off with very basic JavaScript and work our way up. And in the end, customers are able to implement these simple JavaScript customizations into their Kintone platforms. Like, for example, like when they're entering text into, entering new data into their database, they can restrict fields in their form so they can't be edited. And that's the sort of JavaScript that they'll be able to work on. And once these customers complete these workshops, they're able to join the Mokumoku Kai, which is a term used in Japan. It's a silent get-together where people work on their own projects or revise on past materials that they've worked on, like the DevCamp materials. And these groups are nice because they show that the customer is not alone, and there are other people thinking the same thing, that they want to learn JavaScript from scratch. And there are very similar people like them. And obviously the dev team are there as mentors to help out when in need. The last interesting thing I want to introduce is the fact that Saibozu is also leveling up the coding skills of our sales team. So we do the sort of DevCamp materials that we help with the customers with the sales team as well. And the sales team can basically, as it says, the sales team get much better understanding about the scalability of the product when APIs are involved. And it also helps the sales team advising like customers who have motivation to code to join these dev camps. As long as they join the dev camps, they get to learn the basics, which is like really essential when you're trying to code. So going to the end here, just as a wrap up, if you remember the goal of this talk, I hope you'll be able to relate these strategies to your own regions and products. This is the end user matrix that we went through, bringing otakus and customers closer to the top right, to the champion zone. And we went through otaku targeting, which is basically getting involved in otaku events and having the resources like the doujinshis or whatever to share at those events. And the other thing we introduced was the customer coding level up, which is teaching the basics. Might only work for certain companies, but this is what we did. So this is what we do in Japan. We haven't localized it that much in our global activities yet. We are looking for people to join our team. If you're an otaku, if you can access that QR code, join our team so you can localize these strategies for the global market. And we're specifically working in the United States right now, and it'll be great to see you there. And if you can share this with other people, that'd be great. All right, and that'll be the end. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Wilson. Oh, okay. Thank you, Wilson, thank you for your presentation. I understand there are many doors to join Kintone's API world.
Yes, there are. Yes, you can be an expert, you can be a beginner, but there are all sort of ways that you can learn.
Yeah, thank you. Okay, please return to your backstage once. Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye. Okay, I will introduce our last speaker in this second round at Fuji track. Ayana-san, hi. Okay, I will introduce you. Ayana at JFrog brings the last presentation in this round. The title is Localization Beyond Translation. Ayana-san, are you ready?
Yes, I am.
Okay, please begin your presentation.
Yep, let me share my screen. Oops. Can you see the presentation?
Good.
Thank you. So
Please
let's
go
start.
ahead.
Thanks. Yeah, hello. Today I'm going to talk about localization. I will share several tips for people who are struggling with attracting the Japanese developers. First, let me introduce myself briefly. I am Ayana Yokota, a developer advocate at JFrog. Now I am living in Kyoto with a lovely robot, as you see in the picture. Now I am a developer advocate, but before joining JFrog, I was a backend software engineer. The companies I belong to have totally different industries, sizes, and cultures. Also, I organize 2 Java communities. So this talk is based on such various experience of myself. As I said, the topic of this presentation is localization, especially localization of English-based content for the Japanese developers will be talked about. I guess you attending this conference know localization takes much time and energy. Moreover, in Japan, it is harder because there is a unique culture, and the more important thing is people don't want to read lots of English. They don't like dealing with lots of materials in English. Me either. Therefore, if you want to offer some information to the Japanese community, localization is inevitable. Then, when you localize something, what do you do? As you know, it is not just translation. Do you know what I mean? Localization is more complicated than simple translation. You don't just change the language of contents, but also have to care much more things. So now I will introduce 3 tips I learned through my past activities. So before that, look at these common errors. People tend to say, "Oh, we want many people to read our awesome articles, so let's translate everything." Or, "We don't have enough time, so don't localize. Read in English." It is clear that the problem of the first one is, of course, huge cost and time. However, doing nothing, like the second line, is not a good solution. If you do so, you should miss a lot of chances. To avoid these practices, what can you do better? Actually, the answer is quite simple. Choose your contents. The first approach is to filter your contents by type. Is it a manual, user guide, press release, blog article, or post on social media? There are a lot of types of materials you usually publish, right? Perhaps you think, then let's start with manuals. This is kind of so unofficial, so official, and used for a long time. Yeah, that's why it's the most important. Of course, many people access to our manuals, but my recommendation is different. Through my daily work, I came to suppose that localization of kind of fresh materials such as PR things and posts on blogs or social media is more effective. Why? Yeah, as compared in this slide, usually manuals have a lot of pages and they are updated so fast, so frequently. That's why it's very hard to keep up to date. Also, they are written with simple expressions, right? For example, click here, press the button, choose from list, like that. There is no nuance, no tricky idioms, or no literally phrases, right? So it's easy to read, and automatic translation, like Google Translation, can work accurately. In addition, manuals are read when users want. This is a very important point. So they can read just because they need information. They need and they read. So they themselves make an effort to grab what they want. In short, localization of manuals is not so reasonable. It takes costs, but it's not so effective, in my opinion. On the other hand, on the right side of slides, press releases, blogs, and social media posts, and so on, are opposite. The most important thing is these materials may not be what users want. However, you would like them to read. Do you get what I mean? Where motivation to read comes from is different. Then you yourself should make an effort to attract them. Imagine who looks at a document written in an unfamiliar language, though he or she is not looking for it. If you don't them to miss your great contents, what you should do is to catch their first glance. To do so, localization is necessary. In terms of filter, there is another way. Think about topics. For example, I always talk or write about DevOps at JFrag. As you know, DevOps is a hot topic in the US, Europe, Japan, and many other areas as well. However, the level, I mean, how many people know or how much they know about DevOps is different in Japan. It is still new concept. DevOps is still not common here. So the basic contents are quite popular. Even though if we offer only high-level things, what happens? Yeah, quite simple. Users are not satisfied. So to choose what localized topics cannot be ignored, of course. Actually, this practice requires cultural perspectives. If you are not familiar with Japan, you may have to ask somebody to help. But still, it's reasonable to implement. So let's move to the next. After joining JFrag, I realized LinkedIn is very, very popular in many countries other than Japan. I was asked to share some info on LinkedIn so many times. And every time I say, in Japan, few people are watching LinkedIn. Yeah, unfortunately, that's the truth. LinkedIn is not so used in Japan as this graph says. Look at the first blue rectangle here. This shows how many Japanese people use LinkedIn. Very small, isn't it? To compare, I put same info of Instagram and Facebook. But still fewer, but LinkedIn is totally few. It has small population. Yeah, needless to say, social media is essential at present. Everybody uses, everybody spread info on social media, right? So it is important to understand the feature of how people use them. This approach also needs cultural points of view, but to some extent, you can imagine by using stats. I'm sure nobody put efforts to LinkedIn after looking at the graph I showed, this one, right? Don't you think so? The numbers never tell a lie. So there are lots of statistics we can access. So we can get hints from such numbers. And the important thing is throw away your assumption about social media usage. Next, well, these are the last cases I will show you today. These errors also often happen. For example, I tried to localize, but it is under review forever. It's not completed. Never, ever. Or, yes, it's done. Let's release right now. These patterns have a problem about the timing. Thinking about when to publish is also important. Now, do you think it is a too basic lesson? But for instance, imagine you are planning to release localized article for Japan. What happens if a person who translated it, sorry, let me try again. What happens if a person who created the page and a person who manages the schedule are in different time zones? Yeah, of course, it takes much time to complete it, and you tend to forget good time to offer the finalized article. As a result, you may broadcast the article which was created 5 months ago, maybe. Or you can open it when the Japanese people are sleeping. Actually, it sometimes does happen to me still now, even though I strongly recommend you to avoid it now. So it looks simple and easy, but it's not. Anyway, never forget to consider the timing. Decide the deadline and set the timer. Well, it's time to wrap up. So to sum up, today I was talking about what, where, and when to localize. Filter contents, choose the platform lots of people are using, and select the best timing. If you think about these 3 points, you will be able to prioritize your tasks and localize your great contents efficiently and effectively. And I said localization is not just translation, but I never say translation is not important. The quality of translation cannot be ignored. It can spoil all your effects. So, of course, we cannot ignore this. But today I focused on things other than translation. I hope you get some ideas you can use from now on. So that's it. Thank you very much for attending.
Thank you, Ayana-san. I do think all advocate and promoter and PR person in Japan who is trying to localize their services should watch this presentation.
Right.
Thanks. All right. Now please come up to the stage again, Will-san, Amara, Taiji-san.
Hiya.
Okay, thank you so much for your fantastic presentations. And this time we got some comments from YouTube. I want to introduce some of those. From Oliver, all my writing probably. This is maybe a comment to Amara.
I wonder if Rin was talking about when I mentioned inconsistencies. Since we work together, actually, I manage Rin. I wonder if that's what they were mentioning, was that they are potentially an inconsistent stylistic writer. And I mean, we all are. I said the same thing too, right? That sometimes I make lists, I don't put a punctuation at the end, or sometimes I do, sometimes I interchange them. That's really challenging to read and to look at. And I acknowledge that I need to do better at catching that and correcting it.
I see. Yeah, you guys are the same team, that your colleagues.
Yes. So I'm the head of developer experience, and Rin is in charge of our contributor experience.
Wow.
Yeah.
Great.
And we have one more comment from YouTube. I will show. Yep. I used to do develop at My Little Pony conventions. What is My Little Pony
So
conventions?
it's My Little Pony. It's My Little Pony. Now to explain it. If you Google My Little Pony, you'll get the cute little ponies. I've never been to the My Little Pony conventions. But I have seen the pictures, and I'm sure they're like great creators in there. So Melody, yeah, they have a good point of doing DevRel there. I think there's a good chance of getting people interested. It's really nice.
Is it some kind of otaku culture?
I would say, yeah, it is.
Actually, I didn't know that. So, and on backstage during you guys' session, me and Ayumi talking about what is this, the Little Pony conventions? We don't know that. So I searched that. I find some pictures on the by Google. So that's kind of the like a cosplay, and any conventions, and events, conference. I'm not sure.
Fun event.
Fun event.
Well, I believe the My Little Pony convention is geared towards cosplay. If I'm correct. Yeah.
Right. Yeah.
Looks like it anyway.
Yeah. Interesting.
Right. And actually, I have a question to Amara. I wish I had a technical style guide, because I sometimes write press releases about our software which our company provides. But sometimes engineers, marketers, they are talking about different things in same word. So I have to organize that many words and understand what that means before I'm starting writing press releases. So
yes.
I want to ask you, when did you feel to need the style technical writing style guide the first time?
So that's a very, very good question, and I think you have a very difficult job to organize those words and to understand what needs to be said in a press release. So I think that is incredible, especially when you're working in different languages and trying to understand the terminology. For me, it was quite easy at Camunda. We did not have a style guide. And I have a engineering and development background. I don't have a background in writing. So when I read something and I can tell that multiple people have written a particular piece of content, or I can see that there's inconsistencies, I know that that's going to really bother people who do pick up on those things, or who are maybe reading English and it's not their first language, or it's not their native language, and they might be trying to translate things in their head. I want to lower the barriers of entry for people, for anyone who reads our documentation. So I understood very quickly that we were going to need to introduce a style guide, but also work with the rest of the people in the company to standardize on particular language and terms that we use. So a really great example is our marketing team uses the word hotfix for making release changes to our customers, making a change to our product very quickly, and providing that as part of a support contract. When I asked our VP of engineering, what that meant to him, he said, we have no concept of hot fixes in engineering. We only make changes with patches. Well, hotfix and patch are two very different words, and they have different meanings depending on who you talk to. So I understand marketing's goals are potentially to capture a certain share of voice or a certain keyword for search engine optimization. But for me and for engineering, we want to be very authentic and very straightforward with the terms that we use, because we know that those are potentially different things. So I am working internally to help teams understand that and help teams understand that you can have different goals, but particularly when we talk about releasing something externally, we know people are going to need to translate it, whether it's a translation that we provide for localization, or they go to Google Translate, or they have another tool that they use. We need to be careful about the words that we use, because they might mean something different.
Thanks, I see. Any comment? Because you looks very yes.
Oh, myself?
Yeah.
Oh yeah. I was just wondering if you had any sort of conversations with the engineering team when they bring out like patches or whatever hotfixes, and you try to document that as like, well, you like, this is a hotfix, or this is a patch, or this is something like that's being fixed. But then they get back to you saying, no, please document it as a feature update, because technically it is.
Right, and
you sort of, yeah.
You're hinting at, you know, the tension that exists between different teams and the communication styles and what they want to talk about. I haven't run into that so much at Camunda, but the other companies that I've been at, you will occasionally have a product manager step in and say, you know, oh no, we can't say that this is a security fix. This is a feature enhancement or something that sounds a little bit more positive or a little bit more pleasant and marketable. And that's not to say that that's misleading, but again, I go back to developer relations and developer experience. We want to give a very authentic message. And I would much rather say to a group of developers that we're releasing a security fix than, you know, making a feature more robust, because it means something different to them. And it's a more genuine message if we just say it's a security fix. They get it. They understand.
Agreed.
Yes, I also agree.
Right. Yeah, I'm very interesting. The U3, the speakers U3, also the you guys send the same messages for audiences in these sessions about the localization. In Ayana's session, she mentioned that the translation is not important for localization. It means the just translation is not localization. So the will also the comment on Twitter, I found it is the same comment for Ayana. So and Amalet in her session, so she also the commenting about the importance of the technical document that was localization or something like that, right? It's very interesting in this group. It's I don't think the I didn't know that you guys the same things providing for audiences. It's very interesting. Yeah,
I understand why you put us all together, because we did have a very, very similar message. And actually, I had a question, if that's okay. I wanted to ask if there was any particular tools that you could recommend for translating English to Japanese. Is Google Translate acceptable, or should we let the developers choose the tool that they want to use and let them do that auto translation?
Actually,
good question.
I have one recommendation. Do you know DeepL?
DeepL.
Have you heard DeepL?
I have not.
The spell is very simple. Deep L. This is kind of
DEEPL.
yeah, DEEPL.
I
This
just
is also a
using now.
translation tool, but I think it's kind of AI things too.
Yeah. Yes. Exactly.
Yeah. This
DeepL
it's
is
very
great.
natural. And even like blog articles or social media posts can be translated much better than Google Translate.
Okay. Thank you. I know from some of the artificial intelligence that I've worked with, they can get a little bit stuck on technical terms because it's jargon. It's very specific to a particular industry. And that's why I asked, is Google Translate acceptable? Is that okay? So this is interesting. I will definitely take a look at DeepL. Thank you.
Welcome.
Right, it's good questions. But sorry, go ahead.
Oh no, as I was just saying, translation is always really hard. We try to keep our sentences in English very short, as short as possible, because whatever translation tool you're using, the shorter the sentence, the more accurate it's going to be. But it's really hard to do that when you're writing technical documents.
Yeah, we have the often the mislead just machine translation. For example, the someone said American joke to translate just translate in Japanese, but doesn't make sense, right? So sometimes need to translate by manually, and some other jokes in Japanese, right?
Yeah.
It's a very typical sample, but it's very hard to translate English to Japanese. And so one more, I think the one more very bad experience is for kind of as Amara mentioned, the style guide and layout and fonts. It's very beautiful fonts and very beautiful styles, but sometimes not suit in Japanese double byte character such as Japanese. It's very difficult to use the good fonts on our documents, but to use it for with Japanese character, it's not good for layouting and designing.
Exactly.
So it's
and
very hard
where
to use.
To change lines is also difficult.
Right, exactly. Okay.
I want to know how does Ayano-san do when the font and layout doesn't match the Japanese website.
At our websites, actually, it's not still perfect, to be honest. Because,
thank you.
The width of English letters are thinner than Japanese letters. If we don't choose correct proper fonts, so it looks always to emphasize Japanese letters, but we don't. That is not what we want. So such things still happen to our environment. So I'm still wondering if how to achieve our goal. So we need style guides too, actually.
Yeah. Thanks. And we got one more question about technical writing. So I will show you this.
Okay.
What kind of tools do you use to review your technical writing? I use Grammarly, but it is not perfect for documents that include a lot of technical terminologies.
This is a good question. So I use Grammarly as well. It's not on our roadmap to look at right now, but we're actively going to look at different ways to automate our review process and look for tools that correct spelling and grammar, look for things like dead links, because all of that stuff is things that we can do with a review, but it creates that bottleneck to find a human to actually go through and read it. So I don't have a lot of great suggestions today. I do agree. I've seen Grammarly really struggle with technical phrasing and some of the language that I use when describing our products. And I think many tools are going to struggle with that as well. Just like I was mentioning with AI and translators, you have the ability on some of them to feed in a set of terms that are specific to your industry or your subject matter, which I think is great, and you can kind of retrain them on that. But at this point, I don't have any suggestions for different tools that I would use. But maybe in 2022, I can have another talk on the different tools that I would recommend.
Thanks. So, also I have a question to Bill-san. I want to know what kind of people are participating in the right bottom in the matrix.
What kind of people are participating in the bottom right of the matrix that we showed? So those are people who know the product but aren't technical. And it might be unique for the product that we're using, so you don't need to be technical to make full use of building business applications. But those are, in our terms, those are our customers who've already bought the product and they're already using Kintone within their company. And the people who want to move upwards are actually the people who are really motivational to change their company culture, change how productivity changes, to improve their productivity in their company. And one of the things that they can do is start learning JavaScript and applying those JavaScript codes to Kintone. It's just one of the methods that they have of improving their productivity. So those are the sort of people on the bottom right.
I see. Is there various ages and various
you mean the students, the freshmen, and the senior engineers? The overall range of the ages.
That's a really good question. From what I've seen, it's better if I can back it up with data. But from what I've seen, they're more in the younger ages, so like in the 20s or 30s, that come to the camps. But there are like older people who join the dev camps. But I think a majority are much younger. And I did say like that they're mostly people who don't code at all, but there are people in like the system administration, the IT department who like they've worked on networking, but they haven't worked on JavaScript before. So they have some sort of like advantage of IT, but it is very new to them.
Thank you. I see.
Yeah, well, I think it's your approach to increase number of champion is very awesome because of I have also the IBM Champion programs also, and other companies such as Twitter Champions, Microsoft MVPs, something like that, right? And as results in the actual, have you been getting to increase the number of champions by your approaches? Are you getting the increasing?
Oh, so are we getting?
Yeah. Getting.
Oh yeah. So yeah, we're getting quite a lot of people completing the dev camps, the workshops.
Yeah.
So
right.
We're giving out medals to them when they complete it. If they really like.
Great.
Well, so
yeah, I think that we have no more questions from the Twitter or YouTube Live or Office chat windows. And okay, so and I have last question. If you wrote so, for Ayanet, so you said you talked about the time differences, right? So do you have any experiences for getting the how to make localization with different time zones?
Yeah. I think my current situation. Yeah, it's hard. I mean, for example, when we publish localized blog articles, people in Japan translate the articles, and people in Israel will publish the pages. So if they publish the pages with their timing, it's always, they are always open when we are sleeping.
I see. Right. Yeah, like this situation, the we Fro is in Japan and just Amara in US. Then maybe is there the midnight?
It's almost 11.
Almost 11. Okay.
Yeah. So I understand it. I've looked at our data to see when people are hitting our documentation site, when they're viewing it, and I can see that we have users who are, the majority of them are in European time zones. So I know if I want to publish something new and exciting or to align it with a release, I should publish it before I go to bed so they wake up and they see it tomorrow morning and it's fresh and it's very exciting, because if I post it in, my morning or my afternoon, they may not see it until their next day. So it won't be quite as exciting because those time zones don't align as nicely.
I see. Yeah. Right. Thank you guys. And almost the time if we have anything about talking, so we'd like to bring this session group to a close, right? And so please go ahead, announce the Ayumi-san.
Okay. I think it was great time to sharing very helpful and meaningful information each other. Thank you for exciting presentation. Thank you again. Did you enjoy the session?
Yes, I did.
Yes. Great.
I'm glad to hear that. Okay, again, thank you so much for giving us exciting presentations. Please keep enjoying DevRelCon Tokyo 2021. Thank you. Now, the second round at Fuji track ended. Next session will start soon at Sakura track. The session title is Rebuilding Trust in the Government Through Open Source Governance by Haruseki, Code for Japan. Please move there. Thanks again. Please enjoy the rest of the conference.
Yep. Thank you very much.
Bye.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Sorry. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening. Thank you for joining. Thank you for joining at DevRelCon Tokyo 21. This track is Fuji. We've got 3 great speakers coming up. Please tweet with the hashtag DevRelCon. If you have any questions, please post them in the YouTube chat. Okay, we also have a job board at DevRelCon 2021. Recruit your friends from all over the world. We'll also have a sponsor booth in Orbis. You can visit them in between sessions. Okay, in this session group, we have Ibrahim, Adit, and Aya. Hello. Thank you for joining here at DevRelCon Tokyo 2021 today. So we can't wait to hear sessions. How are you doing now, Ibrahim?
Great, great. Here's in the first hours in the day, but I am great here.
Oh, first hours. Where are you? In
Brazil.
Morning?
It's 1 in the morning.
It's very first time on the day.
Almost true. Almost true.
Great, thank you again. So, Aditya, how are you doing now?
Absolutely lovely, and I have to say it's so great to have you as my MC again, especially since last time when we met at DevRel Asia. I'm doing absolutely lovely here, comfortable into the morning, about almost 10:30 a.m. So it's nice, good day here.
Good time, good day, good time.
Absolutely.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Hi, Aya. How are you doing?
Hi, I'm doing great. It's very nice weather in Tokyo, Japan, and I'm so happy to be here.
Mm-hmm. In Tokyo, now it's about 2 p.m. just very sleepy time.
Okay. After the
Okay, thank you so much. Okay, thanks. Let's get started with Ibrahim's session. Okay, the first of the breakout session for this group is Ibrahim from Nexus Journal. His session title is A Love Letter to DevRel. It's a very cool title. I like it. So, okay, let's start the session, Ibrahim. You share your slide?
Yes, I am sharing.
Oh, okay. I found it. Okay, Okay, let's begin to your session, please.
Sure. Well, thank you very much for having me speaking here in DevRelCon Tokyo. It's a pleasure to be here. My name is Ibrahim Cesar, and I'm talking from Brazil. It's 2 in the morning right now, and I pretend to present who I am, my own journey until now, my vision of DevRel as a developer, because I am not a DevRel. I think is a great opportunity to me to give back to this community that gave me so much. The love letter, and I want to address some concerns about creators economy and parasocial relationships because I care about all the DevRels that, helping me a lot along the way. I am a self-taught programmer. Right now, I am technology director at Nexo, which means I oversee 3 publications. We are a news media outlet company, and I mostly program and develop for the cloud. And it means a lot to me to bring attention to where I came from, because, well, it represents a lot of who I am and who is speaking with all of you. Brazil in the last Stack Overflow survey was only almost 3% of the people in the site, and in the DORA's State of DevOps, we as a continent, not the country Brazil, but the all South America continent, was only 2% of people heard in the DevOps community. So at the same time, you have a lot of developers, but we are kind of misrepresented in the long, in the great discussion about development and or ways to build and make better software. So my vision of DevRel, I think, is important. I disclosure what I see as DevRel, because as a developer and as a person that is not a DevRel per se, I must say I kind of have to calibrate out of you what I see as DevRel. I see as continuum. I see as multifaceted, very polyformic definition that spans a lot of people, paid or not, because I think there's a lot of great DevRels that works for the open source community, and or is a huge fan of framework and so on. And I think this quote speaks a lot to me. Is from Guido van Rossum, the creator of the Python language. He's talking about what's a master. He's surprised by Python all the time. Why I bring this quote right now? Because I think this is exactly how I see the role of a DevRel. They help other programmers, fellow programmers, because a lot of DevRels, I think, started in the field just by passion, and to surprise others and discover new use case. So I see DevRel as kind of, the person with the light in the front of the darkness, and we are exploring the, ways to build things. So my love letter. Why I decide to write a love letter? Because of several points of reflections I had along the way in the last year. I started to look about in the moment I was professionally and what I learned along the years. And since I am in a management position, I was thinking a lot about how to develop my own team and they become better in what they do. So the first thing I started to think is, I always define myself as self-taught, but this is not really self-taught. Is because, I did not, check the source code or the assembly code. I, pick up some post here, some tweet there, some, presentation. And I keep thinking a lot about how we get this knowledge by the community and how many people are involved in this process. Is sometimes we didn't know it exists. I bring this quote by the late author Dave Foster Wallace. He in a university commencement, he talked about his little joke. He said, two young fishes are swimming, and they meet an older fish, and the older fish say, "Morning, boys, how's the water?" And the fishes wave it, and then one look at the other and says, "What the hell is water?" Because sometimes we are so immersed in our contests and in our communities, we didn't realize how much have communities of knowledge, how much people are thinking in all the content we are going to receive, and how many people are behind every little piece of code we get from. So when I saw the DevRelCon, I was thinking a lot about how many DevRels are shaping my future and what I was at the moment, and I thought it's time to thank you then, because you guys deserve. And then I know the community of DevRel is not one monolith. I will not enter in the discussion monoliths versus microservices, but it's not a monolith. There's each DevRel is its own person, but I will thank you for, in the general, what are the traits I liked most from the community, and that makes me grow as a person and as a developer. So I would like to starting. Thank you for guiding me through the basics, because I think this is sometimes when you get better at something or some framework or some language, you start to get grumpy, and it's like, oh, another post about the basics. But it's really important, and I really, really want to thank you all the works people put through in show to us how to open a bash, how to do the most simple thing. And I want to thank you, because I think the basics will never has to stop to do the basics or to publish the basics, because always new people are entering, always new people are start to learning or need a new way to enter the community. So the basics are really, really great. And I say for myself, I started programming because of a really passionate programmer that make these little cartoons about Ruby, the language. It was why the Poignance Guide to Ruby, and because of that I got hooked, and then I started to like programming. So, and thank you for show what's possible. I think this is the most valuable thing I get from the DevRel in general, when they show me things I can do, because some APIs, some APIs, some frameworks, they have so much potential, but it's not always clear, right? When we see a new thing, we can, just it's just another JavaScript framework or something like that. But if someone takes time to show, here's see what you can do with this framework. I think she's open a lot of possibilities, and I can attest by myself. I literally presented to directors from a company and things like that. Products, ideas for products. I heard in some tutorials, in some live streams. I think she's work of show what's possible is what makes so great the role of the DevRels, because otherwise some APIs or some frameworks could just go unnoticed. And thank you for the code, examples, and real world applications. And I stress that because of what? Because the dry documentation sometimes, puts the code in the highest level possible, in the straight implementation, without all the fuzzy, without all the configurations we had to do just to make our SDK work. And I see that a lot of the DevRel work sometimes is just this: show to us exactly step by step how to put a real world application. No full bars and meaningless examples, or just bare bones examples, because I learn most from real world applications. And as again a person with the first language is not English, I have not only to learn JavaScript, Ruby, Python, or any language I will program at the time. I had to learn English as well. I usually talk to other members of my team that our first language, we like or not, should be English, because even the language uses English itself. And the truth is, the majority of the content about any framework in any language is on English. And I would like also thank you to give me the trade-offs. And here's in this point, I touch the fine line, I think, is this between the marketing, the push, and the pull part of the DevRel work, because we can see when someone is pushing too hard something on us. And I like a lot when people came with all the trade-offs to us. They show this is good for this specific use case. We have this problem with this particular use case, or puts side by side with other options, in not always their tool is the best tool. Is everything in the world has its trade-offs, and I thank you a lot for all the DevRels in the world that give me these trade-offs, because I think I understand better what I am doing with that, and I can improvise. I can, I can build upon the knowledge is passing to me. And also, thank you for raising the bar and at the same time keeping real, because I think one wonderful characteristics of the community of the DevRels in general is, even when a person is showing us a particular SDK, a particular product, they are also discussing, capturing, introducing us to a lot of cool and, very important concept that people that doesn't have a formal education in science computation sometimes wouldn't have. So I think this way to approach and stop and show us all the little things behind each decision makes we raise the bar, but at the same time is very reassuring. See, someone make a typo in a live stream, or see their mistakes. We can see how we can they are people like us. I think this is the most incredible feeling when you are starting to program, when you see other people pass through this. Even senior engineers forgot a semicolon and something like that. And I want to thank you all for being kind. I always feel a lot of welcome by all the DevRels I got in touch. I think this is a very thing I can stress. It's not all the DevRels. There's community that, to be very frank and very open to this, is very not friendly to newcomers. But I think when DevRel started to be a role by the companies and they started to invest in this role and started to create communities around it, like this conference, like other conference, and talk about, I think it created a better environment for everyone. And I think in this process we became kinder and kinder with each other. And thank you for listening, because I think in the end, the great DevRels are that ones that listen us, that see our pains and come back with see, we heard your feedback and we improve it in this way. It's great when some company releases a thing you are waiting for so long. It's very good feeling when it is happening. And I would like to thank you. It is my open love letter to all of you. And thank you for the hard work, because as an introvert myself, I think a lot about how hard is the work of the DevRels, that most people gets unnoticed, because sometimes my friends say a lot about some DevRels. They just keep traveling and speaking in conferences, and they are just people that keeps traveling and traveling. But it's hard work, put yourself in the center, speak for a framework, speak for a company, speak for a language, speak for a community. It's a very heavy work. And I appreciate someone takes the burner, because I don't see myself as a DevRel. And because of that, I have to thank you a lot for this work you are being done. And last year, I read this great book, Work in Public, The Making and Maintenance of Open Source Software by Nadia Egel. It's a book that focuses on open source, but in the end of the book, she started to talk about how creators and maintainers monetize their work. And she talked about parasocial relationships and the creators economy that is not just a phenomenon of YouTubers, idols, or streamers, but is seen in the same way with library maintainers, and I think we could as well put DevRels in this continuum, because one way or another, you are all inserted in this kind of creator economy and having this kind of parasocial relationships, and is a very big marketing right now, and there's a lot of platforms, and I think this go back to that big thank you for the hard work, because you are not just talking with your community, you are talking with your community across a lot of platforms, across video, across streaming, across message, and I even can't mensurate how much is the psychological work, the psychological burden a DevRel has. And there's this post by John Randolph, Evolution of Creator Economy, when he puts programmers, developers, and persons releasing their softwares exactly in this creator economy shift he sees in the long run, with the mass democratization of the platforms, cloud, and even more new ways to develop. And about parasocial relationship, has this paper from 1956, is about the illusion people have that they have a personal relationship with the person they follow, they see on TV, they see on YouTube. The original research was about TV and radio because of the time, but I think it plays a large role right now in the community, because I can say for myself, I have a lot of DevRels I am inspired and I follow, and what happens when they leave their stack or move to another company? This happened recently, I can say from a personal point of view. I think a lot of my talks are personal point of view, but it's really strange, since someone you have this bond, because you develop in the same framework, and you learn a lot from that person, and then that person leaves the company, and someone is trying to take that role in the company, and you feel these feelings of what? No. And you start to see the work people are doing in other places, and it's totally different of what you work. I can say for you guys, the parasocial relationship exists, and I think a lot of people has this with each one of you, and I don't have any answers on how to deal with, but I just want to say that I really care about the psychological safety of the DevRel people, and I think it should be a subject you have to talk a lot. And I wanted to just put my closing thoughts right now. I am here today all because of DevRel people that paved the way for me. I started my graduation. I started in philosophy, and then I became fascinated by Ruby. That is a language created by a Japanese person, and then I started to develop for web, Ruby on Rails, and I follow various trends. Now I develop mostly in JavaScript, and now I am working a lot with cloud and serverless and so on. And it was all DevRel people that make me feel welcome, that make me feel part of a global village, a truly global village, in the words of the late Canadian theorist McLuhan. He said about the internet in the early days as global village. And I think this is the role of DevRel people. Be it is kind of hunters for our global village, bringing gifts for us. And for say, I had to say a big thank you, and I love the work you are been doing, and take care of yourself. And thank you, arigato, and I appreciate you all the time for me be here. And I would love to talk about with you about, anything related. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Ibrahim. Not it a cool title, but it was so heartwarming your session. Great. So for attendees, any questions will be taken after the third person session is over. Please write in the YouTube. Okay, thank you again, Ibrahim.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Okay, next speakers, welcome. Okay, welcome, Aditya.
Hey.
Hi, Aditya. Oh.
Hey there.
Oh. Yeah. Okay. So the second breakout session is for this group is Aditya from Major League Hockey. He is also Microsoft Microsoft Run student ambassador, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. His session title is Why DevRel Need More Students to Read. Okay, let's get this session started, Aditya. Please add to stream. Yes. Okay.
Awesome. I think it should be up now.
Start your session. Go ahead.
All right. Thank you. Hey everyone. Hope you're all doing well. Thank you so much for joining in at DevRelCon Tokyo. I am Aditya Obrai. I am currently a full-time computer science and engineering student here at Amity University in India. Along with that, I love working with tech communities and hackathon spaces, and I'm currently active as a Major League Hacking coach, a Twilio champion, which is something that a program that I've joined very recently. I'm also a Gold Microsoft Learn student ambassador and a member of the .NET Foundation. And in case you want to chat about .NET, Azure, communities, Twilio, and hackathons, though that's my jam. So you can always find me at Twitter on my handle there and reach out at any point of time. So the topic that I've picked for today is why DevRel needs more students to lead. And this is really a topic that comes up from my 1.5 to 2 years actively working with tech communities. I feel that as a student, there has been an impact that I have been able to make on my own peers, that my peers are able to make on their own communities and their colleges and beyond. And in fact, I feel that students in DevRel is still a topic that needs so much more conversation on, because while it is becoming more and more prevalent, we're seeing more and more students active in this space, there hasn't been enough formal conversation about it. So the agenda that I have for my session today is going to talk about what DevRel is. This is going to be a very brief little overview of what DevRel means to me, to us. I'm then going to talk about how students impact DevRel, why they are very well placed within this DevRel space. Third, I'm going to talk about how organizations have been supporting these ideas and what organizations can actually do for students. This is a part I will pick up from some of the programs I have been active in, what I have perceived from there. So it's going to be based fully on experience, what I've seen that organizations have done and how it is extremely beneficial. And I'm then going to go over and share a little more about how you as a student can get more involved in the DevRel space. So let's pick up the first topic I have for today, and that is what is DevRel. Now, DevRel, that is developer relations, is a domain that focuses on maintaining relationships and bonds with the folks building on an organization's technologies or products. So it's really this nice little amalgam of the two words, developer and relations. And the moment you look at this term, you know at that moment that it's going to be all about the developer. It's all about taking care of the developer, of the person who's using these amazing technologies that each organization is bringing out. So there are various facets to this entire space. When we talk about DevRel, I feel I've personally categorized this to about four different facets that I'm going to talk about. But beyond that, there's a lot among DevRel that is highly cross-functional, highly interoperable between these facets. So I'm going to hop in. I'm going to share about these different facets that I've seen in DevRel. The first one is developer advocacy and evangelism. Now, I believe this is a facet of DevRel that a lot of us have seen, because we do get in touch with developer advocates and developer evangelists from different organizations. And there is a slight distinction between these two roles here, but they do broadly fall within the same category. So as an advocate, you are the voice of the developer to the company. And as the evangelist, you're the spokesperson of the company to the developer. And both of these act as a bridge between the developer and the company. So they're the ones sitting there in the middle, and they're the ones who act as that voice for both these institutions. The next facet I have is the developer community. And that, of course, calls again to talk about community managers. So these are the folks here who are developing these inclusive, empathetic spaces where developers from all around can come together, can interact safely, can share, can learn, can collaborate. That's all about what community managers do. And it is such an amazing and highly underrated role at times. I have personally been very active in this space. I interned as to support the community at ProGit, which is a lovely Japanese edtech startup. I did this last year, and it brought so much of exposure for me, because as community managers, you're interacting with the entire community at all points of time. So you get to learn so much from all the amazing members in the community, the network, the audience, all of them. So amazing role. The third facet I have is developer education and developer educators. Now, developer educators are the ones who are often creating this content. They're hosting these meetups. They're educating about these technologies. They're ensuring that someone who wants to get started with these technologies is able to comfortably ease into these. And the educator is really one of the most important roles, because without the educator, the technology can actually become inaccessible to huge aspects of our developer ecosystem. So the educators are enablers in a lot of situations, to be honest. And beautiful, amazing role there as well. The fourth facet that I want to share here is the product developers and the product managers. These are the folks who are taking this feedback, who are taking these interactions and incorporating them into these amazing products. And they are the ones who bring out those updates. They're the ones who define the strategy for these products that our DevRel teams are actually trying to take forward. So these four facets are the primary facets that I feel are there in DevRel. Of course, beyond that, we have folks who are focused on the experiences, the developer experiences. We have folks who are focused on developer marketing. And these, I feel, were roles which somewhat fall around some of these broad categories I've mentioned. So that again is to say that they're very, very valid aspects. They're totally very important, and without them as well, DevRel is incomplete. It's just that these are four major facets that I feel I wanted to talk about. And these are four facets that I have placed personally here as a puzzle, because I feel that without one, the rest three are somewhat incomplete. All four of these coming together complete this entire little DevRel puzzle here that we have. They make one complete unified ecosystem. So that is a bit about DevRel. Now, I want to talk about, since we've just talked about DevRel, I now want to talk about how students impact DevRel. Why we need more students to stay active in DevRel, why students are great go-tos for DevRel initiatives. For that, I would like to first talk about this little academia industry bridge here that we have. And when I mention academia, what I'm referring to is the entire schools, colleges, universities ecosystem in a more traditional sense. I mean traditional formal education as it has been. So as we've grown up, as we come up, we go through both of these ecosystems, right? We've got academia and we've got the industry, which is of course the professional space. Now, as we continue to go forward, as we continue to grow up, these are two spaces which are constantly getting closer and closer to each other. No more is academia fully distinct from the industry or vice versa, because just as much as having that exposure of the professional space is important to a student, so is the continuous learning habit, the research mindset important for the professional. So we do see academia and industry get closer and closer as time goes. And a lot of people don't realize is that even as they're distinct but getting closer, there is a bridge in the middle there. We do have a bridge there, and that amazing bridge is university and college students. The reason for university and college students to be this bridge between academia and the industry is because university and college students have their feet in both doors here. They stand at these doorways where they are mature adults who are just about ready to enter this entire world. They're beyond the bubble of high schools and middle schools and lower schools, of course. And at the same time, they're getting that exposure, but they are in a protected environment where they can experiment and learn. So that allows university and college students to be in a very, very special position where they can act as the bridge between your academia and industry. Some of these points that I'm going to talk about why students are great for DevRel, I just briefly mentioned here. But once again, I want to talk about these in depth because for students, of course, in DevRel, a big reason for students to be here in DevRel is that they are so much more relatable for other students. One thing I've realized throughout my experiences is that as I interact with a professional versus when I interact with another student, chances are that I feel a little more comfortable with the other student because they are in my shoes at this point as well. They know what the problems I face. They have the same experiences right now. Whereas someone who is a professional, for example, might have gone through that a while back. So it's just that there is a larger relevance when another student comes up and shares with me. And that just makes another student a little more relatable for me. And I have realized that as a student who tries to impact, your strength enables so many others to seek out for the same as well. It enables them to work on themselves. It enables them to work on their own skills and their potential, because when you try to impact, you essentially say that they can do so as well. So having students in DevRel is very, very good and very important that way, because we are at a time where we have
an absolutely large number of folks participating in engineering colleges, in STEM courses, as students essentially, in any form, be it in a traditional sense, be it in boot camps, be it absolutely at home. But we do have students who students do comprise a very big aspect of the audience we're trying to impact, right? So that way, having students as leaders does make these opportunities so much more accessible for a lot of people. Along with that, students are exposed to the latest technologies. We're encouraged to experiment. We're encouraged to play around. We're getting that exposure to what new is coming out. And it's not that, you know, we're restricted to very specific curriculums or syllabus as it may have been in the bubbles of school, because within school there is a focus on certain formative development, right, that needs to happen. But now in universities and colleges, where we have that freedom to experiment, so that exposure to latest tech makes us to some extent qualified as well to talk about these, because since we're exposed, since we're experimenting, we do have that awareness that folks in the industry do too. Which brings me to the next very important point, and that is students stand at the doorway between academia and industry. As I mentioned, we have our foot in both sides. We get to learn in a protected environment, we get to experiment in a protected environment, and at the same time, we are also eligible for that industry exposure. Even if we look at our own university curriculums, as we look at our flow of academics, in fact, there is a component of industrial training, there is a component of industrial exposure. My university, in fact, mandates an industry internship after my junior year concludes. So that is actually what I'm doing right now. And that is because even academia at this point recognizes that for students, it is necessary to have that exposure before they enter the industry in its entirety. So because we get that industry exposure, we do know what's happening in the real world. We're not just working in a bubble. We get to, of course, experiment with these technologies. We get to play around, and that puts us in a very special position. That does, because we have the freedom to experiment. We're highly encouraged to do that, and it's not a dream world. It is real. Along with that, students are actively focusing on upskilling as per current standards. As you know, as we work harder to enter this industry, we are focusing on modern skills because that is what is expected of us. We're not just working with legacy tools, although that is a component as well. We do get to experience some of that too, but at the same time, we don't lose focus of what is emerging, what is new. So since we have special encouragement for that as well, we're already gaining and consuming that knowledge, which is there with us to share with the rest of the world. Students do have more time for voluntary activities. The commitment of academics is of course there, but along with that it is also encouraged to participate in co-curricular activities, and that is the perfect spot where DevRel fits in, because we are anyway trying to make those efforts to help our peers, right? We were trying to do that on our own terms, on our own free time. So having that time makes a lot of difference as well. This is the most important point I have in my slide here, and that is students are adults who haven't lost their childlike tendencies. Now, I want to mention that by childlike, I do not mean to refer to childish behavior or immature behavior. By childlike, what I mean is there is some sense of an innocence. There is some sense of, you know, that whole mindset where you are willingly going ahead to experiment and learn and grow and engage and interact. And those tendencies at times in the hustle and bustle of careers, of life, may diminish at times in the future. But because of the high sense of responsibility, right? But as students, we don't have some of those burdens. At the same time, we are adults who are maturing, where we're no more children who still need that sort of maturity to come in, right? Where we are at a point where we are developing that maturity. So that places us in again in a very, very special position, because we as universities and college students, we're at a position where we can bring the best of both of these worlds together. And that's why students are great for DevRel. And it's not just that. We see students active in so many spaces. Students are often leading tech clubs at universities, community meetups, hackathons, and conferences, of course. I mean, I'm here. I see my peers volunteering at conferences, sharing at conferences, even in the audience at conferences. Along with that, there has been a huge impact of this entire virtual transition, where beyond just these activities, we now also see students active as in the streaming space. We've got students actively creating content, writing content, blogging. We see students in podcasts, social media. That's been such a big space where students are so active, constantly sharing, constantly updating. Along with that, we've got students who are actually providing peer-to-peer mentoring when professional mentors are not accessible. And there's so much more students are doing. And, when we talk about DevRel, these are some skills, these are some activities that are inherently a part, right? Because along with that technical know-how, along with that ability, that empathy, the communication, the sense of inclusion is just as important. And students are developing that already through all of these activities. It's so often that we see student-led communities now, be them running on Discord or on Meetup or on a variety of different platforms. But students are doing these already. And a big aspect of this has been the sort of support provided by the industry, which is something that I'm going to get into just now. So even as I talk about how organizations are supporting DevRel initiatives, I'll just mention a bit about how organizations tend to interact with students and how that leads on to the industry supporting students. So for organizations to interact with students, we do have various channels that have been existing for a very long time, be those technical conferences, be them competitions and hackathons. Recruitment challenges are a great place where organizations are interacting with students. Social media, of course, fantastic. It's brought the world so much closer as well. And technical content, again, a great space. We've got streams, we've got written content where students are always interacting. The sixth point that I have is ambassador and leadership programs, which is, I believe, in my personal opinion, the biggest aspect, the biggest space where organizations have been able to impact students. These are all the ways organizations have been interacting with students, and all of the activities that I have mentioned earlier are activities that organizations support very often through ambassador and leadership programs. I have personally been a part of a few, and we have some amazing exemplary student leadership programs running right now, like the Microsoft Learn Student Ambassadors. We have GitHub Campus Experts, Google Developer Student Clubs. We've got AWS Educate Student Ambassadors, the MLH Coaches, and there are a lot of other programs as well. And all of these programs are making absolutely amazing impact, because I believe that as we move into we're moving into this transition where students are getting more active in developer relations. We have seen organizations realize these benefits as well, and there is a lot of support that organizations are providing beyond your general networking or just a general community. And this is support like career mentorship and guidance from professionals, from developer relations experts. Like, just for example, in the Microsoft Learn Student Ambassadors, we're constantly connected with cloud advocates from Microsoft. We're able to interact with them. We're able to collaborate with them. And when we need guidance, we can reach out to them. Along with that, organizations are providing some exclusive access to company resources. Once again, I will talk about the student ambassadors because that is a program I've been extremely active in. We get access to Visual Studio Enterprise. We get access to Azure credits on a monthly basis. And these are resources that allow us to work on our own personal growth. And once we do that, that enables us to share and uplift so many more people, right? Organizations are supporting student leaders with these. We get sponsorship support in our activities as well. We see organizations often supporting student-led initiatives. GitHub has been such an amazing support that way, where campus experts get support in the form of swags, at times monetary as well. With student ambassadors in person situations, we used to get Subway, food and beverage support with Subway. We still often get support for Azure credits through the Azure for Students offer. Along with that, organizations do provide endorsement on public platforms. An amazing example of that has been how Postman brought out this these absolutely amazing little showcases in one of their articles for their student leaders with the Microsoft student ambassadors. Some of the amazing graduating gold ambassadors, the ones who have been the most active and the most engaging, have had blogs brought out on Microsoft's technical community blog. So those are major endorsements for these folks as well. There are amazing upskilling and skill validation opportunities like support for certifications, courses, learning content that we're constantly getting. And this is a mandate in a lot of programs like the Microsoft Student Ambassadors, the AWS Educate Ambassadors. They both have components where ambassadors actually have to upskill on the technologies as well before they progress. And that actually enables so many more to learn about technologies. I personally got into the .NET space because of this situation, and now .NET is my favorite technology. I love working with .NET. I'm a member of the .NET Foundation. It all happened because there was a component in the Microsoft Student Ambassadors where I had to learn on Microsoft Learn. Along with that, there is certification support. There are vouchers, and this again helps because these are professional certifications. These add on to the resumes. These help in career. So amazing support on that end as well is something that organizations are providing. Along with that, a lot of organizations also create recruitment opportunities or referrals at times for students. That, of course, is something that is based on the student leaders' activities and can happen to anyone. I know for a fact there have been times where I've gotten in touch with folks through these programs, due to which I have received referrals in a few places. The current internship I have today is because I interacted with a former student ambassador, someone who was in the program about 7-8 years back, and I just volunteered with them and they brought me onto their organization. Now, while that is a little more of an indirect example, there are opportunities otherwise as well. These organizations, they are supportive when students want to join these organizations because these students are aware of these technologies, of these platforms, right? So, and they are upskilling in those directly. So these are different ways by which organizations are supporting student leaders actively at this point of time. So that is a bit about how organizations support. And I just want to get to my final aspect, and that is how students can get involved in DevRel, how they can begin their DevRel journeys. So for this, I have a little roadmap here. You're going to start by joining a community, beginning learning, communicating, interacting with mentors, interacting with your peers. That is always my first step towards getting started through tech communities and getting started in DevRel. It is by beginning to learn. Once you start learning, it's important to build on that, to convert just that learning into and have a tangible outcome like a product or a project, even if it's just for learning purposes and not to bring out to the world. But that is important because that reinforces what you've learned, that demonstrates your knowledge and experience. Once you're learning and building, the next step is to start sharing about what you learn and build. It could start as sharing your projects or just sharing some knowledge or discussing in meetups, to starting off with sessions, with streams, with written content. Now, once you've got into the learn, build, share cycle, and once you've got experience of these, that is the perfect point to apply to and join a student ambassador or leadership program. Because a lot of these programs that we see today, these are the skills what they expect. This is what they expect. And even if they're not putting a hard criteria, these are skills you need to go through these. So having those skills once and having those experiences makes you a prime candidate for some of these programs, which will then further benefit you when you want to lead a larger scale initiative, when you want to support more members of your community, more members beyond your communities as well, because when you're an ambassador or a leader for some of these amazing programs, they are supporting you in ways at times you cannot imagine. And that includes opportunities to interact at an international level as well. So having that going for all of you, puts you in a prime position to be able to lead and learn, build, share, and lead for your community. And the next step is just to keep doing this again and again, because this is a cycle. It doesn't start at one point and end another. It's always a spiral. And sometimes it may seem like you're going in circles, but it's always going to be a spiral. So you're always moving upwards. And that is a very important component here, that last 6 point, and that is to keep doing this, because impact is made by that consistent effort. It's not a one-time thing. And as long as you keep doing it, you're going to keep growing as well. So just to conclude, the learn, build, share cycle never stops. Never compromise on your personal growth in this journey, and keep leading, impacting, and uplifting your community. It's going to be one of the most wholesome experiences you as a student can have. It is going to be highly impactful for the people around you. And if you're able to do that, you do not know the bounds of your own success and in your journey. So that is about it for me. That's all I had to talk about why DevRel needs more students, why more students need to be in DevRel. And I had an absolutely lovely time sharing all of this with you. Thank you.
Thank you, Aditya. I could really feel the power of the students. It was very interesting session. Yeah, very great session.
I just saw, and I think there's so much interaction here on YouTube. That's absolutely amazing to see.
Yeah. YouTube chat comment is very, very なんだ盛り上がる。you are maybe you are very famous, right?
I see some of my friends there. I'm so happy. This is exactly what I love. I found friends through the community, and that's what happens.
Yeah. Community loves you, maybe.
I love the community, definitely.
Good. Great. Okay, thank you again, Aditya. Okay. Sorry. It was sorry. For attendees, any questions will be taken after the third person's session is over. Please write in the YouTube chat. Okay, thank you, Aditya. Okay, next speaker is Ayatokura-san.
Hello again.
Hello. Okay, the third session for this group is by Aya from IBM. Her session title is How to Prepare for with the Gap Between Reality and Expectations. Okay, let's get this session started, Aya. Okay, please. In this slide, right?
Yeah.
Okay, let's begin your session. Go ahead, Aya.
Okay, thank you for joining. Have you achieved the true developer success through DevRel? I've been working on DevRel for 10 years, and this question has always been in my mind. So I decided to deliver this session titled How to Prepare for Your DevRel with Gap Between Reality and Expectation today. Okay, my name is Aya Tokura, working at IBM Japan as a Customer Success Manager Architect and Federated Developer Advocate today. And I used to work for Microsoft as a technical evangelist. So I have about 10 years DevRel experience in my life. I love code, I love OSS, and I love DevRel. If you're on Twitter, feel free to follow me. at the Ayatokura. I have about 12K followers now. And I wrote the DevRel 3C framework to become a developer-friendly book with Atsushi Nakagawa and Hideki Ojima about 3 years ago. And it's available on Japanese bookstore or ebook in Japan. Unfortunately, it's written in Japanese. So if you can read Japanese, I would like to recommend you to read the DevRel 3C book if you want to learn basic of DevRel. Okay, today let me cover about 4 topics here. First one is understand their expectations. The second one is be essential, live like a marketer. Third one is DevRel ethics. And last one is who do you want to make happy with DevRel? Okay, so do you belong to any company? If your answer is yes, who's surrounding you with DevRel? Maybe many cases the answering will be your company, your DevRel team, and your audience developers. But I would add yourself and the society you live in. So 2, I added later are often forgotten. So I would like to remind you, company, employee are corporate citizen, and that is you. This diagram is used for the gap between reality and ideals. It's created diagram to understand why we always facing to gap, but it doesn't necessarily mean that it will lead you to action. This is because your ideals with culture, speed, resources may be different depending on the people around you that I have just shown this last slide. So I asked myself, why are you here as DevRel person? Why I chose this job? Why am I attracted to this job? What do I want to accomplish through my DevRel life? When I went back to my starting point, my answer was be essential for developers. I was confidently executing my DevRel activities on daily basis about 10 years, but I felt like something was missing. In my experience, here are some cases where I found difficult to bridge the gap. Company, for example, first case is a company KPI versus developers. If a company is mainly targeting enterprise developers, individual developer may not get the same level of support through advocacy activities. Also, due to difference between corporate culture and developer culture, it may not be possible to provide something that cannot be expressed in numbers. For example, if you want to provide a system or solution that runs on Linux, Linux skill is a requirement for developers. However, the number of product training may become a part of a KPI for the company, but the Linux training itself Linux training to understand the product may not be covered. The last one is about speed, which is very common in the case of cloud computing. For cloud computing services are provided based on SLA, service level agreement. Developer especially want to specification change and failure status as soon as possible because they are choosing cloud services because of they want to deal with speed. The status at the failure here does not mean only it has been fixed, and they want to know how the company proceeded and what is being done about it. Another case is about developer advocate versus developer. To be honest, I always want to be friendly to developers. But in reality, sometimes I need to keep a distance. I want to share some story. When I was working at Microsoft, one day I had a session about the developers tool, like code editor. But I got many questions about AWS and Google Cloud integrations. Since I was also taking care of public cloud service, Microsoft Cloud Services, I only answered the status of how it works, but I avoid explaining details, even I knew how it works technically. Today, and one more thing I want to mention about is online communication. Today, online communication has become the mainstream under COVID-19. SNS has advantage of being able to socially connect with anyone at any time, and I prefer to use them every day. On the other hand, it also causes a boundary between work and private to disappear. Last case is about a developer advocate plus civic tech under COVID-19. Developer advocate can become citizen developers, but need to be careful how you approach and deal with open source. The number of projects related to COVID-19 is increasing, but we have to consider whether the participate as a developer advocate or as an individual. If your company has some regulation, you need to understand them well before you start those type of project. Last year, I learned that from the audience perspective, their reaction and trust can be different when it is not clear whether I'm working as a job or volunteering. Then I met this book this year and I could find the missing piece. The book title is Live Like a Marketer, and the author is Daisuke Inoue. He's also posted great information on Twitter daily basis, so I highly recommend you to follow him. His Twitter account is PIANONOKI. And this book is explaining those 4 steps are very important. And first step is define your market. Second one is talking about how to define the value. And step 3 is about creating the value. And 4th step is evangelizing the value. This is a very important step in DevRel, and I believe other DevRel session also covers similar topics. So if you wanna know more details on Live Like a Marketer, this is a published book. So it is also available at any bookstore in Japan. Please check the website or bookstore. After I read that book, I realized that the important thing is to organize the information in yourself. So I wrote on the theme of how to become powerful DevRel person. And input, this is important for DevRel person as well. And after something learned, DevRel person also should save time to create the output. The next step need to be outcome. Then we can create the great impact. And input, output, outcome, those zones are self-manageable range. But audience cannot see how much we are taking time for input and output, or maybe outcome. The audience can only recognize how impacted DevRel person or DevRel had been created in reality. Before I move on to the next topic, let me talk about my session at DevRelCon Tokyo 2019 a little bit. At this time, the event was held offline, and my session was about AI for DevRel to cover how AI can help in all phases of DevRel. The material is available on speaker deck, so if you wanna download, please access to this website. As a way to achieve this scenario, I introduced the use of IBM Watson. I remember that I have delivered this session based on ethic in my mind. So let me cover about the DevRel ethics here. DevRel is a professional job, and professional ethics are important. And DevRel is technical approach to developers by technologies, and the person should understand the importance of ethics in technology profession. In addition, IBM advocates ethics in AI, and it covers explainability, fairness, robustness, transparency, and privacy. And it is, we are human, and it is also important to understand those are based on morality and conscience. In many companies have a business conduct guideline and a corporate code of contract training are provided to their employee, but many things happen every year. I think it happened in many cases when the last conscience and morality is missing. IBM Developer Way saying empowering developers to solve the word programs smarter, faster, together. So who do you want to make happy with DevRel? Don't forget, DevRel is not magic. It's hard to make everyone happy, and resources are limited. What value do you want to deliver through DevRel? It will probably depend on what phase are in, or seasonality, or health score, and so on. Here's my favorite diagram that explaining 4 quadrants of value. The vertical axis means decreative and potential, and horizontal axis means emotional and functional. And here's the reputation value and utility value and empathy value. And here's assurance value. If you're delivering value through DevRel, which should be our priority? There are many answers, I think, and there may be more than one. You need to switch depend on the timing. When I was doing evangelist and DevRel, I thought that the answer have to be one, but in reality, it can be hybrid. So what your company care about? I think these 3 things will always coming up. Company branding, product awareness and share, and KPI. Next, let's look at it from developers' perspective. What do they expect from us? First one is about public relations for developers. Most developers are not business strategy decision maker, so they don't want to read standardized text like press release and white paper for investors. They are looking for a company trend that gives them a sense of energy. Next one is about product marketing, including technical information. They want to understand the compatibility with existing system and OSS, as well as the position of the product in the industry. Last one is developer relations. They expect us to sit down with developer and find out what problems they can solve and how exactly it can make it happen. In a word, they are not looking for product introduction. but a great developer experience from DevRel. Here's my conclusion. Think about what value you can offer in the gap between reality and expectation. When you are at a loss to which to choose, better to choose developer first. We are here to make developer happy. That's all from me today. Thank you for listening. Oh, I can't hear Odashio-san's voice.
Sorry.
Oh, okay, now.
I'm muting. Sorry. Thank you, Aya-san. Now I have a better understanding of what it means to live like a marketer. Live like a marketer. Yeah, it was very informative session. So great session. Thank you again, Aya-san.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Okay. So it's a great speakers. Welcome, Ibrahim and Aditya. Thank you so much, Ibrahim, Aditya, and Ayathan for a great session. Thank you. So I would like to ask a few questions from the YouTube chat. So maybe this question for Ibrahim. How do you think developers can motivate other developers from its own company? And how do you see the importance of the community in this process?
Sure. I think DevRels is a massive impact in our team, and we even started to follow the persons and consume everything they post. I think it is become like some kind of heroes for our team, and we discuss a lot about the DevRels specifically. And I think the role and the importance of community is bigger, because if no one in our medium is looking after that specific technology, we feel like alone. I will give some example. We work with AWS, and we started to look at Amplify, a framework for web and mobile from them. And when we started to look a lot of tutorials about very important DevRels with a lot of content, but in Brazil the community for Amplify is still very small. So I think it has a tension between what we see and what we want to try and what our community around is doing. So I think we need to find a balance there.
Yeah, thank you for answering. So maybe I think so. なんだ。Products and product or languages or combinations. So we motivate to development. Yeah, thank you. So next questions. Maybe maybe to Aditya, this world virtual transition has actually opened up a
Yeah, plethora of opportunities. Yeah.
Opportunities for students to learn more in DevRel. Yeah, so we want to your comment.
Absolutely, and I totally agree with this. For me personally, this whole entire situation has opened up so many opportunities because in this entire virtual scenario, while we are restricted to our homes and our residences, we've lost barriers like walls between locations and countries. Since it's all in a virtual space, we can now comfortably interact with anyone across the world because that is their primary mode of communication. And what that does is that earlier on, opportunities that were restricted to location, since they're all being held virtually, that allows everyone to participate, everyone to engage. And that also allows so many more to share on medium and on media of their preference. Like, for example, the moment all our in-person meetups and sessions transition to YouTube, that essentially meant that anyone can talk on YouTube, right? It's not that just someone sitting in a certain city can come and speak at that meetup. Now, we're not limited by location. So because of that, because we now have access to that sort of mentorship, we have access to that content in a lot more convenient manner. It has enabled a lot more to start sharing in a similar way. And because more people are now learning and more people are now sharing, that whole cycle has progressed to an extent where we've got roles and positions and opportunities coming in that specific way. Like roles focused around community management in a digital scenario would probably not have existed in the capacity that they do today. And there's definitely more and more opportunities around. My own community internship that happened with ProGate last year would never have happened without this virtual transition. My summer intern today, the technologies I work with, I started learning them in a virtual scenario because I had content online. Otherwise, in my hometown, we don't always necessarily have a lot of these meetups and sessions. College, yes, fortunately we have that environment, but not at home. So it's definitely created a lot more opportunities to learn and grow for everyone.
Yeah, thank you. So yeah, I think not relevant age, location,
all barriers are gone.
yeah. Yes. So thank you for answering. So Aya-san, so organize questions. So when you are struggle between expectations and reality, is there that has helped you?
What's
Okay.
helped me?
So yeah, when you struggle between expectations and reality, is there anything that has helped you?
Okay. Many things helped me. Depends on what type of struggle I needed to go through, and I think community helped me a lot.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, as a developer, because even I work for a company, they many great community leader understand I'm also developer and trying to learn, or maybe sometimes fighting with the company or need to deal with business and so on. So sometimes we chat together, or before COVID-19, I had enjoyed visiting variety of communities and talk with them after the event, or go out for drinking and so on. So I could get to relax the time and to get new informations or new thought or recommended book and so on. And DevRel meetup in Tokyo community also helped me a lot because there are many evangelists and developer advocates all get together and we exchange lots of information, but I cannot learn from the company.
Yeah, thank you so much. Thank you for answering. So, okay, just on time. So, okay, thank you for audience. Sorry, thank you for all speakers. Did you enjoy your session, Ibrahim, Aditya,
Absolutely.
Aya-san? Yeah, really.
Yes.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. Thank you again. Okay, thank you to all who joined for this session. And thank you again, Ibrahim, Aditya, and Aya-san for the great session. Yeah, I hope you enjoy DevRelCon Tokyo after this. And this session group is ended. Next, for audience, please move to Samurai Track, right? Samurai Track. The third keynote session has begun. About 3 minutes after. Thank you so much. Thank you so all speakers and attendees. Bye bye. Thank you so
Thank
much.
you so much. Thank
Thank you.
you.
Bye bye.
Bye.
Hi everyone, thank you for attending DevRelCon Tokyo 2021. Here's Track Fuji, and I'm host Taiji as co-organizer of the conference. I'm happy to broadcast to you all awesome sessions. Please don't miss the session left. I'd like to announce you something. If you have any question for each speaker here, right? Please post it on YouTube Live on chat area. Yeah, or also you can post your question and comments via Twitter, with hashtags or via chat area. Right. Second one, we have job board. So let's access there and find new opportunities. Of course, you can put your job description if you have. You can find a signboard of job board at the center of the virtual venue office. Third one, don't forget to visit sponsor booths and let's talk with them. You would get a takeaway as beneficial informations. Last one, that you can collect 4 secret numbers as 4 digits each from 4 good sponsors. Please watch the sponsor sessions and get them. You can watch them at each track or at the sponsor area, left bottom of the venue, right? Okay, so this is last session groups, and we have great 4 speakers. Anna from Amadeus, Christina from Slash Data, Olia as a developer experience work, and Gerard as a developer evangelist for web and the cloud. I'd like to introduce them, but unfortunately, not yet appeared Olia here. So, hi Olia, if you watch this broadcast, please join us here soon. Yeah, I'm waiting. Right, so, okay, hi, great speakers. Right.
Hello. Hello.
Hey. Yeah, and first, hey Anna, how's it going?
Good. Everything good?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, great.
I'm excited
great.
to be here.
Great. And by the way, where are you visiting?
Sorry?
Where are you visiting?
Where I'm based?
Where are you joining from?
Yes, I'm joining from Madrid.
Okay.
Madrid, Spain.
Great.
Yes.
Yeah. So the now, what time? What time is there?
It's 9:33 in the morning.
9:33 morning.
Yes.
Okay.
It's not very
Yeah.
early. It's okay. Yes, it's a good time.
Okay. Good morning.
Good morning.
And by the way, how have you ever attended DevRelCon anyway? London, San Francisco, Tokyo before?
As a speaker, no. As a speaker, it's
No.
the first time.
Oh, great. Let's have a fun. All right, thank you. And
Thank
next, thank you. And next, Christina.
Hi, Lighting.
Yeah, how's it
Great
going?
to see you. Great
Good to see you. Yeah, great. And where are you from? It's I know that for audiences.
Yeah, I'm based in the UK. I'm in Scotland right now.
Yeah, right.
Another bright, not bright day, Scotland.
Okay. Thank you for joining the maybe early morning, right?
Yeah, it's fine.
Okay, right. Thank you. So, how have you been to attend DevRelCon Tokyo this time?
Oh, it's great so far.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, as you know, I've also been in DevRel Asia, and other DevRelCons before. So I'm looking forward to this session, which is 4 speakers together. I think it will be fun to exchange views and discuss.
Yeah, it's just tried for us. It's the first time to do that. Okay, thank you.
Thanks.
All right, and next, Gerardo. Yeah, what's going on?
Hello. All good.
Yeah.
Just
great.
waking up to a conference.
Right. Where are you based in?
I'm based in South England, near Bath. It's a small village near Bath.
Great. Okay. So actually this is a last breakout session group, and we are looking forward to your talk.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah, of course, all of you guys. Okay. And so unfortunately, not yet appeared earlier. So I'd like to move to start you guys session. The session order. The first the Anna, and the next is Christina. And if Olia come here, the third one is Olia, and the last one is Gerard, right? Okay. Yeah, I will bring you guys to backstage once, and I change the speakers next by next, right? Okay. Okay. Just so by for now, once to see you soon. That it's right. Sorry. Okay. So the first session is presented by Anna. Okay, welcome back. Yeah,
Thank you.
yeah. Okay, so please prepare your slide for sharing for audiences. Yeah, please press the share button.
Yes. All good?
Okay. Yeah, got it.
Okay, I'm ready to start then.
Okay. Okay. So please go ahead.
Thank you. So, hi everyone, and thank you for having me in today's presentation. So, 24,000 is the number of public APIs listed on programmable web today. And several statistics prove a significant increase in the amount of APIs over the last years. And this is very relevant to how the market looks like today. Nowadays, there are so many APIs that they provide great technology and great services. But in this competitive environment, providing a quality API is the minimum that you can offer to developers. Developers have many more expectations, such as developer tools, tutorials and guides, and even a developer community around the APIs that they use. And this is exactly where the developer relations team fits. We believe that the developer relations team will bring all these developer expectations into reality and make you a big player in the market. My name is Anna Cholakou, and I work as a developer advocate at Amadeus for Developers. For the ones who are not familiar with Amadeus, Amadeus is a technical leader provider in the travel industry, and Amadeus for Developers is the open API program of Amadeus, which provides travel data and travel services to developers across the world. And today, we're going to talk about why you need a developer relations team for your API. And let's see first, what is a developer relations team? I'm sure you have heard a lot of different names and roles that are relevant to DevRel, such as developer advocates, technical writers, etc. And there is even a debate about who really belongs to DevRel, who really can be part of this team. And the truth is that it's all developer relations. If we think of developer expectations, they're very diverse. That's why it's important to have a diverse team with people having different skills and backgrounds. For example, you can have someone who is more into public speaking, someone else who is more into coding or technical writing, etc. But there are some things that the developer relations team members need to have in common. First of all, the developer relations team is about understanding developers, how developers feel about the API product that they use, and how you can help them be successful. And the role of the DevRel team is to fill the gap between your technology and the community. So what we do internally is we raise the voice of developers in the company, and externally we are the public face of the API. We represent the technology. And something important is the ability to wear different hats. being able to be involved in many different tasks at the same time, and also to be able to adapt quickly to any changes. At Amadeus for Developers, we identified 3 main reasons why we need a developer relations team. The first one is about developer experience. How can we ensure that our users are able to integrate easily and efficiently the APIs that we provide to them in their own applications? And the second one is about developer community. How can we build a developer community to bring awareness and adoption of our product, and how can we engage with this community? And the third one is about feedback. How can we pass smoothly the feedback coming from developers in order to build an attractive product roadmap for them? So today I would like to talk about these 3 main reasons, to mention the contributions of a developer relations team, and also to mention some best practices. And let's start with developer experience. So developers expect to be able to integrate the APIs in their own programming environment in an easy way. That's why, as developer relations team, we built different developer tools such as SDKs. SDKs are the developer libraries that contains all the tools and the documentation to allow developers integrate our technology in their own programming languages. For example, a Python developer is going to use a Python SDK, etc. And what are the things that we can provide through the SDKs? First of all, we are able to provide API access in their own programming environment, as I already mentioned. And we also build the SDKs in a way to have a simple authorization process. From our experience, we have seen that sometimes developers struggle with this, and with the right SDKs, we make it extremely simple for them. And we also provide error handling in order to help them with debugging. And also what we do is we have code examples for all the SDKs. So developers can copy and paste pieces of code directly in their applications, from the simplest API call to the most complex one. And to show you the power of our SDKs, we did an experiment with a senior developer. So he made one API call without using any of our SDKs, and then he did one API call using our SDKs, and we wanted to actually compare the time, complexity, lines of code, etc. And without any SDK, he wrote almost 60 lines of code in 10 minutes. And with our SDKs, he wrote 10 lines of code. It took him only 3 minutes to see the documentation, to install the library, and make the first call. And what I would like to mention here is that your customers are not only going to use your own technology in your own API. Imagine someone who is building a hotel booking application. This developer is going to use, of course, some travel-related APIs, but at the same time is going to use different type of APIs such as payment, map APIs, analytics, etc. That's why developers will appreciate it if you help them reduce the technical complexities. And another contribution of the developer relations team about developer experience is on documentation and guides. So first of all, the API documentation has to be complete. And now I'm referring to the API reference, examples, information about authorization, pagination, etc. And also the documentation has to be consistent and clear, especially in cases where the APIs come from different development teams. And to keep in mind also that there is always room for improvement, because sometimes something might be clear for us internally, but it doesn't mean that it's clear and easy to understand in an external audience. And developers have a wide variety of experience and industry knowledge. That's why we've seen it's very good to provide them different educational content, such as technical guides, functional guides, or even some video tutorials where you can explain some complex processes step by step. And actually, at the beginning of our program, most of the content we were publishing was promotional. But since the developer relations team started to grow, we started publishing more educational content. Now we've reached a point that 80% of our content is educational, and we've managed to have more than 300% monthly visits. And another thing that the developer relations team can provide to developers are demo applications. By demo applications, I mean some small web or mobile apps that they showcase the functionality of your API. And we do this, first of all, in order to inspire developers and give them ideas about what things they can build using our technology. And also, all the demo apps that we build are open source, so developers can build their own solutions on top of them, which is going to reduce the onboarding process. And of course, it's a good way to promote specific APIs. And this is pretty easy and straightforward to get started. You can think of some use cases, maybe use cases that include new APIs that you released, or even older APIs that you know they're very interesting, but maybe developers are not aware of them. Decide on some technologies that maybe your team knows, or technologies that you know are attractive to developer audience, build them and publish them as open source. And we find them very useful for different types of profiles, such as early stage startups that they already have an idea and you want to give them some inspiration and also to help them get started quickly. Also for potential customers. So instead of showing a long list of APIs to them, you can give them some demo apps, which is more interactive because they can play directly with them. And also they're useful for hackathon attendees and students where they want to build something quickly. And here I just have two examples of demo apps that we've built. On the left side, there is a hotel search application where for each hotel, travelers can find information about points of interest, tours and activities, and how safe is the area. And on the right image, you can see is a flight search where we integrate artificial intelligence capabilities. These are just two examples to show you what I really mean with demo apps. And when it comes to customer support, the developer relations team is heavily involved because we have realized that customer support nature is technical and functional, and the developer relations team has the expertise in both the APIs and the industry. And also what we do is we do have an official support email channel for developers to get in touch, but we think it's a good practice to be active in other channels because developers are going to reach you out on GitHub, Twitter, Stack Overflow, etc. That's why it's very good to be active and responsive there as well. And we've realized that customer support is a very good way to gain feedback. Not only you understand some ideas of the developers, help that they need, their struggles, etc., but it's a very great way to gain information about the market trends. And something that we do and we think is a very good practice, part of the customer support, is to have an API health monitoring system. Especially in companies that there are a lot of APIs, you want to make sure that the APIs are up and running. So we've built a health monitoring framework where we make sure that we identify any bugs and issues before the users do, in order to fix them as soon as possible. And now let's talk about developer community. When it comes to developer community, there are different things that we're doing, and here I would like to mention the most important ones. One of the things that we do in order to bring awareness and engage is that we go to different type of events. One of the events that we tend to go, and also we organize whenever we have the chance as well, is hackathons. Hackathons are great events because, first of all, with hackathons, you can bring awareness about your API in a big audience. And also you gain a lot of insights and feedback because there are different profiles from junior developers to data scientists, even designers who are going to play with your API. So you see how they really feel using your product from the beginning, that they register to the portal and they make the account, until the end that they have built the solution. And also one of the reasons why we love hackathons is because of innovation, because we see a lot of cool ideas being developed in these events. And we also tend to go to different conferences and meetups. These are good ways to learn people, gain feedback, do networking. But what we like the most is the opportunity to share knowledge, because we're always happy to share the knowledge and the journey that we've learned throughout the years, but also to learn new things. And something else that we strongly recommend for developer relations teams is to embrace open source. So all the demo apps, developer tools, etc. that we build, we believe is very important to make them open source for the developer community. As a developer myself, I love open source, and I know developers do, and they love to contribute as well to open source technologies, and it's also a good way to build trust with the community. And lastly, what we do is we've built an online developer community, because we realized that we have been in touch with developers in many different places, such as emails, GitHub, Stack Overflow, but we didn't have one single place for all the users. That's why we built this online developer community that we also provide support and networking to them. And to give you a bit more information on the developer community, we host our community on Discord, which is open to everyone. And we started it about 1 year ago. And we do some activities in order to make it more animating. So we have hours for support, for networking. Also, whenever we find an interesting article or a new technology, we make sure that we share it with the community. And we also do different announcements for new APIs, new SDKs, etc. And actually, the results have been pretty interesting. From the first week, we had a lot of interactions with different users. We even had a user who found one of our SDKs and decided to make a contribution. Another developer who was really motivated, he built one open source project that wanted to share with the community using our APIs. And a user who wrote a blog article as well. So we've seen interesting results through this year coming through the online developer community. And finally, I would like to talk about the feedback process. So with all the work that developer relations team is doing and all the processes that are set, it's pretty easy and straightforward to collect feedback. So through all the customer support channels, all the events that a developer relations team attends, and all the communities, we are in touch with a lot of developers on a daily basis. So it's pretty easy to gain feedback from the community. And also, every time there is a specific feedback that we want to get or specific information, we make sure that we send out a survey or that we schedule some calls with some of our users. But the main challenge is, okay, I'm able to take user feedback, but how am I able to share this feedback internally? How am I able to consolidate the feedback? So we think as a good practice is to invest a tool about this. In our case, we use Trello, the project management tool, but of course there are many other tools out there that can fit your own needs. At the beginning, we used to have a long document with all the feedback, and we realized it gets messy, it doesn't scale, it's really hard to handle it. So now having a more organized tool works much better. So every time there is a user feedback, we make sure that we add it in the board. And we have also created some rules and a small framework about the proper labeling, tagging, and all the metadata that we need, which help us, first of all, prioritize the feedback and also share it properly with the internal teams. And every time there is a specific feedback that is implemented, it's a really good practice to get back to the user, because first of all, you let the user know about what you implemented, and also, of course, is very engaging. And here I have a small example regarding feedback. So in our team, we used to have only SDKs related to web, and we hadn't really thought to provide SDKs for web. And actually, from different events, hackathons, especially and customer support, we realized that there were a lot of developers asking for that. So the feedback processes that we've put in place help us identify this need from the developer community. That's why we also built an SDK for iOS and Android, and then we made an official announcement for that. So this is just an example I wanted to share with you. And to recap, today we talked about the 3 main reasons why you need a developer relations team for your API. And we talked about developer experience, all the technical content, documentation and guides, customer support that the developer relations team is involved in and is trying to improve the developer experience. Then we talked about the developer community. How do we engage with the developer community? We mentioned the different types of events that we go, like hackathons and conferences. And then we talked about the online developer community. And finally, we talked about feedback, how we collect feedback and how we share it internally in order to build an attractive product for our users. And what is the payoff? So the payoff, based completely on our own experience, is that first of all, you build a happy community with developers who love your product and they talk about it. And also, all the work that the developer relations team is doing reduces the onboarding process, and is something very nice and fulfilling to see long term how much easier it is for your customers to get started easily. And we know that if you help your customers to be successful, their success is going to be your own success. And finally, we believe that all of this can make you a big player in the market. Thank you very much.
Hey, thank you, Anna. It's a great presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. And all of the session finished. After that, we would like to ask you and other speakers at the same time for questions.
Okay.
Right? Yeah.
Yes.
So please wait on the backstage. Once.
Okay,
Yeah.
I will.
Thank
You
you.
very much, Taiji.
Yeah.
Bye.
Right. Thank you, Anna. I'd like to announce for audiences just important thing. The earlier actually we have the planned the OER's session in this talk session group. Yeah, but now I get the information from Olia, and now there is the massive thunderstorm in Spain. So there's Olia and around there they cannot connect internet now. So unfortunately we have cancelled Olia's session in this time. I'm sorry about that. So the next session is Christina, and after that, we'd like to provide a Gerald session. Right? Thank you for understanding that kind of situation. All right. So I would like to bring Christina to on stage. Hey, Christina.
Hello.
Yeah.
Okay. Let me share my screen.
Yes, please.
Application. Hold on. I found it, I think. There we go.
Okay. So, our next session is the profile of the future developer. Who will the next 10 mega developers be, and what value will they bring? By Christina. Okay, please go ahead.
Thank you, Taiji. So it was really nice seeing Anna talking about the need to understand developers, because that's exactly what we do. First of all, who we are, /data. Our mission is exactly to help the world understand developers. And we do that through data that we collect. I'll show you in a second. And we survey developers globally, and based on the experience that they share with us, we know who developers are, basically, therefore, the size of their communities, the profile of their community members, what they buy, so their technology choices, and how happy they are with those, and where they're going next, so the emerging technologies. We do that by running 2 surveys annually. We've done that 20 times already. Currently, the 21st is live, is running. We reach developers from more than 150 countries across this world, and we do so using a very wide network of partners and channels, more than 80 every time. Not the exact same 80 each and every wave, because we want to make sure that we capture the views not of a single panel over and over again, but instead a representative sample every single time of the whole population. We ask them about 11 development areas, the ones you see here on the left, from mobile, desktop, and web, all the way to AI, machine learning, IoT, and so on. And we ask about all of those to make sure that we capture the full activity of developers. Right, and with that short intro, what I'll be talking about today, and I'll be showing you a lot of data based on all those surveys that we've run about how the global developer population is evolving. And then what's behind that growth. So it's not just the growth, it's the profiles behind that. How is that changing? We'll talk a bit about students and non-developers who are sort of game changers. The outlook of emerging technologies, because we're talking about the future, what is coming, so what the future developer will be working on. And finally, the value the developer brings and how that's important for DevRel. Okay, so we have 5 different and independent methodologies that we use to estimate the size of the developer community. You're very welcome to go to our methodology page and check that out. For now, I'll just say that happily all those 5 converge to similar numbers. So currently we estimate the global developer population to be at around 24.3 million globally. It has been growing very healthily, 28% in 2 years. And given that growth, we expect the developers to have about 27 million developers by the end of Q1 2022. Now, that growth is not coming from the same place at the same pace. We have different regions growing at different paces. Here at the top, you see it's Asia. It's both East and South Asia combined. And the 2 regions combined are, in fact, the biggest region at the moment, followed very closely, of course, by North America. And what is important, however, in this graph, you can see that all regions are growing, but some are growing faster than others. So it's interesting to keep an eye on Middle East and Africa there, that is growing very fast. While Europe, both East and West, are not growing that fast. Asia is also growing a lot faster than the global rate. So it was 19% in a year as compared to 10% globally. And therefore, what does that mean? Is that it means that as time goes by, the regional mix is changing. And that's very important because we know from our research that developers in different regions behave differently. So they are in different projects, more of type A versus type B, and they're using different tools and so on. So as the regional mix changes, we expect that the global patterns, usage patterns may change. Now, unfortunately, I cannot show you all the demographics and how they're changing, so I'll just focus on the basics. So this is about the gender. So you may have noticed that in the last couple of years, there's been a lot of, there's many initiatives to help women participate more, to motivate them, encourage them to be part of the tech community. And happily, this seems to be paying off, and there are other factors as well, of course. But what they used to be, women used to be about 9%, 8 to 10% of the developer population. Now that has started to change. They're currently at 20%. That means that given the population, we have currently about 5 million female developers in the world. Why is that important? Well, it is because we know, again, from our data that women tend to do things slightly different. So they learn in different ways to learn. For example, they're also more into the more creative roles and managerial roles, managing tech products, for example, and they're more into data roles as well. So that's also important. Now, another demographic that is changing, not demographic exactly, but it's about software experience. So experience in software development. Now we see a clear shift towards the less experienced. If you see here on the left, I'm showing you the trend since 2017. And we have very steadily seen an increase in the number of inexperienced developers in the field, right? It's those with less than 1 year of experience in software experience, while at the same time, at the other end, we see a drop of the very experienced, while the middle is rather stable. Bear in mind that this is not linked to a drop of age. So it's not that we're seeing younger people in the ecosystem. The age distribution has not changed much. It's about the experience. This means that people of all ages, basically the same as before, are coming into the ecosystem, but they don't all of them have as much experience, so they're more experienced. What does that mean? That you will have to cater for the less experienced people to support them more. So you need possibly more training, more documentation, easiest ways to do things. So tooling with very steep learning curves might be in trouble. So that's also another trend to watch. And how has that come about? Why do we see more inexperienced people coming in? That goes hand in hand with having less technical people coming in. So as we have more APIs and more no-low-code tools and so on, it has become easier for non-technical people to step in. Another reason is that the whole ecosystem is maturing. So where you just had a developer playing around with some code in some cool project, now that is a product and it needs business people to run it. So we see managerial roles coming in. So the result is, as you see, that a year ago, we had 88% of all developers being under technical roles. So developers, specialists such as architects or admins, system admins and so on, DevOps specialists and so on, or data. And that was 88%, and 12% were the rest. In fact, business and creative roles, so creative such as designers or animators or so on, were just 4% and plus 6 business 10 put together. And that has grown to 20% now. People in research, that's a constant. We also have 3%, but we have more people in creative roles as now they can use the technology easily to build things. And business roles, as I said, to manage the coding projects that we have become now products. The other interesting thing is students. So as coding becomes the future, has become the future quite some time now, we have seen a steady increase of developers in the whole ecosystem. Now, this has sort of flattened out in the last year. It could be due to the pandemic. We will wait and see. But in any case, the thing is that we have more than 1 in 3 developers being students, which is something you need to keep in mind because students have very different needs. So, for example, they value more mentoring programs or training materials, that kind of thing. They're less experienced, obviously. Sorry. So you need to keep in mind in all your efforts that 1 in 3 is a student. In fact, in some regions, it's far more than 1 in 3. In South Asia and Middle East and Africa, students form the majority of the communities. And it's no coincidence that you see all the, let's say, emerging areas here at the top. So South Asia, Middle East and Africa, Eastern Europe, and South America, even marginally, they have quite big student populations. Obviously, there, young people saw the opportunity and jumped in. And what that implies for the future development system is that we will see lots of professionals in those regions in the next 4 years. And again, this is something to keep in mind. Now, why do we care if there are more students or if there are more non-technical roles? I could give you loads of examples, but I will just stick to the basic one here. No and low code tools. We ask developers whether they use them or not. So here on the left, you see the comparison between professionals and students. And as you can see, students use low and no code tools more than professionals. And therefore, that means that in the future, as the students become professionals, the usage of these tools may increase. On the right side, the difference is far more pronounced. You can see that non-technical roles use no and low code far more than technical roles, which makes sense. And again, therefore, as you see more of them coming in, that implies that the usage of these tools will increase. Therefore, this is just a basic example how this will affect tooling. Now, again, we're discussing about the future developers. So as I said, we need to also take a look at what will they be working on. So on top of the mainstream technologies that we ask about in our survey, we also ask about emerging technologies. And what we ask developers is whether they use them, learning about them, or simply are interested in them. And this is how it looks. These are this is the ranking of emerging technology with regards to engagement. So engaged is a developer who's either using, learning about, or interested in technology. And you can see there are 3 technologies there at the top sticking out: robotics, mini apps, and computer vision, followed by self-driving cars and others. Interesting to note, because we'll see it again the next slide, Fog Edge being towards the bottom, there are 31%. All right, so this is engagement, but it could be driven by hype, right? Because it also includes people who are interested in the technology, not necessarily doing something with it. So then the next question is, does engagement, does interest translate into usage? How can we, so to actually predict which of these technologies will be there in a few years is to see how this engagement actually turns into adoption. So this is what we have done here. Remember those 50% that we saw in the previous slide who are engaged with mini apps? Out of those 50%, 24% have actually adopted mini apps. 24 are learning about, and the rest are just interested in. So you can see here that mini apps, for example, is sticking out because it has the highest adoption at the moment, and computer vision is still there at the top. Now, remember I told you to keep an eye on Fog Edge. It was at the bottom, nearly at the bottom in terms of overall engagement. However, it's not that far down here in terms of adoption, which means that it has been there for a while, and interest is, whatever interest there is already, some of the hype is dying out. That's why you don't see the total of engagement being so high, but you have a healthy adoption rate for Fog Edge. Now, the other very interesting thing here is the learning about percentages, because they show that they are above 20% for most of these technologies, which means there is a lot of interest for several new emerging technologies, not new, but emerging. Therefore, there's no single one that seems to be dominant. There's some that are more dominant than others, but there's a lot of interest for many. For example, you can see 5G here, blockchain, cryptocurrencies, and so on, having quite a lot of interest associated with them. Now, why do you need to understand the profiles? One good reason is, other than knowing what to tell to whom, is to be able to attach a value to each one of those profiles. And you need to understand to add a value. I'll show you in the next slide in a second, so that you can estimate how much DevRel you can do and what DevRel will bring for you. So we asked DevRel practitioners, on top of surveying developers, we also survey DevRel practitioners twice per year. And one of the things we asked them is whether or not they estimate the lifetime gain from an onboarded developer. And as you can see, nearly 40% here said that no, they don't know what's the value of the developer. and another 13 can't say. So the majority really is not telling us. So even those who do use some sort of calculated gain methodology to estimate though that value, they still don't know what the value is. And the rest who do know, you can see that the estimates are all over the place, so there's no consensus. Of course, for different businesses, a developer may be bringing different value, but even so, this is still all over the place. So there's obviously a great need there's room for improvement, let's say, to estimate the value of a developer. Now, why should you get into such an exercise? Why should you try to understand the value that a developer brings throughout their lifetime with you? So it is so that you can understand and answer some key questions. One, how much you should invest in DevRel and dev marketing activities. So it's about estimating ROI here, right? You need to understand the R part of all your DevRel activities so that you know what cost you can justify. And it's not about only the cost of the activities, it's about a community. Many folks are wondering whether it's a good idea to build their own community or just be part of a broader community maybe. So this is something that's a key metric that would give you an idea. Does it pay to build and maintain a community? By estimating the value that you get from each developer that joins is where you get your numbers. The other thing is it justified to have DevRel teams? How much a team is going to cost versus what we expect, how many developers we expect to onboard in that way, and what value will those developers bring? That will give you an idea of the P&L there. And finally, as I said, we're discussing profiles here, and this would give you an idea of which is the most valuable profile, and therefore the ones to focus your acquisition and retention strategies. There's a lot more to be said, and we have a methodology of doing that, but these are the key points about the need for developer lifetime value. That's more or less from me for today. You can please go ahead and go to DevRelX.com website, where you can find loads of data points, more than what I just showed you. And there's also the book that we publish, authored by 24 people in the industry, experts on DevRel, and we'll give you some guidance. Otherwise, please get in touch if you would like more information. Thank you.
Hey, Christina, thank you for your great presentation. All right. As you already said, for all people, after all of the sessions, we'd like to ask you and other speakers any questions from the YouTube live chat or Twitter or somewhere, right? So
Okay,
at once, please move to the backstage. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Tashi.
Yep. Right, thank you for watching the Christina session, and thank you again, Christina, for your great presentation. So, actually, the last breakout session here, presented by Gerald. Please welcome again, Gerald.
Hello.
Yeah, hi there.
All good. All
Yeah.
good.
Right. So, could you please prepare your sharing slide?
Sure.
All right. The next session is the golden rules for developer relations by Gerard Sands. Now he is getting prepared to his slides. Please wait a moment. All right, got it. Okay. So please go ahead.
Okay. Well, thanks a lot for inviting me. And in this talk, I want to cover what I call the golden rules of developer relations. And let me start by introducing myself. I'm Gerard Sanz. I'm originally from Barcelona in Spain, and I'm a developer evangelist in web and cloud. So here you can see me going swimming in a lake. This was last winter, and it was quite freezing. You can see me on the wetsuit and all equipped. Temperature was 10 degrees, so it was pretty cold. And yeah, so this is a little bit about myself. And I want to start with a backstory. And this is to relate why I call the talk the Golden Rules of DevRel. And I'm going to start with a picture. And probably most of you will recognize him. And this is Usain Bolt. And he is very popular, and I bet that every one of you know about him. And he has won 9 gold medals, which is quite impressive, let's say. I want to show you another picture. And who recognize him? Maybe not so many of you. And it's a little bit crazy for me because he is Michael Phelps, and he has won 23 gold medals, which is the highest number of medals that anyone in the Olympic Games has ever won. And you may wonder, like, how you can win so many medals, and how he did it. And this brings us back to the Golden Rules. And this is the book that inspired me to create this talk. And as you can imagine, a lot of people looks into Olympic athletes who are that much successful, looking for answers of how they train, how they achieve these amazing results. And actually, the original book, The Golden Rules, is a book that covers all the history since Michael Phelps was a kid and was recruited, and then it goes through all the lifespan until he wins all his gold medals. And this book is written by his coach, his swim coach, and he shares all the tips that he has used over his career to train top athletes and also gold medalists. So it's quite interesting book. And one thing that I realized when I was reading this book is that it could be applied to other areas. And I wonder if I could apply it to DevRel. So let me check a little bit more details about Bob Bowman. And this is a picture of Bob doing his training. And he wrote this book, which are actually 10 rules. And this goes back to the thousands of hours that, as you can see here in this picture, he's training swimmers. And most of them are also Olympic medalists, as I was saying. And probably from all of these 10 rules that he gathered throughout his career, he's going to share how these impacted Michael Phelps' progress, and also how he can not only use this to achieve amazing results for Michael Phelps, but for the other people that he has coached. And if we look at his own achievements of Bob Bowman, he has 35 years of swimming coaching. He's also in the Hall of Fame of World Swimming and Diving. He has been 6 times the USS Swimming Coach of the Year, and his trainees have beaten world records for more than 40 times. So it's quite an achievement what he has done, and also together with Michael Phelps. Probably what he's more known for is because he was the lifelong coach of Michael Phelps since he was a kid. So that's a little bit of the introduction. What I did during the preparation of my talk is I group these 10 rules in different stages. And the first stage will be the foundations. What are the things that you are gonna need if you want to be very successful? And I'm gonna focus in DevRel. So let's start by the golden rules. And the golden rules, everything starts with a vision. And this vision is kind of a dream scenario where you see what you want to be doing in the future. And then you are not restricted but by any skills or by any limitations that you would normally use. You are just daydreaming what is your vision, what you want to achieve. And the next thing will be to set a goal. And that would be a state where you will be happy with the results. This could be anything. You can set your goals, for example, to be international public speaker. It could be leading a DevRel team in a large corporation. It's just your personal goal. As part of the foundations, the rules that I'm going to be focusing in this stage is setting the right mindset, also taking risks, and setting your goals. And through all this talk, I'm going to be following the same rules that Bob Bowman used in his books, and I'm going to try to apply those to DevRel. So when I'm talking about the mindset, this is sometimes how you approach the difficulties of going through your vision, implementing your vision. And taking risk will go through those moments where you need to take a leap over to some unknowns. And you could see this happening in different areas. In my own experience, this could probably be in public speaking. It could also be in content creation or community building. Of course, in any of these areas, you will be taking risks sometimes. Or maybe it's a risk that you take in your personal life. When I started in DevRel, I had to leave my job and focus on creating technical trainings. And this was a special time in my career because I had to leave a really good job in the city in London and try to focus on DevRel activities. And the way that I decided to do that was to do paid trainings. So you definitely need to take risks if you want to achieve your goals and your vision. The other thing that you need to do is goal setting. And when we are talking goal setting is usually an approach of setting manageable and reachable goals as a milestone to get you closer to your destination. So, of course, if you take and set a goal that is too difficult, you will be disappointed, you will be struggling too much. So, you need to be very careful what milestones you set for yourself. And let's start with showing some examples. So, you can see here when I started, and the way that I started was creating a small workshop. And at the time, this was 6 years ago, you could find me in a meetup looking at some code. You can see that there's no many people. Usually when I started my first community, we were mainly 2 or 3 people. And of course, if you think about managing a community or a meetup group, you're thinking like, oh, this will be 1,000, 2,000, 3,000 members community. It will be buzzing, but that's not really how it happens in reality. In reality, when you start, you probably are one or two people, but the mindset is, okay, I'm gonna do this, and I'm gonna go through the learning process. So you don't give up, and you just stay, and you just grow your skills along the way. So when I was doing these meetups, of course, I was going back home and thinking, look, we were two people at the meetup, and then I prepared for the next one. And this is how I got my experience. So the mindset is very important. The mindset is, we are doing this. We are going to achieve our vision, and we are going to do we're going to put the work that is necessary. This is now one of my first workshops that I did at QCon London. And you can see this is a full room. There's almost 40, 50 people. I mean, that was quite a session. And when you are looking at this, you will think like, okay, well, we go back to the taking risks. I mean, of course, when I wanted to do a training at a conference, this was my first large conference. QCon London is quite large, and I took the opportunity. It was kind of outside my comfort zone, so I took the risk and I went through it. Of course, there were few issues, but we're going to cover them a little bit later. But you can see that they are happy. But this is another example of how you take risks. Usually, I would be more comfortable with a small group, maybe 10 people, for the experience I had at the time. I mean, I had the materials. It wasn't an issue with the materials, but you know that as people may find issues, you may be overwhelmed, as I was alone on myself. So that was another example. Of course, I will be going through different examples of my own development. This is going back to my first talk. And as you can see, what's going on here? This is a silent disco conference for my first talk, and this is not the best environment. You can see the people, they are wearing these headphones, and you don't even know if they, I mean, you suppose they are listening to you, but the room was also with noise. You can see there's people playing a football. I mean, it was quite bizarre. From this first talk, I remember when I was backstage, I saw a door open at the back, and I was thinking, okay, I was pretty nervous, and I was thinking, okay, what happens if I just go? I leave. You know, you can see here, there's a little bit, you can see the backstage there. And I saw this door, and I thought like, okay, maybe I go, and what will be the worst that happen? So yeah, you need to take the leap. I mean, I didn't leave. You can see me in the picture giving my talk, but you go through little crises, and you definitely have to go and take those risks. This is another time when I was MC, and this is also another opportunity that came to me by chance, and this is because the actual MC was not able to attend. So I was more like covering for another MC, and the organizers, they knew me. Because I was also running a meetup on my own, so they know me. They knew that I could potentially do it. So they asked me, and they tell me, okay, tomorrow, sorry for the late notice, we have this conference. It's a one-day conference, and we need a master of ceremonies. Would you like to do it? And I was thinking, I don't know, I never done this, but this is somewhat related to community work. And yeah, I decided, okay, let's do this. And here you can see me doing some emceeing. I mean, the emceeing is more like a host, so you introduce the people, talk to the audience, warm them up a little bit. And this was kind of the beginning of another area that I developed during my background. So that's about the foundations. Another set of rules that take you from your vision to your goal is what I call the journey. And these are some other rules that Bob Bowman describes what he thinks makes swimmers successful. And the rules go around these different areas. What he mentioned is the daily effort, like what is the boring tasks that you need to do day by day. This would be more like the training. You can imagine swimmers going to training sessions for hours. And this can be also seen in DevRel. There's a lot of tasks that are mostly logistics, and you will just go through them, and there won't be much excitement. Not everything is exciting in DevRel, but people have this vision of the fancy and the trouble and all that. But there's a lot of groundwork that goes behind that you have to make sure to be done. There's also a mention to the support network, and I think a lot of the times we don't cover this. This is a long journey. I mean, for me, it has taken maybe 5 to 6 years to really reach to a point where I find myself like being a professional in DevRel, and you really need a support network. The other thing that he mentions is that very successful people in athletes and gold medalists, they know how to stay motivated. And I would say that in my case, I would just stay motivated myself. Most of the times, you don't get that many support, and you think, I'm doing all these things, and where is my support? Where is my, okay, you did a good job. So most of the times you probably just do it yourself. I will get into this routine where if I do something that I'm really proud of, I would just imagine myself like saying, okay, Gerard, you did a good job, you did a great job here. And I even have some of these in my slides. And I think it's very important because you want to stay positive and motivated. So let's go ahead and look at some of these moments as related to these journey rules. So this is when I got the Google Developer Expert, and this is an award that Google gives to the most active contributors in different areas. In my case was Angular, and you can see here this is a group picture. There's other Google Developer Experts in Angular. There's also the Angular core team. We can see here some of them. This is years ago, so some of us have changed. Some of us have moved to big companies. But this is the Google Developer Expert Summit, and the most active members of the GDE group will be invited to go to Mountain View with all travel paid, and then you will be able to meet with the product team. Then, depending on your specialty, for us was meeting with the Angular core team. Besides that, you are also invited to other events like Google I/O, and this all depends on your activities and the impact that you have. So this, of course, was a highlight at the time. And this is actually my support network. this is a group of people with the same goals, and in our case was being experts in web and Angular. So this is where you can get collaborations, when you can get referrals, when you get excited about things that are happening in the community. And I think this is very important to find your tribe, let's say. These are some international events, of course, because you are part of the Google Developers Experts Network. You get sometimes invited to international events. You can see here, maybe recognize some of the DevRels that are from the GD program and other programs. And this is also beneficial as you go along and you have these support networks. This is another example of Google I/O. This is the year conference for Google. And you can see that this already gets massive in numbers. And of course, this is along the journey of your developer relations. You probably cannot expect to start in DevRel and start traveling the world. I mean, it's also because of the pandemic, but there's a reasonable expectation that this will happen at some point. Let's cover another area. And for this next stage, I'm going to call it struggles. And for the struggles is in your journey from the initial vision to your goals that you want to achieve, you know that at some point you will face some struggles. And as Bob Bowman talks, people that are very successful, they know how to deal with the struggles. And I think that will make the difference for you. And this is how you face adversities and how you stay focused. And I cover some of these in the previous slides, but basically this is when something bad happens and how you recover from those situations. And people that are successful, they know how to deal with these struggles. So let's look at some of them. And this is probably the most common. Your talk has not been accepted, or your talk didn't pass the approval from the program committee. As you do more and more, you really don't mind. You really don't mind. If I make an effort to do a call for paper, I try to make it exciting. I try to make it relevant for the event. And maybe I will invest some time, but I won't be that much invested that I will get disappointed. Or usually I will create a proposal that I can use for more conferences, or I will just focus around a topic that doesn't depend on a single conference to give me that return. So your talk was not accepted. Of course, you don't need to ignore it. You probably want to know why. As you are learning, you probably want to know, okay, there was something wrong. You probably want to review what made the conference not pick your talk, but also you cannot hang gap to that failure. I mean, it's not even a failure, but you want to learn from those situations. Another example would be when you are creating your community, how you look for bigger venues. And here I have this slide. At the time, I had two groups. One was 800 members, the other one was 500 members. This is Angular Zone and GraphQL London. And it was a point in time where I needed to grow the communities. And I didn't know if I could host the events. Events were successful. I had enough people coming to the events, but we were reaching to the limit of the venue. So I had to look for other venues. I mean, I could also just limit the access to people and then make the events of a certain capacity. But of course, you want to keep growing. So yeah, you need to deal with that and learn and grow with the situation. There's also another issue that you may face along your DevRel development. And for me, this was just doing events in Europe. So I did a lot of events. This is one year. So I've been in different Angular conferences. I've been in the web. I've been doing some GDG events. But you realize that these are all in Europe. I mean, there was only one that was in the US, but the other ones were all in Europe. And when you think about it, it's not that easy to move from between continents. You need to fund the travel, you need to fund the hotels. Unless you are working for a large company, this won't be easy to overcome. So you will need to find ways to go through that. One way that I found to overcome that was through collaboration. So I did a collaboration of a training with Angular Academy based in Canada, and this allowed me to move to other countries while still doing my work. So here you will see some pictures. These are some of the flyers that I created, and actually the workshop was very successful. You can see I also took some time to visit the waterfalls in the border from Canada to the US, and I really had a great time. So this is one way that I overcome that struggle, which was being limited to Europe. So I found a creative way. And this is along that time. You can see all the locations that I was able to speak at or do events. Some of them were supported by the Google Developer Experts, and some others were sponsored by the conferences. So here you can see some of these locations, and you can see at this time I didn't do events in South America or Asia, mainly the Asia area. So that's also another thing that you need to realize. You may struggle in your goals. I mean, this was my personal goal, to be able to have done a talk everywhere in the world. It's nobody else's business. But of course, in that journey, I struggled to achieve some of those locations. The last stage is reaching your goals. What you do when you reach your goals, and this is probably the sweetest stage. And Bob Bowman goes around to celebrate those achievements and then thinking on what else you can do after. And I'm going over time a little bit, so I'm going to be a little bit faster in this area. So here on the Master of Ceremonies, I had the opportunity to meet, of course, Evan Yu from the Vue framework. I was able to do interviews and meet a lot of people and also have a lot of fun. But this wasn't, once you have done 5, 10 Master of Ceremonies or Master of Ceremonies for days, you need new challenges. So this is when I started looking for other opportunities. And here, this is the 10th anniversary from DroidCon London. And what I asked the organizers is if I could bring other MCs. I didn't want to do the emceeing. I mean, it's always nice to be the only MC in a conference, but I did DroidCon emceeing for maybe 3, 4, 5 times, and I was thinking, okay, let's twist it, and I invited other MCs. In this occasion, there was another MC that we invited, but I also tried to invite more MCs, and I think there was a time when we invited 2 others, so we were like 3 MCs on the stage, and that also brought some challenges, like how you interact and make it nice when you need to switch from one MC to another, and then we found different ways to achieve that. So you always try to invent new goals. Of course, when you reach your goal and you have been an MC for 3, 4, 5 times, it's not a challenge anymore. So you need to find different ways to make it interesting. This is another achievement. So this is a workshop that I did at ngConf, and ngConf is the Angular conf, the original Angular conf. So this was kind of my achieving my goal of doing a training. You can see that there was 100 people in the room. So I think that was a goal tick for me. One thing that I did on the training side is, okay, now I can do one-day training. I can do all these different formats. So I imagined a new format, and this format was a whole week. And this was called Angular in flip-flops. And what I thought is like, okay, we can do 3 days of a workshop, and then 3 days the participants will build an application in groups. So this was the setup. I did a collaboration with Chris Sevilleja that you may know. And you can see some of the pictures. We also had some surfing lessons. And this is some other things that you may imagine. Besides doing the trainings, you can also imagine new kinds of formats. And this is kind of the same that I applied here. So this is a conference that I did with some people in the Angular community that was happening in a cruise. And it did happen. You can see all of the organizers here. This was a cruise around the Bahamas, departing from Miami, and it was awesome. And these are the things that you do when you achieve your goals, then you make the goals harder. And this is kind of an example of that. And on that topic that we covered, this is now my current kind of location. So now I've done Asia, I've done Australia, New Zealand, South America. The only missing bit here is Africa. I haven't been in any conference in Africa, so if you can help me on that, that would be awesome. So I want to wrap up now, so I can just tell you, if you are starting in DevRel, just let me tell you that you can do it. One thing that I would recommend you is finding a mentor. Like Bob Bowman was helping swimmers and athletes to achieve their goals. That will help you a lot along all the stages. When you set your goals, when you go through your journey as a support network, telling you where to look at, what challenges can you go through, or if you already have the experience and you have been through all of this and you have been successful, be a mentor, because it will make a difference for someone else. Thank you for listening. That's all what I wanted to share today.
Hi, thank you, Gerald. Thank you for your great presentation. Right. Okay, so these 3 speaker sessions, and in this session group session, it's finished. So I'd like to bring all of the speakers to on stage now. So let me. Yes. Hey, welcome back.
Hello.
Yeah. Right.
Hi.
Right. Yeah, and first of all, I'd like to announce again for audiences, and I planned we planned the breakout session by Olia in this session group, but it has been cancelled because there is happened getting the massive thunderbolt in Spain. So Olia and the people around there cannot connect the internet. So we appreciate for about that for all except expecting her session with Soli again. Right. So the in from now we'd like to have the Q&A and just schedule chatting. And so hey Ayumi, do you have any question from the Twitter or YouTube Live or OBS or something like that? If no questions, and So okay. So okay. The first speakers for Anna. You get talked about Open API for travel data for your company. It's a great session, I think. And you also talked about the customer support and the customer success, including your session theme. So just actually, I'm not sure now. Now I'm in charge of customer success team. Yeah, but before that, I used to be a developer advocate. So what do you think about customer success is a part of DevRel, or DevRel is a part of customer success? What do you think about that?
As I mentioned, I think that the nature of questions are questions that can be answered by developer relations, and also developers who want to talk with tech people that have technical knowledge. So I believe it has to be, it's one of our responsibilities. And from personal experience, I have to say that I learned a lot of things through the customer support journey, things that I wouldn't really know if I hadn't been in that role.
I see. I see. Actually, in my current team, the customer success team, that lots of customer success manager. They used to be a developer advocate at IBM, so that we sometimes talking about the customer success is developer relations or now. We are not sure. So,
Yeah.
but just I think it's so. Customer success is the next step of developer relations, developer advocate. Because of the developer advocate need to uh, need to spread our services, our platforms for all of developers as broad. But customer success is for a specific customer, a specific client already bought it to success their business with us. So all of them they are the a kind of developer relations. I believe that.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. Right.
Yeah. And also they ask customer support for customer success. What I see is not only replying to emails or specific customers, but everyone who is interested and has some questions, or someone from the developer community or on Stack Overflow. It's part of our journey, a mission to be able to support them. And also it's a great way to get in the shoes of developers and see how they feel about your product through helping them.
I see.
Yeah.
The Stack Overflow is a very great
Yes.
service platform. So I'd like to ask all of you guys. So the Stack Overflows, mainly they provided in English, right? But Gerald and Christina, in UK, so English basis. So I know that. But we Japanese in Japan, of course, no use English. It's very hard to understand Stack Overflow in English. Yeah, of course, we have the translated Stack Overflow in Japanese, but sometimes it's a little bit strange to translate. Cannot understand the meaning. So, do you have any experience that like that? For any countries, for especially the Gerald, do you have the lots of experience to go overseas, right?
Yeah. Actually, I also, because I lived in different countries. So I lived in Germany, I lived in Brazil, I lived in Spain. Um, I found the most problems were in Germany, because they changed the names of the variables, and they are like really long. And unless you know the language, there's no way to split the word. They don't use camel case or anything, so it's just like a very long variable name, which sounds like someone was hitting the keyboard and not knowing what was going on. But besides that, everybody is very comfortable with English. I think the only two places that I heard about issues is Russia Russians, they also quite strong about using Russian instead of English, but maybe Japan. But I'm not aware of other. Maybe there's more countries, but I think most of the people is comfortable with English these days.
Right. I see.
Well, sorry, it's just we have a lot of experience with our surveys because, as I say, they go to more than 150 countries, and we do translate it. We translate it in I think 8 or 9 languages because there are countries that have issues, and of course we translate, for example, in Chinese and Japanese and so on, Spanish even. And Russian, because again, there are communities that, and the developers have the option to take the survey either in English or in their language. And we actually keep track from which countries people prefer to take the survey in their own language versus not. And there are countries like that that have issues. And in fact, what we do is that we had several complaints because the translation we couldn't, because we don't speak Japanese, right? We couldn't tell if the translation was good enough. And then we had developers coming back and saying, okay, this does not make a lot of sense in Japanese or in Chinese. So what we do is that we ask developers from our own community, because we also have our own community, to test it, to have a look first and make sure it makes sense. Because sometimes when you just simply translate one word for word, it doesn't come out as it should.
Exactly.
Yeah,
right. Get commented by the data analyst, right? Yes. Good comment. Thank you very much. So, I am interested in the Gerard's comment. So sometimes we have the similar situation for translation, and like a Stack Overflow, the command includes the code and the script, right? So sometimes translated including some code and the scripts. So that doesn't make sense. What is that? This is a code, a scripts, or just a description? Well, we are not sure. So sometimes it happened. Right. Anyway, okay. So for Christina, and you have talked about the developer relation from the point of view of the data analyst. So it's incredible to analyze a lot of data for developer market. I think very interesting the change in the data. So the before to current, and we got one comment from Twitter that I interested in. That I show you, and the comment is a big chance. Big change in the number of female developers from your data. It's very interesting. So actually, I also think so. That in the Japan IT company, before that maybe 10 or 20 years ago, we have the few female IT engineers or developers or something like that, architects also. But now I think lots of female engineers, lots of female developers here in Japan case. So this comment is right for the current situation. From your data, but what do you think about that in this situation, Christina?
Yeah. So when I first looked at it, I said, "Can it be?" Because you always, I always want to check that the numbers are indeed making sense, and if they're correct, and understand what's happening. I briefly mentioned in my talk that this is partly because of all the initiatives out there to promote, to help women be part of the whole ecosystem, and the other is new roles that women are more, are more willing to take on more easily because they're closer to what other roles that they would take. So what we did, I asked my team to dive into the roles, because we track several roles, as I said, developer, architect, designer, and many of those. And I wanted to see if that came about from very specific roles, like designer or tech product manager, or whether it was spread out across all roles. And we found that it is in most roles. It is more in some, like designers and so on, but it's also in the very technical roles, like architects and system admins and DevOps specialists. They're there. So it is happening. And it's happening more in the younger age groups. So this is very promising, because we have young women who go to university on some software engineering degree and then graduate and come indeed in the industry. And I find this very encouraging.
Oh, I see. Okay, thank you. And by the way, what kind of companies do you use data analyzing services for DevRel, such as structured data?
What companies we talk to for DevRel?
Yeah, right. If you can say the company name.
So right now we find that the interest for developers is spilling out of the software technology industry. It's going into what we call the verticals more and more. So we traditionally would talk to the big tech guys, such as Google, Microsoft, and so on, Intel, who are in our clientele. But now gradually, for example, in the financial world, they are getting very interested in developers so that they can, build a community around their API, financial APIs, and so on. So pharmaceuticals, maybe even. Therefore, we do see a shift also into industries, and therefore the interest for developers and therefore DevRel is also going across to other vertical industries.
Right. Exactly. You've talked about technology area as a blockchain in your session, right? Okay. Yeah. I see. Thank you. Okay. So therefore, Gerald, and I'm very interesting. Your swimming is very amazing. And 10 degrees, right? 10 degrees Celsius, right?
Yeah. I think that's mainly because of the lockdown. I mean, the last year, I think it has changed all of us, and as you get confined to your to maybe your house or your flat, you just want to get to do things that gets you out of the house. And I think the winter was quite boring. So that's a way to break the boredom. But it's quite interesting, because the whole thing was to get to the lake, because I tried last year, and it's quite nice. I mean, not in 10 degrees, but during the summer. And then I was missing going to the lake and having a time there. And then if you realize the season, it's not even started yet because of the temperature. So me and a friend of mine were thinking, like, okay, how difficult it would be to go in the winter. And then you can do it. I mean, you need to buy a lot of things to like globes, and not a scarf, but mostly like a scarf to go into the water. And then it's okay. It's not, I mean, it's not something to stay in the water. It's just go in and then leave running. But it's nice. It's nice. It's a different experience.
Yeah, cool. Do you usually join the triathlon or something like that?
Well, similar to the lake.
Wow.
I started to do running last year, just with the first lockdown, and I got into some strange challenge where I did 100 days of running, and I was doing a lot of running. I guess I need to keep busy, otherwise I get crazy. So yeah, I guess it's my personality. Just gets me to do these things. But yeah. Now I'm doing running, swimming, and I lost a lot of weight. I mean, if you have seen me before, I was kind of a different person.
Wow. You are the technical runner, right?
Yeah.
So great. Yeah. But by the way, what kind of technologies and platform is your main technology area? It means for cloud platform, the GCP, AWS. It seems you are familiar with Angular, the Node.js, or Java, any programming languages. I know. So what kind of platforms for cloud?
For cloud, I mean, of course, I was working for AWS Amplify. So this was a full stack serverless platform. So that was using AWS. So I'm specialized in AWS. I also have close relations with Google solutions. So GCP, it's Firebase, Firestore, and anything that goes with Angular. I'm a big fan of GraphQL as well. It's not that popular in Angular, but it's a technology that comes from Facebook. So React and Vue are quite big fans of it, and that's also one of the topics of my communities. So yeah, I'm quite fond of GraphQL because of that.
Right. Great. You are the full stack engineer. By the way, you've talked about skills matter in London.
Yes.
Yeah, right.
Yes.
For full stack con?
Yeah, that's full stack conference. There's few conferences. Unfortunately, they closed.
Yeah.
I think because of the pandemic. So CodeNote has gone through some changes on the direction. So now another team took over Skills Matters. So now they are back, but I'm not sure they still have the offices. And so mainly before you could go to CodeNote, and this was like a large conglomerate of community activities. So that was probably the main place to go to do community in London. But now it's been how much, like 2 years almost, and around the first lockdown they closed down, and that's really sad, because every day there was a meetup or there was a conference. It was quite active.
I see. The Christina and Anna, have you ever been to Skills Matter in London? And now?
No, I haven't been.
All right. So it's a very great venue for the tech events. I couple of times went to the Skills Matter to attend the Hurstacon and Node.js convention, or some F-Sharp conference, or some technical conference. Yeah, it's a very good venue. It's very unique room name. The old room and enter. I forgot that. So
yeah.
Yeah.
So the main thing is they were a training company. And then as a training company, they did a lot of courses, and they had like really nice people coming to train you on every like topic, from Node to web, backend, cloud. I mean, they were like a specialist with more than 20 years experience. And then they hired this venue, and they had all the people in there would be for free for you. So they will record your events, they will give you like video, audio, and they will prepare all of these fancy rooms, and also catering. There was like a bar, and it was more like a shared office. It felt like a shared
I see.
office with the community.
Right. Okay. Yeah. Thank you. The whole. If you have a chance, but let's go to.
Hopefully, we will get the chance after the pandemic. Yeah.
Yeah. Right. Exactly. All right. So the time's up. So the thank you again for you three great speakers, and thank you for presentation. Okay, and thank you for every audiences listening this Fuji track breakout sessions. Thank you very much. Okay, Gerald, Anna, Christina, thank you very much again.
Thank you.
And yeah, thank you. See you.
Thanks,
Yeah, see you.
Pleasure.
Bye.
Bye.
Bye. Right, thank you, everyone. In this session group, is all breakout session groups in Fuji. It has been finished. And next, we have the so let me see. Next, the sponsor session by Microsoft, and it will be started in. Oh, let me just a second. In 25 minutes. Okay, so please stay tuned and please wait a while. Okay, thank you again. Bye for now.
everyone.
Hi everyone, welcome back to Fuji Track. Thank you for attending DevRelCon Tokyo 2021. Here's Track Fuji, and I'm your host Taiji as the co-organizer of this conference. Are you having a good time? All right. I'm happy to broadcast you all some speaker sessions. Please don't miss the sessions left here. I'd like to announce you something though. First one is if you have any questions for each speaker, please post it on YouTube live chat. Yeah, but we have only a last keynote session and two sponsor sessions. Right. Second one, we have job board, so let's access there and find new opportunities. Of course, you can put your job description if you have. You can find the signboard or job board at the center of the virtual venue office, right? Next one, don't forget to visit sponsor booths and let's talk with them. You would get a takeaway as beneficial informations. Last one, you can collect 4 secret numbers as 4 digits each from 4 gold sponsors. Please watch the sponsor sessions and get them. You can watch these kind of sponsor sessions at each track, like now, or at the sponsor logos area, left bottom of the venue. All right. This is the sponsor session here from Microsoft, talked by Odasho as a co-organizer of the conference also. Okay, let's get started.
Hi everyone, I'm Odasho from Microsoft. Hope you are enjoying DevRelCon Tokyo 2021. I hope you are having a great time as I'm one of organizers running this conference. In this Microsoft sponsored session, I would like to introduce Microsoft Build, which was held for 2 days starting from May 26, 2021 in Japan time. What? You haven't attended the Microsoft Build conference? Don't worry about that. In fact, some of the videos are already archived and available. Please visit the Microsoft Build 2021 website and check it out. I have prepared a QR code so you can view it from your smartphone. There is a video that condenses this year's Microsoft Build into 188 seconds. So if you are really short on time, watch this. And there were so many updates in this year's Microsoft Build as well. The archive video supports subtitles in various languages, and the playback speed can be changed freely. You can also search by caption. Just look at the part you want to watch. The on-demand session videos can be viewed here. If you missed it, please watch it from here. If you don't have time to watch the videos, you can check the Book of News for updates. Finally, Microsoft Build is running a skill challenge using Microsoft Learn called the Cloud Skill Challenge. This challenge ends in 3 days, but tomorrow is Sunday. We have a lot of learning time ahead of us, so join us and complete the learning path. Those who complete it will be entered into a drawing for an online meeting with Microsoft leaders. Please share your feedback with them. The Cloud Skill Challenge is also being held outside of Microsoft Build. You can also visit 30 days to Learn its site and scan the QR code If you complete the learning path, you can take the Microsoft certification exam at half price. This offer is available until June. Microsoft Learn already has a learning path for the latest technologies updated in Microsoft Build. If you want to try out the latest technologies first, you can visit the Microsoft Learn site, which already has over 2.2k learning modules on Azure, GitHub, Microsoft Teams, MR, Visual Studio, Power Platform, and more. I hope you have a great time at DevRelCon Tokyo 2021. I'll be there.
Hi, thank you for your presentation, Oda Show. Dong. Ta-da!
Yeah.
Oda Show's here. It's a surprise. Hey,
Yeah.
the four audiences, you need to note this 4 digits code. This is Microsoft's one. You need to collect 4 type of codes from each sponsor, each gold sponsor. This is just Microsoft's one. Yeah, please. When you get collect 4 codes from each gold sponsors completely, please enter these codes via this URL. Maybe you can see the http://tokyo dash 2021.devil.net/swag. Right. Do you have any comments, Odasho? Okay.
No, so
Thank you for
yeah.
watching. Okay.
Thank you.
No more comments. Right?
Yes.
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 No. Okay.
No.
No. Okay.
Okay.
Okay. So thank you for watching the sponsor session from Microsoft Oda Show. Thank you. After that, we have last keynote session. Let me see. Is it presented by Animashu from Microsoft? Start at maybe in 2 minutes, right? All right. Okay. So please wait and stay tuned. Bye for now.
Hi. Hi, good morning, good afternoon, good evening. Thank you for joining at DevRelCon Tokyo 2021. This track is Fuji. And we'll be hosting Annie from Microsoft for the final keynote session of DevRelCon Tokyo 2021. Please tweet with the hashtag DevRelCon. If you have any questions, please post them in the YouTube chat. We'll also have a job board at DevRelCon Tokyo 2021. Let's recruit your friends from all over the world. Okay, and now I'd like to welcome Annie.
Hello, Odasho-san.
Hi, Annie.
Hi there.
Yeah, thank you so much for being a keynote speaker at DevRelCon Tokyo 2021 today. We can't wait to hear your session. How are you doing now?
Very good. I was excited to be here today, so I'm looking forward to the next half an hour.
Yeah, great.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you for having me.
Yeah, thank you so much, Annie. So, okay, now let's start Annie's session. And her session title is Reimagining the Future of Work for Developers, right?
Yes.
Okay, it's a very interesting title. Let's start session. Annie, please share your slide, okay?
Okay.
Wait a moment. For that, wait a moment.
Yes.
Okay, I got it.
All right. Thank you, Dasho.
Okay. Yeah. Can you watch this? Watch your slide?
Yes. Are you seeing my slide? Yeah.
Yes. Okay, let's begin. Annie,
All right.
go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you, Dasho. I'm so thrilled to be here with you all in Tokyo, in Japan. Let's dive into the future of work for developers. Right. 3 people are hired every minute on LinkedIn. And that's the good news. So software developer jobs are growing again, but the top skills that companies want are changing. So what's driving that change? We know the world around us has changed in the last 15 months. And so a lot of forces are shifting the sands beneath our feet and the businesses. Now, the jury is still out on whether this is a recession, it's going to be a recession or not. But in any case, it feels recessionary-like because the world we knew is not there anymore. Now, think of it as a sharp curve on an auto racetrack. If you are in that race car, what are you doing at that point when you see that sharp curve coming? So you don't put the full brake on the car immediately, do you? You do not. So what we would do is decelerate, look at where the curve looks to be, take a calculated turn, reach the apex, take a calculated turn again to reach the outside apex, and then accelerate from there. Now, recession is like that, or times like this, they call it the black swan or whatever, but times like this are pretty much like that sharp curve for businesses and for us. Now, Bain did some interesting work in this area of what do winning companies do during recession-like periods that makes a sharp difference between winners and not so much winners, maybe 15 months hence or 5 years hence or 10 years hence. So they figured that there is a stark difference. And the biggest reason for that difference was that winners start with the end in mind and know exactly where to invest. So it goes to say that the investments you make during the current time, and think of yourself as a business owner, a CEO, a founder, head of an app development team, or whatever. But the decisions you make today, while you're in this tough period, will decide where you are a few years from now. So it's regardless to say that making those decisions is not easy. Now, Karl Popper is a very interesting scientist with a philosophical bent of mind. He wrote an essay about clouds and clocks, about the rational mind and decision making. And according to him, all problems are either clocks or clouds. Clocks are something that is very predictable. You can take apart a clock, figure out how those components work together, put it back, and then you have the clock working again. But digital transformation is more like a cloud. So a cloud is, you cannot take apart a cloud and say what's causing the cloud to gather together or move faster or become a rain, etc. It's an interconnection of things and themes. And digital transformation is much like that. It is not just about that one app you do or saying that, hey, let's make 10 apps in this space or create a couple of models. That really is not digital transformation. It is the interplay between many components of people and process and technology and so on and so forth. So it is an emergent system. It emerges, so 1 + 1 is equal to 11. It emerges and transforms organizations and nations as the interconnectedness between all this increase. So digital transformation is underpinning the transformation that we are going through. And let's take a quick look at what are some of the changes, what are some of the forces that are driving the change today that you and I and our leaders need to be cognizant of so they take the right decisions. So the forces driving change are coming in many, many aspects. First off is a market. So the market itself has a demand. It's not just about survival, or rather it's not just about growth, but it's equally important to survive that you need to digitally transform because everything has gone remote. And it has gone remote in a way that for a small retail or a large retail brand, which used to have some kind of a legacy app which was providing online shopping, could cater to maybe 1,000 hits on that website. And suddenly that has taken a sharp rise and it's like 10,000 hits or more than that. And they're not able to deal with that. So they quickly have to create a new website or create a new app or create a new mobile app to counter and complement that. So the need to bring these applications and solutions to market faster than ever before translates on the developer side to seeing like 7x faster release cycles than 10 years ago. And it's something we live and breathe with today. So the demand from our organization or from the market competition to adapt and innovate with speed. On a similar note, organizations are trying to reduce costs. So there's about 8% decline in IT spend, according to Gartner in 2020. And as everything went digital, the increased focus on reliability and security is paramount, not just for organizations, but for the consumers that you are serving. So there's been a 17% year-on-year increase in data breaches. So in that case, people are looking beyond traditional security measures to multi-layered security and business continuity application. And that alone is driving this increase of adoption of cloud. Now, underpinning all that is the whole remote development piece. and important for developer teams, which are now remote, to suddenly be able to work with ops and devs and security and the product teams. And looks like 84% of the businesses will continue to increase remote work after COVID-19. So shipping confidently and securely and the adoption of DevOps practices and more is going to be, is today a force that is driving this change. Now, another kind of force that is driving the change, and this is cutting across all industries, but I'm taking healthcare as an example here, is multiple things. On one hand, the consumer, in the case of healthcare, the patient expectations have increased and drastically by about 81%. So they demand and expect that all of their data across whichever hospitals and clinicians they were is aggregated and available to them as a patient history. And data sharing is a big issue in the healthcare industry. So ways to go here. But that demand from consumer is driving change in getting to better data sharing. Now, our data itself is so siloed within healthcare. You have unstructured data, you have structured data, you have imaging, you have text from patient medical records. So there's a 4 trillion plus gigabytes of data that is sitting across fragmented and siloed systems. Interoperability has suddenly become an industry need. System-wide disruption evolving from healthcare needs is estimated to be about 70%. Meaningful data access to them, especially now in terms of the current pandemic, there was this huge need for data sharing between Japan and India and US and Malaysia and across the globe to make sense of how is this pandemic evolving, because it's not just one country's issue. It's just spreading rapidly. And that's when it hit everybody again that, okay, we are at the industry is at no place to be able to share this data because of taxonomy issues, interoperability issues, data that looks in a certain fashion that comes from UK, maybe it's the same data in India, but they're labeled differently and the taxonomy is entirely different. And so it's not easy to share. And even if you say you want to share, the contracting and legal aspects takes anywhere from 7 months to 1 year for 2 agreed parties to share data. So this is a very interesting piece of how industry is driving changes. Another interesting change that is driven today is technology itself. And of all the technologies out there, I think AI is the one that has a far-reaching and imminent, immediate impact, not only at a personal level or a organizational level, but even at a societal level. And why is this technology change so important to consider, and the fact that we should consider it and drive changes are 2 key things. One is just the pace of innovation. It's so rapid. While it started a long time back, that pace of innovation in the last 10 years has kind of been escalating. And if you look at it from 2016, Microsoft achieved object recognition human parity, to we achieved speech recognition parity in 2017, to reading, translation, speech synthesis, and language understanding in 2019 at a general language understanding parity. When we talk about human parity, for example, on voice, it means that if you hear a human audio clip and a robot's audio clip, you will not be able to make the difference, which has far-reaching impact on consumers. So that is one thing. And the other, so that's the second piece of proximity to human intelligence. So imagine this technology that's rapidly innovating and it's getting closer to human intelligence. And already there is, we know that there are going to be many parts of the functional operational piece, like say manufacturing, where a lot of the robotic processes are going to come into play. Robots are going to take over a lot of the jobs. And that doesn't mean it's taking away jobs from human. It just means that humans have another level of jobs to look at. So that's forces driving technology. Now, if we look at the whole demographic dividend, it's very interesting. That's a very powerful force again. Just in Japan, I was reading up some stuff on Japan and the demographic dividend there. And so there's an aging population, which means people who are actively working on technology and having jobs are reducing. Now, that calls for increasing your expanse of people who are employable and innovating people. So that calls for women and probably also senior citizens and even students to contribute to this. Now, 75% of the growing occupations call for STEM skills. And the number of engineers who could cover those STEM skills is nowhere near that. So there's a huge gap in terms of people required to do digital transformation or digital literate jobs or even STEM jobs, and the number of STEM students who are graduating and being available to take up the jobs. Now look at the students who are going to graduate soon. 65% of students today will do jobs that don't yet exist. And then if you think about it, so the women developers, the women engineers, the women student graduates, and Japan has a huge number of or an equally well represented women in the education force, which is not the case in rest of Asia. However, only 10% women are ending in engineering research, and not equal parity in terms of employment as well. Not equal parity in terms of the political area in which women are playing. So Japan is at 121 out of 153 worldwide from World Economic Forum's countrywide quote on gender parity. Now, there are a lot of issues there, but some of the things could also be related to ability to give a good work environment, but also about women who apply only if they meet 100% of the criteria. So if you look at all those forces that are shifting the world around us, and imagine that you are looking at your business and where to go with it, the first thing you want to do is to predict what you can. And that's where the whole AI and ML pieces come in, and use of technology to do that. Now, there's only so far you can predict. And beyond that, you need to imagine what you cannot. And then the judgment to know the difference between this. So Khalil Gibran is one of my favorite poets from a couple of centuries ago. Ton of good work. And he talks about this. When you reach the end of what you should know, you will be at the beginning of what you should sense. And in a way, that is where we are. That's where the pandemic has brought us. That we are kind of at the edge of what we know, and then starting to imagine and predict and make sense of the future. And underpinning all this is actually technology, because that's going to help us. But technology is only an enabler. People actually make the real difference. Satya Nadella, Microsoft CEO, says this very well, and he talks about it as it's all about dev velocity. So developers are sitting at the core of the opportunity that exists for organizations and nations to reimagine ourselves. And it's about the developer velocity. And what is developer velocity? This is a study that was done by McKinsey with Microsoft. And hundreds of organizations were interviewed, and decision makers were interviewed. And they have come up with a dev velocity index. Now, there are 3 areas in which this talks about. So fundamentally, this is about enabling developers to build organizational success or business success, and enabling them in 3 different areas. The first is the architecture, infrastructure, platform, testing, and tools. That's the technology piece. As I said earlier, technology is only one part of the whole story. The other one is the engineering practices or the working practices that we as developers require. We need good engineering practices. We need security and compliance built into our processes, open source and inner source. So everybody uses open source stuff, but inner source is interesting, where you bring the open source culture inside an organization, and agile team practices. And the third piece is around organizational enablement, which is about culture, the team characteristics, product management, agility and talent and remote work and all of that. So how is the organization enabling developers to do better? Now, velocity is not just about speed. It is about speed, but it is also about direction. So that is the crux of developer velocity. And at an organizational perspective, it's super important that organizations recognize that part of their ability to differentiate from others and create success would be about developer velocity. And developer velocity is got three components. First, of course, is about building productively. And that's where from Microsoft, we bring in that end-to-end tool chain, which has Azure and GitHub, Visual Studio Code, and of course, Power Platform, which is a no-code, low-code for non-coders or even for coders to use. So the whole need to focus on building productively. And the second one is about collaboration globally and securely. As everything went remote and teams are remote, and the opportunity here is to go cross borders and have global teams better. So globally collaborating and securely doing, and that's Azure DevOps and GitHub. And the third one is about scaling innovation. So these are three areas we think that contribute to developer velocity and where we need to focus attention on from an organization perspective. Now I'll switch gears to a more personal piece, which is about you and me. So as a developer, if you master the new developer agenda, you will outperform the market. You will help your organizations to outperform the market. So I believe there are a few things that we can do differently as this future of work is evolving. It's very nascent. We are in early days, but I have a few thoughts to share with you here. Let me take you back to this little state back in India called Kerala. It's the southernmost tip of India. I'm right now talking to you from Malaysia, but this is where I come from, Kerala. So in 2017, there were flash floods in Kerala, like in a century. That was the biggest flash flood ever. And there was this young man, Bodhish Thomas. You can check him out on GitHub as well. So he was part of the team that was working towards disaster recovery and relief. And it was a community effort. A bunch of developers came together and quickly created some small software to help navigate that disaster. Cut to 2020, February 4th, Kerala declared COVID emergency. And Bodhish reached out to Sanjay. Sanjay is a startup village founder. He runs Pupil Fest and a bunch of things. But above all, he's a visionary. So Bodhish knew that this COVID response needed a much bigger vision. He reached out to Sanjay. Sanjay started working with Bodhish and his team, expanded it, worked with the Kerala government. And from February 4th, by about 4th March, they went live with the software for the COVID war room. And 60 weeks later, today, it's something like this. A massive, there are 85 people who are working there from the government, from the hospitals, and these developers that you see and all of them And Kerala is supposed to be the front runner in terms of having a manageable COVID response in all of India. So the interesting piece here that I want to talk to you or convey to you is that as a developer, it is not enough to write great code. Creating synergy is super important. Knowing who to contact to create that synergy is good enough. Now, Sanjay himself, engineering grad from Kerala, he is great at creating those synergies. So he knew how to contact the government, private players like Microsoft, bring in all the resources together and create something that's impactful for the state or the country. It is now being, it's open source, it's on GitHub, and it's now being ported across different districts and states in Kerala. So that creating synergy is a very interesting characteristic of the future developer, if you will. It's about knowing who else to connect to create a better outcome from what you are doing, or to do the right things by looking at that. This is a story about developer communities. So meet Rav Gunan. She is a linear stack project manager in New Zealand. So Rav Guman has been in product management for a long time, but she wanted to move to AI. And when she tried doing it directly through communities, initially she found that there were a lot of hesitations and challenges to break into a traditionally male-oriented industry. So we were running Women in AI programs with the AI Auckland community in New Zealand. She joined that and then got the community support to actually learn and then certify. So she found that super useful. On the other hand, Veli Tambunan is a CTO of Siphon Technology, and he works with the data engineering, or he's one of the founders or organizers of Data Engineering Indonesia. There are 5,700 odd members there. So I was talking to Veli and his team members about how can we help developers do through some hacks and stuff, explore the technology in a deeper hands-on way. And in a conversation, we spoke about women developers. And he said, oh, we do not have any today. And he quickly understood that in the field of AI, that whole industry is based on trust. And for trust, there should not be bias. And if you want to remove bias, you need diversity in people, in thought, in context, and all of that. So he very quickly came around to the idea that diversity is key and that let's work together to make that happen. So as you look forward in the next, and we spoke about the demographic dividend and that how there are different demographies out there like women and maybe accessibility issues, people with disabilities and others who are actually great, who will make great contributions to technology and solutions. And there's an imperative need now and going into the future to look at developer communities as inclusive. So one of the things you could think about today is the communities that I am in. How diverse are we? Is there something I can do more? Now, the third aspect is here you have ASOS. ASOS is a fashion brand. Some of you may know about it. But interestingly, when the pandemic broke out, ASOS found that online shopping was accelerating, but so were the returns. So the impact on their bottom lines was very heavy with so much of returns, and that's not going to give them much profit. So they had been working with an AR technology for some time before the pandemic hit. So very quickly, they brought this See My Fit application where you can upload your own picture and see how it looks on yourself. And you might see the solution around you, right? But this ASOS was not having that solution earlier. But they quickly brought that on board and saw how the returns reduce drastically. And the core piece is about rapid experimentation. They wouldn't have been able to do that if they were not experimenting with this earlier. Another one is Myntra. Now, Myntra is a online fashion brand out of India. And again, they used to have 2 fashion shows, one summer and one winter, because India doesn't have too many seasons. It's kind of the same season all around. So they had a summer season fashion and a winter season fashion. But suddenly, after the pandemic broke out, they had no clue what customers really wanted, because they might be wearing formal on top and a pajama at the bottom while having a meeting like this. Or maybe not. You don't have a video, you can be in pajamas the whole day. So what do consumers really want? So Amar Nagaram and his team actually put out a new fashion every week. What they were doing was collecting data back from that to see what was going, what product was working well, what was not, what was coming in the chat, service support issues, etc. And Amar talks about the amount of data from which they learn is about 6 to 7 times pre-COVID. And they were using Azure and Azure Machine Learning to quickly scale up overnight and take it online. So this talks about also the developer team's ability to bring this solution to the table. To say that, hey, we can run one fashion week every week, and we can collect the data and do that. We have the machine learning capacity and capability to do it. So their developers actually ramped up very quickly on technology to be able to do that. So underpinning both of these things, rapid experimentation and complex business problem solving, is tech intensity. That's about learning new technologies, getting hands-on deep, and be able to connect back. So we have Microsoft 30 days to learn it. Cloud Skills Challenge is there running throughout for you at any time. Just go explore it, see whether you can learn it, and you get 50% off on the CERT exam. So I just wanted to call that out because something you can use. Now to the interesting piece as you look forward. Developers are required more and more to do something beyond writing code. So today, if I get which projects I need to work on, I'll just double down on the project, go from the specifications to the features to the coding and all of that. But looking forward, it's more about solving problems. Imagine you are a developer in Myntra, and the CEO is trying to figure out, how do I make sense of the changing consumer behavior? You as a developer or a developer lead should be able to say, hey, if you provide us the data on a much faster scale, I can create these insights faster. And that means I need XYZ more product offers out there, etc. So problem solving is important, but then solving the right problem is even more important. Because even when you're writing code, you're solving problems. It's not that you're not. But the point here is about, if I have 10 projects on my list pre-COVID, and the business is actually worried about 3 other issues, which I'm not doing any projects for, the question becomes, are we solving the right problems? And so how do you find the right problems? So we know about people, process, and technology. We've been talking about it a lot. But actually, data is the 4th component that is so crucial today. Now, whether it's a culture of innovation or it's just about sustenance and survival, insights are lying at the center of this: people, process, data, and technology. And who do you think is sitting at the center of all these 4 dimensions? Developers. And so it's imperative that you draw insights and bring it to the right people. One quick example on this is that one of the hospitals, Narayana Health, actually, it runs the a kind of a factory on cardio surgeries. And so there are numerous, it's almost like a factory of cardiology. And one of the interesting things was when the CIO actually pulled up the data on the number of blood, that is the volume of blood that is being used by these different surgeons, and just showed it up to the surgeons. They looked at it and said that, hey, for the same kind of a patient background, I'm using 5 liters and you're using 1 liter. Or somebody else is using 10 and somebody else is using 5. Why the difference? And they that drove the conversation around standardization, and they learned from each other and quickly came to a common census of a lower amount that they could use. And that, of course, reduced the cost. So that's how data throws insights which are valuable to the business. And it's also about, in today's world, which are the right problems to solve. So this here you see a tree falling in the forest. Now there is a very philosophical debate about if a tree falls in the forest and nobody is there to hear, did it make a sound? It's a philosophical debate that's been going on for a long time. And the core of the argument here is that it becomes sound when somebody hears it. It's vibration, but then it also needs to connect and be perceived. So if there's it fell and there was nobody around, it's as good as it didn't fall. Now, when you translate it to our role as a developer, we may have great insights. We are seeing the data. We've got a lot of thoughts around it. But if we are not voicing it, what difference did it make to you? What difference did it make to the business? And so it's important for us to take a seat at the table and voice our insights. And the last one is, as we look ahead, what you measure is what you get. So there are different measurements in software development is already changing in many parts. But I can hear someone saying that we measure lines of code, we measure number of bugs, etc. So this is the time to do some critical thinking about what you measure is what you get. And we have been speaking about what's the impact on business. Are we solving the right problems? And if you want to drive those behaviors, what are we measuring to drive those behaviors? So good to look at outcome-oriented measures, velocity-oriented measures, and synergy-driving measures. So in a nutshell, some of the key elements that the future developers would want to look at, first of all, is about creating synergy. So it's not just about developer and development, but it's about the synergy. When we talk about shift left, and maybe this is about shifting right. So there's business, there's development, there's ops, there's security in between. So making those connects, so you're solving the right problems. The second piece, which cuts across both rapid experimentation and then there's complex problem solving. So those are two things that in the future, so which technology doesn't matter because technology is going to change. Technology you're going to work today. So AI, once it becomes matured, maybe quantum, and so on and so forth. So whatever it is, experimentation has to be part of your culture. Your core on one technology, experiment on another technology. You have a few projects, experiment on another project. Complex problem solving means deep tech intensity to be able to apply a technology to a problem and measure what matters. And for me, top of mind is including yourself, so taking the seat at the table, but also about including diverse people. This is the point that I was talking about, the diversity and inclusion in communities. Communities are where we learn, live, and breathe today. And so make it a point to include diverse people. And it's not just for the sake of inclusion, but it's for the sake of industry progress and maturity. So those are the key things that I would like to leave you with. Are you solving the right business problems? Do you drive for insights? What are you measuring? What are you learning? Take your seat at the table, and do you invite diversity? Thank you for the time. I'm happy to listen to your comments or questions.
Thank you, Annie. It was a very wonderful session. Thank you. So, did you enjoy your session?
Absolutely. I thoroughly enjoyed the session, but I'll enjoy more if I hear back from the audience. Did they enjoy the session?
Yeah, thank you so much. So, I have some questions. Here. Oh, sorry. Okay. Question. Sorry. Sorry.
I see this question, Taiji,
Yeah.
is for here. Yeah.
Yes. Microsoft has some product and cloud services. So, do you have any experience having difficulty things for dev advocacy with throwing cross-platform services?
Yes, you and I can both answer that, Odasho, I think. So this is about, so it's an open source world today, and Microsoft loves open source. So I assume that you are talking about Microsoft technology products working alongside this open source stack that you would be having. And it's completely a great scenario. You will see that we are one of the top contributors to open source on GitHub. And one of the core philosophies that we have today is to let developers use whatever technologies and platforms they have, but help them do more with Azure. So you may have your data on one cloud, you may be doing AI here, or you may be you are having your data on Azure and doing your running your algorithm somewhere else. It really doesn't matter, because as a developer, you want to use what you work well with. And from Microsoft, we need to make sure that whether you are using PyTorch or whatever else you want to use, or you may be a Java developer or a React developer, everyone should be equally comfortable on Microsoft. And that's our mission. And we are working hard on that. And we are seeing more than half our databases are on Linux today. So that itself is a good way to see that. And I must say that between DevOps and GitHub, we also bring a lot of open source elements and open source culture to the developers and development teams that we work with. So yeah, Microsoft's super happy working with you, whatever technology and platform you are using.
Yeah, I think so too. Microsoft, a lot of services, a lot of combined other service we have. Yeah, so okay, sorry. Next questions. これにしようかな。あつしさん、easy to use no-code and low-code tools that allow easy development. What do you think will be the qualities required of professional developers?
Yes. When the no-code, low-code movement came out, professional developers were not much for it. They were like, this is something that people who don't want to code can use it. And yes, non-coders have been taking this up in a large scale. But interestingly, we see this being used a lot by professional developers these days. And for example, if you are a startup or a small ISV, and speed is at essence, and you quickly need to roll out small prototypes to different customers. So Power Platform, which is our Microsoft's low-code tool, actually is entirely drag and drop UI. Very quickly, you can create those low-code extensions for your customers, or even to collaborate within your teams or internally to embrace a lot more people to join you in your journey. So the way we see this rollout is that engineering and developers still have to make sure that a secure foundation is there for the low-code developers to build on top of it. So the developer is still holding the accountability and responsibility at the platform level. But if there is a long list of 100 apps that are required and you can only manage 20, why not let the domain people or the line of business people create their own extensions on top of your foundation? So that's the kind of approach that we are seeing in many organizations.
Yeah, so business people can make easy application, BI application, etc. I think. Yeah, so great answering. Thank you. So I have a little question. I have some question. I often struggle to connect the business and developer communities. Do you have any success stories?
Yes, the one I spoke about from Kerala, that was a very stark example of how the community worked with businesses. Another one is DevCon Philippines, again during the pandemic time. So the DevCon founder actually put out an open call for developers saying that come join us, let's solve the problem for Philippines. And typically when you are in that development and you need to scale it, you need all kinds of private players to support you. So at that time, DevCon Philippines, actually, I saw that call, reached out to them and said, hey, from Microsoft, what can we help? So there was DevOps, there was Azure, and there was technical support that we could provide, plus our connect with the government. So a lot of the time, communities want to solve the right problems for which they want to know from a government prioritize what are the problem statements, and it's not easy to work with the government. These public-private partnerships between community, private parties, say like Microsoft or anybody else who's out there, plus the government makes a very strong combination. And the story I told about the Kerala COVID war room, it's very interesting how many people came together to support them. Twitter CEO actually created the Slack CEO created because the number of people who had to be on Slack was humongous. So he created a separate policy and a separate version of Slack to allow them to collaborate on Slack. Similarly, GitHub, overnight, GitHub provided the GitHub license to help them move quickly. So yes, I think communities should, and companies and corporates like Microsoft, for example, we love working with communities. So reach out to us and we will see where we can help you, and you will have some ask. And together we can make sure that we empower you and we are doing better together.
Yeah, thanks. Great story. I want to more story from you. But sorry, it's time. So thank you to all audience that joined for this session, and thank you again, Annie, for a great session. Thank you so much.
Thank you. It was my
Thank
pleasure.
you. Okay, after that, we'll play the sponsor video. The closing session will be held. So talk session after this session, after the session. So please enjoy DevRelCon Tokyo 2021 and. Wait a minute.
よいしょ。
Hi, I'm Misa from the Hatena Macquarie team. Today, I'd like to talk about the Macquarie service and my position as a CRE on the Macquarie team. Macquarie is a server monitoring service developed in Japan. Getting started is super simple and does not require a lot of technical knowledge. All you have to do is install the agent on your target server and you are ready for monitoring in the cloud era. It lets you post any metric from your system and view those posted metrics with an intuitive UI UX. The product team can look at the Macquarie dashboards and communicate about future development and maintenance plans. For DevOps teams, Macquarie is more than just a server monitoring tool. It's also a communication tool that can help promote development. My role on the Macquarie team is CLE, which stands for Customer Reliability Engineer. CLE's mission is maximize the value that customers get from using our products by providing technical support. My main responsibilities include customer success, technical support, and pre-sales. This is what my work ratio looks like. And we are taking on many other challenges to help our users utilize our products. The biggest advantage of CLE is that there is a dedicated engineer besides the product team whose KPI is the realization of users' objectives. CLE is an engineer just like the users of Macquarie, so we can understand how they are using Macquarie and exactly what they want to achieve with it. And through actual communication with users, we can encourage and offer users the best methods to meet those objectives. We hear a lot of customers' voices through these activities, and we frequently feed it back to the product team. The product team will use it for product developments. This way, the improvement features will be used by users again, and we get new feedback again. By running this cycle quickly and continuously, we can build a healthy relationship between users and products. I believe that clearly define and promote these activities within the organization is the significance of CLE's presence on the team. We are looking for people to join us. I think such person would be a good fit for our team. The first is a person who is highly motivated to help users achieve their goals. The second is someone who can take an engineering approach to this. Third, people who enjoy changes in business phases and work. And finally, the person who can build a relationship of trust with users. This is a great job for anyone who wants to use their past experience as an engineer. I hope these people will consider being a CRE as their next career. For example, in the same way that you might think about being an engineering manager or a product manager, why not consider being a CRE? Please stop by our booth and let's talk about it. See you at the booth. See you at the booth. Thank you.
Hi. The code for Hatena is Okay. The code for Hatena is 0201. Collect the code of the 4 gold sponsors and you too can win a special novelty. One more, 0201 is Hatena's code. After this, we will have the closing session. The closing session will start soon at this Fuji track. After the closing session, there will be a lightning talk session. So please enjoy it until the end.
聞こえない、聞こえない。
Sorry, yeah, thank you for Atsushi. Yeah, I was muted on my mic in front of them. So yeah, I'm sorry about that. So yeah, this is the end of the conference. Thank you for joining today. We started 13 hours ago. Wow, so it's been 13 hours since we started the event. And let's move to the closing session. So I'm gonna add Taiji and Atsushi as well.
Hi.
So hi gang.
Hi.
Are you guys okay?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's been a long day for everybody. Yeah, so
Yeah.
Right, exactly.
Yeah, so let's get into the closing session. First of all, yeah, we really appreciate that everybody who helped to make this conference happen. We appreciate that all sponsors that who supported this event, as well as all speakers who willingness to give the talks, great talks, and at last attendees who attend this conference. I know some of you started attended from morning through the end. So I appreciate your effort. So please share your comments or knowledge or anything that you learn from this conference to the chat or hashtag or blog or anything. We really appreciate that. And also we had I'm gonna just put the comments here. We had a thing called where are you from? So which you can put your photo on the worldwide map. So let me share the screen now to my monitor here. Okay, let me just hide it. Okay, so let me explain what this is. So if you sign up to DevRelCon, before you got an email that you can play a game which you can learn about where DevRelCon started and where to be hosted. Then you had a chance to win the mask as a swag. So we use the map to put your photo. So let's say from Japan, we have a lot of people from Japan here, like you see.
Oh, it's
or
Okayama.
yeah, somebody from Okayama too. Cool. Also, we have people from India as well. So it's not too late. If you want to put your photo right now, that's fine. We have the awesome speakers, awesome attendees from India. Also, we have from we have a speaker from here as well, from Europe.
Yeah, Russia.
Yeah, cool. Yeah, so thanks for putting your photo as well. Let's move on to the other country. Oh, yay, from the Western Europe. So we have, very difficult to zoom in. So we have people from United Kingdom. I think people from the France as well. Yeah, so I see a lot of people from across the world, from the United States, East Coast, West Coast, as well as from Brazil as well. So, thanks for putting your photos here. We open up this mirror until the end of the conference. Actually, we're going to have the LT session. So please put your photo.
By the way, the map is large a little bit. For each photo.
That's true. Yeah.
Yeah, but it's a strange little bit size ratio between the 30 photo and the map. The map is too large.
That's true. Yeah, we created this map for the game, so we repurposed the map as well.
But anyway, it's very interesting. It's the first time to try. It's great, I think.
That's true. And we also had a job board here. So thanks to the company who posted the job openings. This is available at the Ovice. So if you go to the Ovice, you can get a link and search for the job openings from a lot of the company for the developer roles. So I highly encourage to check them out. One interesting story is I found my job at the DevRelCon Tokyo 2019. So it happens. So please check those openings.
Success story.